Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Forever, say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time.
Night breeze fire, your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. it's how it's begun. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. 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 My
Turn this water into wine. Yeah, you're used to every time. Take these buttons, make them shine. Meet my nasty, make it high. Oh, oh, turn this water into wine. Make them shine. Make them. Turn this water into wine.
everybody. The Wild Rift EMEA Championship starts today, or continues today, I should say, as we are looking at the upper bracket. That's what starts today. Yesterday, we had two more series in the lower bracket as blows. They kind of defied all expectations, came in with the upset. It looked dire for them in Game 3, but this massive fight around the Elder Dragons secured their spot in round 2 of the lower bracket with a very unexpected win. It was only our Spanish broadcast colleagues that predicted blows, but they're the ones that come out on top yesterday in our first series. Our second series of the day was perhaps even more entertaining as Control took on Mood, and Komoto put his stamp on this game. From that support role, earning the MVP, huge plays on both Galio and Thresh, and Control, they've been fan favorites, and now finally they've won a series, taking the series 2-0 over Mood Gaming. Today, 4 Titans of Wild Rift are going to take to the Rift. We're ready to get the show on the road.
Welcome to the official Riot Games Wild Rift EMEA Championship.
Everybody round here, know we getting hype. Everybody round.
Good afternoon, welcome everybody to the Wild Rift EMEA Championships. It is day 3 of week 3, and we're about to take things to the next level. This is where we put the pedal to the metal, get that accelerator going, and get some of our banger series. I'm Stress, joined by Stuart and Exscoundrel. Brought out the big guns today, just stacking everything. We've got stacked games, stacked caster lineup. No disrespect to everybody else, but I think anytime that we get Keenan on board with Stuart, that's what we want to hear. Anyway, I'm going to get into today's matchups. Keenan, you're joining us. How are you feeling?
Sorry, mate. I'm just laughing at you flaming all our colleagues.
No flame.
No, I'm really happy getting to do some analysis again today, and we have got an absolutely insane set of matches. Of course, entering into the top 8 now of our winners bracket, you're going to start to see some of the best teams in our entire region come blows to blows, and that is going to provide some really high quality Wild Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. Today we're focusing in on the upper bracket. So we got Zero Zone and Viv, Game Lord and Queso. I mean, next week's series are great as well with Rix and Navi, Formulation and Team Dark. And we are going through the open bracket. We can take a look at how yesterday's results will actually pan things out on the lower bracket as well. We saw some impressive performances yesterday. Stuart, if there was one team that you think stands out from the lower bracket, who would it be?
I'm going to have to say Control. I think you already know my answer before you even ask the question. But yeah, Control looked really dominant yesterday. Close game was kind of the surprise factor for me, to be honest. Taking down Entropic, but a lot of really close games in the lower bracket. But it's all about the upper bracket today.
It is, absolutely. We got Zero Zone and Viv and Game Lord versus Team Queso. Both of these series exciting for their own reasons. I think the big names are in our second series of the day, but Kenan, I know you weren't with us in week 1 when we were doing Zero Zone and Viv, but I'm sure you've taken a look back. Like, that series as well can't be underestimated, right?
Yeah, look, you've got, I would say, Viv like a dark horse for the whole competition, and Zero Zone really proved what they were capable of in that first week as well. So, you've got 2 teams that are actually really strong, should be respected, and I think it's going to prove to be a really great series.
I agree. I totally agree on the way that things are panning out. Let's take a look at the predictions, because a lot of us have been wrong, actually, on some of these series. I think, despite my transgressions as we came into the broadcast today, I think when you look at it, like, the prediction games have gone away, especially for me. I've had some horrendous predictions so far. I know the rest of you are hanging on in there, but nobody had blows predicted from our side, other than Carmeline yesterday picking up that prediction. And today, we're all unanimous, so we're probably going to be wrong on this. Stuart, do you think that Carmeline's going to be correct here on the Queso pick and on the Zero Zone pick?
I think the first series, I think Viv definitely do have it, but I think the second series, the 2 big titans, Game Lord versus Team Queso, could go either way. I think Game Lord slightly nudge over as a little bit of a favorite, but honestly, Team Queso is still a really strong competition, and that's going to be our big series of the day.
It is. There's a reason I went to Stuart's predictions, because when we take a look at the community tweets and how things are going, people are just letting Stuart have it. Stuart's out here trying to make these analytical predictions, and Spanish broadcast team and no, Spain. Viva España. Just get those Spanish predictions. Keenan, when we look at how kind of these prediction games are going, it's always a bit of fun, but is there any stock to be put in the likes of Blows Gaming the later we get on in this tournament? Because I think it becomes more and more difficult looking for that last spot, right?
You're putting me on the spot here.
I know. I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
I want to say yes, but I think based on what we've seen from our top 8, even from our top 8 in its entirety, I'd say no. I think there are definitely some teams within the top 8 that can cause upsets for our major players. But I think realistically, you know, the guys like WREC, the guys like Queso, the guys like Game Lord, they're the teams that are the most likely to claim the top end of the spots. But look, I'm happy to eat my words. I'm very happy to eat my words if things go the other way. But that's just my personal opinion.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I woke up and choose violence this morning, apparently. Like, I'm blaming everybody. It's a hype day. It's all good. All good fun here at the WREC DMA Championships. Xcoundrel, I'm going to let you go. Get ready for the rest of the broadcast. You'll be joining me later for an insane series between Game Lord and Team Queso that we're very much looking forward to. Our first series of the day, Stuart, you and I can jump into and get things going, because this is a series that when we looked at the bracket, we thought, okay, the first 4 teams, not so great, but actually we got proved wrong. And I think when we zoom in on the meta, I think this is an opportunity for our supports to really have their impact coming out of what we've seen in the changes in the last few weeks.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely yesterday's series, we saw a lot of high priority in support picks. We saw a lot of high priority on Galio, on Thresh as well, and all these roaming supports. And I think, you know, you'll see the supports today as well, just roaming around the map, getting the high priorities in draft as well, which we didn't really see in the first 2 weeks. So it's kind of the shift in meta, as you say, as well. You know, we even got a series yesterday where Set went completely through the entire series and didn't get picked or banned at all. So I'm liking the way the meta's looking at the moment. You know, more focus on supports, and supports don't really get to have that bit of shining light, but now we're actually get to see that, you know, support lives matter as well.
Yeah, supports are an important part of the way that, especially the way Kamulto played out that series for Control yesterday. Speaking of Control, we of course had them advance through the lower bracket, but that does mean we've already had 4 of our 16 teams knocked out. It's not the end of their tournament road in the sense of there's a last chance qualifier coming later on the road towards finals, but 4 teams have gone already and we're only on week 3. That feels like already quite a big departure.
Yeah, Principality, Supremacy, and Tropic and Mood Gaming all have been knocked out. They have to try and come through the last chance qualifier. But I like what we've seen from the teams anyway, especially in Tropic as well, as they were so close to getting the victory over Blows if it wasn't just for that last little team fight where Blows were able to win. But really excited to see more from the teams and more from the players, because they've been some really exciting games over the past few weeks.
Yeah, they really have done. I do feel like we're about to step it up another level, though, on the macro play especially. I think when you look at the series between Blows and Tropic, especially, I feel like there were just some windows that teams weren't capitalizing on a lot. And as you said, whether it's draft, whether it's macro play in game, I'm like, now we get to see the teams like Game Lord, who you and I have had the pleasure of casting a whole lot, where they're just aggressive at all moments. They're doing something and they're forcing you to fight them. And I think that really is the difference between our top 8 teams and the teams that have been in the lower bracket so far.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it a little bit yesterday as well. Like, we saw a lot of comfort picks coming out from the teams in the lower bracket, because they might not have like a real grasp of the meta yet, but they just want to get comfort picks because they know that if they get their comfort picks, they'll be able to play really well during the games and try and carry the games as well, which we saw like Ryder Zito yesterday picked that high priority Zed, which we saw him pop off on as well. So, you know, when it comes to lower brackets, we're probably going to see that a lot more often. But as you said, you know, the upper brackets coming around now, all these teams are really good on multiple champions, and we're going to be really seeing how the meta is shaping up coming up in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I feel like these are the kind of matchups where you can't let power picks through in exchange for comfort picks, right? So we're going to take a couple of moments, or at least I am, to calm down, because we're going to go to an interview with Mozilla from WREC alongside Xcoundrel.
Thank you very much, Stress. Mozilla, a longtime friend, absolute baller coach here as well. I'm really excited to chat to you today. Let's talk a little bit about the meta, because I know that, you know, coming into the WREC European Championships, a lot of hopes with some of the new champions being released and some of the changes that we were going to see a bit of a shift in the meta. First of all, I want to kind of like take your thoughts on what the current meta is like, and are you as a coach happy with it, or would you like to see things shaken up?
I think the current meta is maybe a bit too stale for my liking, especially with the bruiser variety. Like in Baron lane and jungle, in mid lane even, you see almost exclusively bruisers. And because of that, there's very little ADC play as well, because bruisers are kind of the bane of every ADC. So you end up with a meta that's just like a mage scaling in bot lane. Meanwhile, bruisers are duking it out in the top lane. Everyone has a stone plate, everyone has a Sterex, no one dies. I would like to see maybe some changes to like the bruiser itemization, to like even that playing field for ADCs to actually be viable again, and for a bit more variety in at least the other roles as well.
Absolutely, I think that's pretty good assessment of where we are in the meta right now. Obviously, you're working with WREC and have been for some time. You've now got the chance to look at some of these top tier games in the upper bracket. Who do you think are your main competition in the top 8? You know, especially from the winners bracket side of things.
I mean, obviously, it's going to be next week Na'Vi. I feel like this is one of our biggest challenges in this bracket. And apart from that, it's likely going to be the winner of today's series, Team Queso against Game Lord. And we'll have to see and watch diligently and study our opponents.
I'm actually glad you mentioned Game Lord versus Queso, because I'd love to get your thoughts. I think there's a bit of a split opinion about who comes out on top here. Who do you think has the edge in the Game Lord Queso matchup?
I'm expecting Game Lord to win, but Team Queso has shown that they can be clutch, and especially Andres, who was like the main carry of the team. Basically, he has shown that he can stand up and basically put the team on his back multiple times. So I'm happy to see like how the new Team Queso roster with Joey and Methanout in bot lane and Veos in mid lane is going to shape up. But I think it's still more likely that Game Lord will win.
I think relatively fair opinion there, Mozilla. Honestly, massive thanks for coming to chat to us today, and obviously we get to see you guys in action next week, so good luck for your games heading into the next week of WRC. But of course you're going to stand on the sidelines and watch the games that we've got coming your way today. Now I'm going to hand it back over to Stress and Stuart before we get into our first game.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel and Mozilla. Always nice to hear from a coach's perspective. I think we're still so young in Wild Rift where coaching is not as defined as it is in other esports. So I love to see when teams actually have their coaches and you know, they're, for lack of a better term, switched on. It's always nice to see when a coach has input and that kind of thing that we can tap into. And as Example said, like Mozilla has been known in the League of Legends scene for quite some time. So very happy to hear about his thoughts on the meta. We are getting close to picks and bans for our first series of the day. But let's take a look at the rosters. It has been about 2 weeks since we saw these two teams. So important to take stock of who is on what side. So Zero Zone and Viv. For Zero Zone, it is Patterson, Labunia, Sefiro, Our Nation, and Fran. One change for Viv is Millip, Tyras, Sharks, and Kranix return, but this time it's Flower in the lineup, coming in instead of Ryu, who had an insane series. But we did hear in the interview, Ryu was the substitute support, and it's Flower that should be the player that will be taking that role normally. Stuart, what's your thought about that change?
Yeah, it's a quite surprising one, I think, because I think a lot of people saw Ryu last week and they saw how well he performed, especially on Thresh as well, you know, roaming around the map. And we talked a little bit about roaming supports as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Flower now comes into the lineup. Obviously, he used to play for Mood Gaming before with some of these members before, so maybe they just play together a little bit more. They maybe know each other a little bit more. But I kind of feel a little bit upset for you as well, because I feel like you said, you know, last week he was really strong and he played really well. But that's 2 weeks ago now. We're gonna have to look forward and see what he could do with this thing, with this roster.
Exactly. I have visions of that Morgana play, just roaming, binding all the time, again and again. It's not just us that are keeping our eyes on the game. I know Scoundrel has a few things he wants to highlight before we get into our first draft.
Thank you very much, Stress. Yes, of course, we're going to start off with the Team Viv. I think they are an incredibly strategic team. I think they've got a lot of macro sense about them. And I think one thing that Viv have generally done really well has been drafting. So I think one of the strengths that we'll see from Viv will be in the draft phase, and then how I approach the macro rotations around the map. That's where I feel that they have the strength in this particular matchup. But of course, we also have the other side, Z Nation. We have or Zero Zone, we have our Nation. He's an absolutely fantastic player, I think underrated by a lot of people coming into this particular tournament. And he even said in the interview to Stuart, you know, you guys underrated me on your tier list. He proved himself as a fantastic player on the side of Zero Zone, so I'm expecting to see some more big things from him today. But as the predictions, I think rightly have put it, Viv are kind of like the dark horses for the tournament right now. They've got some really, really highly skilled players. They're very sensible with how they approach the game. And whilst they may not look like so much compared to Team Quesos and Game Lords and Rixes, they could definitely throw some spanners in the works and potentially even sneak their way through to the very end of this tournament. So keep your eyes on Viv. I think they're a really high prospect for the rest of the WREC. Thank you very much. I'll see you back to Stress and Stuart for the game.
Thanks, Scoundrel. To quote our Nation directly, let's go to your list as Stuart. That feels so much longer than week one, like 2 weeks ago.
Feels like months ago now.
It really does. Like, there's been so much shade since that I'm it feels like it's been a long time, but in a good way. We've had so many good games so far. We've had enough time to really see the meta kind of like percolate and really distill down into what we're getting. And I think if Ryu was still in this game, I would say Morgana would be even more contested before, because now I'm remembering like our Nation's Morgana like AP carry bot lane plays. Like, we crowned him king of stasis, where he was going in, hitting 5 people with the ultimate, hitting stasis, surviving, and just kind of weathering through everything. And as we head into our first picks and bans of the day, that surely has to be a red side ban.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it already, you know, the Morgana priority. We saw a little bit of Morgana priority yesterday as well. And I think even after the changes as well, I feel like she's still a really, really strong pick. She still has a lot of wave clear. She still has a lot of damage and a lot of crowd control available to her. And I think the main reason as well is like the boots upgrade as well. You know, being able to get stasis really early, being like it being really cheap as well. It's being able to ultimate and stasis so you can get that route as well. But first few bans are coming already. Varus, interesting enough, on the blue side, and Lee Sin is a red side ban for Viv so far.
Yeah, we never really see it here. Jax is a jungle that's going to get banned away, has been really prominent in the last couple of weeks. The Lee Sin normally doesn't get first picked, so this is one of these situations where we're like, okay, interesting that would be so high priority. We're going to have to track that. This does leave us in a situation where Morgana, Jace, Garen, Set are all available, other than Jace now has gone. So only one of those 3 is going to be banned out, and that leaves us in basically a take 1, pick 2 situation, but it's Corki on red side. Very different to yesterday's drafts.
Yeah, very, very different. We're seeing the Jace band. Again, Set is open, and we get it this time. We get the Set first pick. But I think what Viv Esports actually done really well is that they've left both Morgana and Set open, and you also have the Camille open as well. I'd be very surprised if they don't actually take Morgana here as well, because I feel like that's definitely going to be a priority for Zero Zone. They take the Gragas instead, so they have the engage of Camille, but they also take away the disengage of Gragas as well, because if you play Gragas against Camille, you can use that explosive cast to knock Camille out of her ultimate, so she doesn't have that lockdown. But these picks are coming in really, really thick and fast.
It's all bruises. So far, 4 bruises picked, 3 of them AD, 1 of them AP. We have seen Gragas flex a little bit between mid, top, and jungle. Thresh taken, we talked about rise of priority on supports. Morgana falling all the way through this draft until this point may come from the fact that there are so many AP bot laners available, and this is lightning fast. It's an Olaf taken now. I'm starting to wonder whether Yuumi goes up slightly in priority, but we'll talk about that later through this draft. So lots of key picks. Orianna, Morgana, still up. Ziggs is available for those AP bot laners. A little bit more necessary on the side of Zero Zone because they picked themselves the Set and the Renekton, indicating they're likely to be double AD lanes.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, Set could be in the jungle, Set could be mid or top, Renekton could be mid or top as well. They do have that flexibility, but I feel like, you know, for the side of Viv, they do have the Gragas, they do have that little bit source of AP damage. We have seen jungle Gragas, we've seen mid lane Gragas, we've seen tank top lane Gragas, support Gragas, so again, another flex pick as well. Gragas, interesting enough, being banned away for Viv, and there's a Morgana ban as well. Interesting enough on Zero Zone, I mean, you mentioned as well a little bit briefly, but we saw our Nation play a lot of Morgana in the dual lane, so maybe they're thinking of maybe a different AP pick that maybe we're not really used to. You know, you got Brand, you got Veigar, you got Orianna and Ziggs as well. So they're all up and available, and maybe they just want to take that away because Viv do have that first pick of the second pick of this draft phase. So maybe just taking it away and making sure they can't use it.
A ton of priority on this jungle now. That's 4 potential picks from Viv against Libunia, where you look at it, Lee Sin, Fiora, Kha'Zix, Jarvan all taken away from the mix. It could be the set jungle that you mentioned. That is a flexible possibility here. But of course, on blue side, Zero Zone are going to have to lock all of their lanes before Viv can actually get theirs. A Vayne ban is a tank shredder. So you've got a set, you've got a Renekton. If you're picking up another tank champion, potentially from the jungle, Vayne would be like one of the only AD carries aside from the likes of Xayah, maybe Kai'Sa, that can actually fulfill that role of burning through tanks.
I think Zero Zone have definitely watched Viv from last week. You know, the Vayne Morgana and Dual Lane. We're like, yep, we've seen it before. We've seen the breakdown of Smart Stewart as well. We don't want to be dealing with that for this week. But Kai'Sa, interesting enough for Kranix. So this makes me lean a little bit towards it might be Gragas mid lane, unless they're going for like another AP mid laner instead. Because at the moment they have a lot of AD damage. They have the Olaf, the Kai'Sa, and the Camille already. So you're looking for a source of AP damage. But Kranix is very, very comfortable on Kai'Sa. I actually played against Kranix in solo queue quite a couple of days ago.
Was I in that game? I was in that game with you.
You might have been, actually.
Yeah, it was on your stream when we got blasted. The two of us got blasted by Kranix and some of his other team.
We
anyway,
know what he can do.
So that's
that's
the Lulu Graves. We were so busy talking about solo queue that's now a double support pickup with no real hyper carry. Is that like set bottom lane with Thresh, Graves jungle, Lulu mid, or is it like Lulu bot lane AP carry?
I'm really confused. I'm not going to lie to you.
So let's talk about what we do know for now. Viv going more towards disengage. They've got a Gragas, they've got a Janna. Neither of those champions are particularly good at actually getting a fight started. They're great at stopping a fight. Kai'Sa is going to be there to carry. Olaf has late game damage, and Camille can play on the side lane. Zero Zone will figure out what the hell's going on when they get into game. I'll leave that one a little bit more. But they do have quite a tanky setup, especially with the Lulu. Like, it's going to be hard to get damage to stick onto this Zero Zone line.
I mean, the problem with Zero Zone is that they don't really have any AP damage as well, unless it's like AP Lulu, but I don't know. I mean, it could be like Lulu Thresh bot lane with a Lulu farming carry, but then I think that it might be actually Graves on our nation. I'm honestly mind blown. But yeah, I mean, on the side of Viv, we already said, I mean, the Gragas is going to be mid lane. That's going to be their source of AP damage as kind of predicted in the draft, to be fair. Like you said, a lot of disengage because you do have Renekton, you do have Set on the side of Zero Zone. So there's going to be a lot of aggressive plays on the side of Zero Zone. But wow, a very explosive draft. And we talk about the top 8 teams. We talk about, you know, maybe starting to see where the meta's going. But this is not what we've seen at all in the entire tournament.
Not what I'm expecting at all, especially given that Orianna was available, Ziggs was available. Like, there were other carries available. So this must be something that Zero Zone have worked on. Historically in PC, Lulu's damage has been gutted anytime that it has been anything prominent. So unless there's a build or something that we haven't yet seen too much of, it's not a build in Wild Rift that I'm particularly familiar with at all. Like, Lulu generally for a while, as far as I'm aware, has not played a whole lot of lanes. So we get to find out it is Lulu bot lane for our nation. And now we have to see, is this better than an Orianna or a Ziggs would have played out in this game? If not, then you have to say it's a potential mistake from Zero Zone. If there's something we're missing, then by all means, I'm like, okay, Zero Zone, they've come in prepared for this series. Which sounds results-based, but I mean, like, we're already saying that Lulu probably not that great in this situation.
I mean, this must be something that they practice or something. Yeah. But like I said, the problem with Zero Zone, they have no AP damage at all. There's no source of AP damage. I'm guessing this is going to be a little bit more of an aggressive Lulu build. You might see like maybe Rod of Ages, Death Cap, you know, items like that. But as you said, Lulu doesn't really do a lot of damage. That's kind of the problem. Unless it's going to be like a double support Joe lane, it's just going to be Lulu building Ardent Central or something. But you see the votes from Twitch chat, the channel points are on the line, and it's a little bit even, to be fair, a little bit in the favor of Viv Esports, but it just shows you how close the series can be.
2/3 of the chat behind Viv. I think the thing for me is one thing that obviously will play into it is like Renekton dives in, gets a Lulu ultimate, doesn't die, right? He uses his ultimate, Lulu ultimate, massive like shielding and health. So I can see how Zero Zone will survive. I just want to see where the damage is going to come from later on in the game. And I think without damage, you're up against an Olaf, a Gragas, a Camille, all with the Janna shield and heal to come through it. So I do wonder, as you said, where that damage is going to come from. The later this game goes, but it's an interesting one. We said it's going to be kind of the next level of macro play and the way that our teams are going to be. Well, we've got something new in the mix already in game number 1 of the series, and Saphira's going to jump in, use that stun, and just get back out. That's one of the just laning basics of Renekton, just utilizing all of your kit, getting the trade, getting back out before anybody can trade back onto you.
Yeah, it's the same thing about Renekton. He can jump in, he can easily a little bit of a trade-off, especially against a Gragas as well, and then he can easily just jump back out to safety as well. We haven't spoken a lot about this Baron lane as well. We're going to have Set against Camille. We didn't see Set at all in our first series, picked or banned, but Zero Zone having a little bit more high priority on Set. It's going to be solo lane Set as well. And I mean, even the Graves jungle as well. We've not seen Graves jungle for a long time. He was quite a strong pick. I believe it was just before Horizon Cup, just before he received the nerfs to his kit. But I mean, maybe this is kind of a plan, like Lulu buffing the Graves in a way, and like
maybe
him get. And look, the Lulu's going for Ardent Sensor first item. So I feel like all Viv need to do is just build armor. If they build armor, they can easily just win out, especially in the late game as well. They have the hyper carry of Kai'Sa. They've got the Olaf that could be a carry as well. They have the lockdown as well with Camille. And honestly, I feel like this. I mean, I could be my words here, but I feel like this is a really big mistake by Zero Zone.
And I feel like you can see already the pressure in bottom lane. Like half of the tower health has gone down. Like Lulu Thresh don't have the so they can contest in the lane, but against a carry and a Janna, it's very difficult to actually step up when you're getting pushed under. You mentioned armor. I think one area perhaps for Viv that is tricky is like armor's going to come as second, third, or fourth items to come through, right? It's like you have Olaf, you have Camille, like they're not necessarily armor builders immediately. The same with Gragas, is he wants some of that AP damage. So you're totally right. When they can get the armor to come through, I'm expecting to see plated steel caps all the way down the line.
Oh yeah.
And just like only build armor boots if you can. But yeah, it might take a little while. It might be a window for Zero Zone to have impact on the game when their ultimates are up, to get the base stats of the likes of Renekton and Set to stick in the early game before the armor is built. Oh. And here comes the Camille ultimate. It's going to keep one in place. It's going to keep Set there. And that's exactly why these bruisers are strong in the early game. Just shred down the enemy and get that first kill. Now they've forced Zero Zone away from the Rift Herald. Should be first objectives being taken. Camille's going to go in though. Don't know necessarily about continuing this fight. Hook shot gets her out. That's the annoyance of Camille that always come through. So Viv should be able to secure this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're not around the Drake as well. They're actually going to go in for a fight.
Yeah, Zero Zone are actually going to go in with that hook. It doesn't quite put Thresh in the position to get the kill, but here's that first kill coming through from Graves, and maybe this is this moment. The ultimates were available exactly before the armor has been built, but Explosive Cask is going to disengage for a moment. They were trying to maybe reassert themselves. That was massive damage coming from Patterson on this Set, and they've denied the Rift Herald play, so the strength of these bruisers early game on full force here.
Really, really well played by Zero Zone. I was actually really surprised that they went in for the fight in the end, but I guess you can see the combo that they're looking for. They're looking for the Lulu ultimate onto the Graves, and the Graves was able to flash in as well. You can see on the back line, so Panix was in a little bit of trouble. He has the exhaust available, so he was completely fine. But yeah, the Graves Lulu ultimate was really good. The Explosive Cast was also really good. But you can see Patterson tried the E-Flash, but unfortunately missed it, but had the stack of the Grit, so his Haymaker could deal a lot of true damage. Wasn't able to get kills in the end, but yeah, as you mentioned, they stopped the Rift Herald, which is kind of what they wanted to do. And now it's a little bit of a stalemate. Now we get to see, it will be just the handshake in the end. It will just be Rift Herald for Dragon. And it looks like, I really like what Viv are doing here though, because they know that the Rift Herald's probably going to be taken. They are going to try and rotate. No, they're going to go back to mid lane. I thought that maybe they could have predicted that Zero Zone were going to try and look up to the Baron lane, because most of the time what happens is when that first Rift Herald gets taken, you try and take the first tower of the game pretty much straight away. So Viv was maybe looking to try and rotate up into the Baron lane just in case to kind of defend it. But in the end, they're just going to take Rift Herald and back off, and they might even lose the bot. No, they're not going to lose the bot. Lose the bot lane tower in the end, because Thresh is there as well.
At least lose a little bit of position in the jungle. And I think this is one thing that Zero Zone have to be careful of, is they have very little wave clear without a proper carry. Top lane, Shugs is in a little trouble, but it's bot lane where the engage is coming through as Zero Zone are trying to fight back Viv. And they do land the hook. I don't know whether it'll be much more of a follow-up because Viv have 4 people there. But yeah, very difficult for this lineup to clear the wave. Only the Lulu Q and, ability 1 and the Graves ability 1, and neither are that reliable at clearing a full wave.
Yeah, they do. I think both teams struggle a little bit with wave clear. To be fair, we've seen so many champions, like Lulu, like Lulu, like Diggs, like Orianna, that has that really huge like mid lane pressure. But we don't really have that this game. We have a Lulu and a Kai'Sa trying to clear mid lane wave, which is not really the 2 best champions. I mean, once Kranix gets his Q evolve, which he does, he can walk up and just do that and just use his Q to evolve as well. But I guess at the same time, Lulu can also use his her first ability as well and try and clear the wave. But
Shugs, his flash is not quite available to begin this out. Buys time with the stasis is just enough to be able to flash away next to Tyrus, then body slam over the wall. Good escape, and that was just like the matter of seconds. Another second or 2 if they'd have gone earlier. Shugs would have been trapped without his flash, but was able to buy enough time with that early stasis and get himself away.
Both teams are trying to, create pressure. They're trying to make plays around the map. But I feel like the defensive work and the reaction of both teams have been really, really good, to be fair. You saw, Zero Zone reacting to Viv taking the first Wrist Herald. And you saw Zero Zone down in the dual lane being able to rotate. And look at the thresh rotations again. This game is very, very slow so far, but it's very well thought out as well, because you can see that, the hook shot actually misses.
Yeah, didn't hit the ledge and therefore couldn't get the follow-up, but they deal enough damage to Fran to at least force him back. Tries to throw out the hook, but this is all about buying presence to get that push in the bottom lane and get that tower down. It's already just around about 1 plate, but the wave is not quite in time, and Zero Zone actually get to the tower, and that's going to mean that Viv back away.
As I said, it's a slow game, but it's a very well thought out macro game at the moment, because you can see that both teams are rotating around the map trying to make plays, but at the same time, the defensive rotations are there as well. So it's just a kind of a game of chicken really at the moment. It's like, are you going to make a play? No, we're going to make a play. We're going to defend. You're going to defend. But it's going to be that Rift Herald going down. I think this will eventually be a first tower of the game, but in the meantime, in the bot side of the map as well, it will be another tower going over to Viv. So just trading back and forward at the moment in objectives, but the mid lane.
Kranix and Flower may be caught here as Janna will use that Monsoon to disengage. Flash Flay comes through. That's enough to pick it up with the Glitter Lance from Lulu. Bot lane tower did fall in exchange for Viv though, so that Rift Herald buys Zero Zone first tower blood. Viv get the dragon earlier on in the game. Now they're looking to set up for the next one, but they're actually looking for mid lane. 5 members strong here, and remember, there's no carry. That is a beautiful explosive cast. He's going to immediately put Thresh in danger under the tower. Second kill does come through as Kai'Sa picks it up onto Renekton, and here comes the damage from Viv and the lack of damage from Zero Zone, as they cannot really match it this early on in the game. Even so, Viv really starting to put the pressure up in these team fights.
That explosive cast was absolutely huge, knocking the members of Zero Zone into Viv Esports. And even though it was a 4 versus 5 situation, they were able to do it. They knocked Lulu and Thresh into the team. And even though Lulu had the wild growth, but yeah, like you said, you could kind of see the struggle that Zero Zone have. They don't really have like any real damage, to be fair to you. Maybe the true damage from the Haymaker from Patterson, or maybe Sephiro trying to jump in, or the Gray's auto attacks. But when it comes to them team fights, and when it comes to overall, you can see the plated steel caps is being built kind of across the board. Interesting enough, Kranix has gone for the Mercury treads instead of the plated steel caps. Yeah. So it's very interesting. Maybe it's just the a little bit of crowd control. I mean, there's a little bit of crowd control on the side of Zero Zone, but not too much, to be fair. I think definitely plated steel caps would have been of better value this game. But maybe he feels like that he has enough, shields and healing to be able to keep himself alive from the auto attacks.
Exactly. I was gonna say, I think the thought process there, right, is just like, as long as they don't get Renekton W'd that lasts forever, or like set pulled in, like I don't mind it so much, but nevertheless, like, we'll see how Kranix actually plays it out in the rest of this game. Yeah, the damage is just not sticking for the side of Zero Zone, and even though they get the hook, they get the engage here. Again, disengage comes through, and with a low damage and low range composition like this, it's going to be hard for Zero Zone to actually pick their fights. Now in comes Miller behind. That's a beautiful body slam, and it is going to slam the door potentially on this entire game for Viv as they are pushing through the middle lane. This Gragas performance by Sharks has been the best Gragas we've seen here in Europe already this season.
Oh my god, Sharks again. He landed the explosive cast before in mid lane, and now it was the body slam flash 3 members just stuck underneath the tower, and you had to follow up with the tornado, with the Olaf jumping in as well as the Kaiser. We're going to see it again here. Just watch Sharks. Watch this Gragas. You can see he set it up, uses his W, body slam, boom, flash. 3 members just completely stuck in place. And Patterson was trying to survive with all of the armor and not all the armor, all the shields and everything. But in the end, wow, that was pretty explosive stress. It was, pretty explosive indeed.
Give the assist to Flower there. Like that tornado couldn't have been better positioned, where because it was cutting in diagonally like past the tower, it forced everybody into that tiny gap between the tower and the wall, and it's like you either get engaged upon or you get knocked up by the tornado. So like beautiful teamwork and coordination from Viv, and this is exactly what Xcandal said in his points to begin, is like Viv's ability to make macro plays and like set up team fights is really, really strong. And this is why, even though they're not the big names that we were expecting out of Game Lord, this is why they're exciting, and they're going again as Kranix is going to flash forward, pick up 1 kill in the bottom lane, and Viv are just trying to ramp this game up quicker and quicker. If they can get Patterson, this should be another kill, should be easily done.
Yep, should he take another kill here, and Kranix is on a rampage, and that's not something you want to see on the side of Zero Zone. You don't want to see a Kaiser already getting ahead when it's not even 13 minutes into the game. And look at this, Milip's just jumping in as well. Our Nation, you're stuck, buddy. This Lulu dual lane carry is not working wonders for you.
No, it is not. Our Nation's finding out what it feels like to play support in a competitive game at this point. Double kill comes through. It's going to be a triple kill coming out as Kranix doesn't have tower aggro for the last one as Janna picks up the kill. I like what Zero Zone were trying to do. I like they were bringing something different, but it has not worked in this game. Like Viv are tearing them apart in the team fights now. I don't see a way back for Zero Zone without a primary carry.
No, I don't see it at all. They got no late game carry at all, really. And you can see again just kind of the struggles of Lulu as well, especially when you have a Camille on the other side and no one really to protect you. You have your own wild growth, but unfortunately that's not going to give you enough health. And then after this, you can see the kind of like what we mentioned in draft, the disengage, the shielding and healing and everything that Kranix and Floor can bring in the duo lane. And now you got to see, you got to really look back at the draft, really kind of have a think about what Zero Zone were kind of thinking really in this draft with this Lulu pick, to be honest. I mean, like you said, it's something different. It's always nice to see something different, but I think there's a difference between trying something different and just something completely wild.
So I think there's a world where, like, if, for instance, Renekton or Set start this game with 2 or 3 kills, they become unkillable, and then all of this support around them basically allows them to stay alive and win team fights. And I think that there's a world where that happens, but also if you see a composition that is so obviously built around melee range carries like this, you're like, oh, we have a ton of disengage, and you'll never kill us. So there'll never be an opportunity for Renekton to be fed or Set to be fed. So I think Viv played really well with that last pick, Janna. I think it completely screwed this composition from Zero Zone up. I know that sounds kind of like reactionary, but that's the thing about last pick on red side is you can pinpoint weaknesses in the enemy composition and say, well, if they just never fight us, they'll never get ahead.
Yeah, we spoke about a little bit in the pre-show about support priority and everything. We saw the early pick from the Thresher. We saw even a last pick on support as well on red side, which we don't really see too much, but it shows how important support picks can be as well. We haven't really seen Janna too much, but like you said, they realized that you got Set jumping in, Graves jumping in, Renekton jumping in. As long as you have that tornado, the knockups, as long as you have the ultimate to knock Zero Zone away from your team, then there's not really anything else that we can do. They've got no second engage source, really. If they suplex with the Set, and then after that, what have they really got to engage? They got no real engage at all. Where on the side of Viv, they got the best of both worlds.
Camille's going to come over the wall from Millip and going to lock one down. They've got Renekton, and there is damage here, but it is not enough to get even 1 kill yet on the side of Zero Zone as Viv are starting to really eat through the health bars. Sharks is going to go over the wall, doesn't quite land the crowd control that he was looking for, and 1 kill does go over to Zero Zone, but it's not really going to be enough to turn it. What it will do, though, is deter Viv from taking the Baron, and then that does slow the game for a moment, but it's 12,000 gold in the lead for Viv, and they have basically taken every objective they've wanted this game.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension, I feel like. They were just trying to make the plays necessary. Sharks and Miller right on the back line. Kranix actually made a really aggressive and really scary ultimate with the killer instinct onto the backline, but he had the shielding available, he had the healing and everything available as well. And Patterson in the end being able to suplex nothing because Gragas died in the end, which is kind of a cool interaction, as if the champion dies mid-air because he's set is like, doing some I don't know, some wrestling moves, I guess, in the end, just trying to practice his own wrestling moves. But yeah, as you said already, full control for Viv Esports anyway. 3 dragons to 0. The Elder Dragon's going to be Elder Infernal as well. So if you thought this Kai'Sa was doing a lot of damage, you wait until this Kai'Sa gets Elder Infernal. My God, I don't see a way of them killing Kranix at all this game.
Yeah, we've started to see a little bit of the defensive items come through. We've got Death's Dance on both Camille and Olaf, going to give them a little bit more survivability. There's the Bramble Vest here as well. They're going to basically survive through the upfront damage from Zero Zone. And Viv baiting Zero Zone forward into the honey trap. Now, the thing about this is Gragas is not here. So if they do engage ahead of time, this is actually an advantageous fight for Zero Zone until Gragas regroups. And I think this is a way that Zero Zone got a little bit of extra map control that they shouldn't have been able to get in that moment.
They didn't get any vision or anything down, though, to be fair. Normally, most of the time, when you have that advantage or when you have that kind of small opportunity to push up the map, you need to try and put some vision down or something. You can see they don't have a ward on Dragon. They don't have a ward on Baron at all. So Viv can even say, okay, you come to us, you come towards Baron, and kind of play that. I guess you can say they're kind of playing a game of, Camille could go in the bot side of the map, try and split push, and then if multiple members go down to Camille, then you can say, okay, we'll just take the Dragon Baron for it. Yeah,
it feels like Zero Zone is stuck moving as one 5-person unit because they don't really have the damage in anything other than a 5-person unit. So I feel like that's the strength of disengage, is like there really is no opportunity for Zero Zone to engage on Gragas and Janna without a significant mistake being made by Viv. So Zero Zone just have to wait for Viv to make a mistake around these objectives. And to be fair, they kind of made one on the Baron play. Like they overextended into a fight that really should have closed the game for Viv. If you look at things like on a very like theoretical level, you think, okay, you get the one kill, you take the Baron. Now they're going to go aggressive. Milip's going to do it again. I don't know whether this is necessary 20 seconds before Elder. I think it's just about assuming control from here.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that they're not going towards Baron before the Elder Drake comes up. I guess they don't really want to risk anything. I feel like this is definitely a big thing in this game.
Does Milip have teleport? I think one of the only ways that this game turns is if Zero Zone try and rush down at least a fight around Elder, but you can see Milip already back down. So he just cleared a small little wave on the top side. So it is now going to be able to cut into mid lane.
Yeah, so the problem here with Zero Zone is that they have no lockdown or anything at all. Like they have no way, and they can't really contest this. But yeah, like you said already, Camille's in the top side. Interesting enough, they started the Elder, but yeah, I have a feeling that just Viv just don't want to take any risks, which is like is kind of a, I guess you can say is, I think they still have the better late game scaling, I have to admit. So even if they're not going to take any risks, I still don't think there is a way for Zero Zone to come back. But they're not taking any risks. They're not really, doing much really this game.
For me, Olaf solo doesn't do this Elder Drake fast enough to actually threaten it. So the thing is, now they have to bring the rest of the team over, and this is what they could have been doing about a minute ago as it was spawning. Is like you have to pressure around with like the 4-man and try and get something. As soon as Janna and Kai'Sa show on the side lane, this is a mistake from Viv because they're leaving Olaf and Gragas what is basically this? To 2 versus 4. This is not how you play this out from this situation. What you do is you disengage Elder Dragon and take mid inhibitor, and that's exactly what they're doing now. I'm glad to see they disengage. They stuck around for a little bit too long for my liking.
And now they're going to collapse, actually. I think they're actually going to collapse onto 4 members of Zero Zone, and they might look to fight.
This actually works out really well for Viv now as they manage to catch Zero Zone in their own jungle. It was riskier perhaps than it should have been at first, but they're going to get 2 inhibitors from it and then peel back from the Elder. Very careful by Viv, but actually ends up working out in their favor.
This is a really strange game. I must admit, this is a really, really strange game for
Grace
both
is going
teams.
to try and steal if he can get the nearly on the timing, but that's going to be the end of this game as Elder Infernal is going to pop the members of Zero Zone and Viv. 17 kills to 3. It feels like they have 5 carries when Zero Zone have none. As Viv, they saw what Zero Zone were offering and they said, we're just going to walk through this bottom lane, walk through the game, and close it out with a 20,000 gold lead. Viv going to take game number 1 against Zero Zone, and this is a very different series from the draft than we were expecting.
I think this is a very controlled game by Viv Esports in the end. I think they just didn't want to take any risks. They were very controlled. They were kind of toying, I guess, with Zero Zone here. And they were like, okay, we're going to take Elder. No, we're actually going to take your base. No, we're going to go back to Elder again. And they were just going back and forth and back and forth. But I think they just, like I said, they didn't want to take any risks. I feel like that was kind of the thing with both teams going into this first game. And I think we'll be able to see in the early game as well with the highlights as well. It was kind of just a back and forth early game where both teams were like, okay, we're trying to make plays, but we also don't want to overextend and take any risk because we know that if we get behind in the early game, then it's going to be really, really hard to come back.
Yeah, I mean, this first fight, I think we started to see what Zero Zone were trying to do, like just the pure base stats, but this fight basically destroyed the game when it came to like what Zero Zone were trying to do. Like that Gragas ultimate, like Shug's Gragas performance was insane in 2 key fights, fighting multiple people with the exact type of crowd control they wanted. This is beautiful. This is exactly what you want to see. And from here, there really was no way of Zero Zone playing this game out.
No, I think the 2 fights there in the mid lane, both Shug's MVP for sure for this game. Yeah. Both the explosive cast and the body slam as well. And from there, I think Zero Zone kind of just struggled a little bit. I feel like with this comp, you need an early game lead. You need to kind of get that advantage with the Lulu, with your bruisers in the top side of the map as well. And if you don't get an early game gold lead, then there's no way of really winning these fights. You got Kranich scaling, you got Flower, which was able to disengage as well. I think you just have multiple ways to engage as well onto Zero Zone. You can see in these fights as well, there's not really a lot of damage at all really for the side of Zero Zone.
No, exactly. This is the fight that followed the attempt at the Elder Drake, and the Elder Drake was what scared me because they had put so much damage down on it, and basically if it's under half health and the enemy team can contest with greater numbers, like that's the danger zone. That's when you have to be careful of the enemy team just going, okay, thanks for setting it up for us, we'll take it. But nevertheless, Zero Zone really struggling to get any kind of play on this game. You can see the double support composition just didn't work in the way that they were expecting it to. Maybe there was something there on paper with the bruisers being buffed up, but it definitely did not make it work in this game. Like you can see how the difference in damage in general and just the presence on the game is exactly the difference between the 2 teams. I mean, when your bot lane carry role has literally the gold of the support that you'd expect, that's always a real tough situation.
Yeah, it's I'm really interested to see what Zero Zone kind of thought process was in the draft, to be fair. Were they just picking Lulu just to, just stop Viv from picking it, or was it just a pick that they had planned or something? I'm not really too sure. I mean, maybe it could have been a mistake as well. Maybe they just picked the wrong champion. I mean, we don't know about these things, but yeah, in the end, I feel like this game definitely could have ended a lot sooner than what it did. Yeah. But I think Viv Esports just well thought out on the end of just taking control really of the map and just making sure that they don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Orianna or any other mage in that bottom lane role that we've seen and were available. Let's take a look at the play of the game. I think it's probably going to be something around Sharks.
Oh yeah,
because that Gragas performance is gonna stick in my mind for a while.
Yeah, I believe I hope it's going to be this mid lane play. But yeah, I think what you said as well, which I didn't really catch out at first, was the Janna tornado as well, which actually knocked up 2 members and kind of, like you said, zoned the members of Zero Zone as well. So it meant they had to group together. And then after that, Sharks flash body slam in. I think from that point and a little bit before that as well, the point where they got that mid lane fight and they won 4 versus 5, that was when Viv were able to accelerate their gold leads.
Oh yes, the rare aggressive Janna play. It's what you love to see in game. We are going to step away for just a couple of minutes. We're going to be back with game number 2 between Zero Zone and Viv Esports. This was a great game 1, hoping for something similar in game 2, maybe just a little bit closer. Maybe we'll get a little bit better of a draft. We'll be back in 3.5 minutes.
this water into wine.
Welcome back, everybody, to week 3 of the Wild Rift EMEA Championships. And after a very strange game 1 between Zero Zone and Viv, we're hoping for perhaps a little bit more of a standard draft from Zero Zone in game 2. I'm Stress, joined by Stuart. I think we've had a little bit of time to think about that, Lulu. Neither of us are fans of it.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit during the break, and we're still trying to wrap our heads around kind of the strategy and what everything was. But I think there's one thing that we're going to know from the second draft is that that's not going to happen again. Yeah. I don't think they're going to go for that same strategy again. I mean, we've seen our nation play these AP carries. We've seen Morgana, which they banned away themselves. We've seen him play Orianna, which was open. Ziggs was open as well. So it just seems really, really strange. Obviously, they had a plan behind it, but unfortunately, they weren't able to execute it.
Yeah, they weren't. I think we'll see a different draft, or it might be a more standard mage in that bottom lane, like the likes of an Orianna or a Ziggs. I know we've said it a lot, but there's a reason they're meta right now. We heard Mozilla talk about it earlier in the day. Bruisers with these AP bot lanes, very difficult to beat in the meta, and certainly not having a carry makes it difficult. We're not the only ones that have opinions on Lulu and the way that draft and that game played out. Excandrel was keeping an eye on game number 1 and has some key points to head into game 2 between Zero Zone and Viv.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, and I think you correctly talked about one of the most important things, which was the Zero Zone draft. It was not ideal. I think realistically, when you've got a key player like our nation, you don't want to be putting him on a low damage supportive carry. I think the guys talked about that on the desk quite well. Also, I want to just put a little bit of light onto that draft. I think the Lulu pick was there to accelerate the bruisers in the mid game. I think they were hoping to have Ardent Sensor finished by first Dragon or first Rift Herald, and then just use the power of Set and Renekton in the mid game to try and just push themselves to victory by snowballing. Snowballing is a really great way to win games in Wild Rift. It just didn't work out, and that was because Viv's macro is just so good. Viv are really good around playing around the map. They were coordinated as a team. They played super well around the objectives, and I think I was really impressed with how they played that game out from a very kind of top-level standpoint. So I think that, Zero Zone needs to go back to the drawing board. They're not going to win this game through pure objective control because Viv are just too good at that. And I want to point out the MVP contender for me right now is Sharks. Absolutely insane engages on the Gragas, both with his body slam and flash combinations and also his explosive cast. He really set up and allowed Viv to accelerate the game, and that was the most important thing. Shark was the catalyst for Viv being able to push that gold lead to ridiculous heights by a very short time frame. So really, really impressed with Viv all round. We'll see what they can do in the second game when we hand it back over to Stress and Stuart.
Absolute MVP contender. Like Sharks' Gragas for me is like perhaps one of the most standout performances just from any player so far. Like we've had 3 weeks of games now, and I'm like, there's been a couple of players where I'm like, okay, Kamalto yesterday. We saw a few in week 1 and 2 with players like from Andres from the jungle, but that game is like, okay, Sharks has said, okay, just follow me into fights and we're going to win every single time. Really strong performance from a lane that only recently has started playing Gragas. It's not that frequent that we've seen it before the spring of this year.
Yeah, it's been quite an interesting one. I feel like Gragas has not been a kind of a priority, really, especially in the mid lane. But even though his buffs don't really kind of buff him too well in the mid lane, kind of teams have been like, okay, we're going to try Gragas again, even though he got like a recent AD buff. And they're realizing now that, oh, you can actually play AP Gragas as an AP damage source in the mid lane. It's working out. And I think Sharks has definitely been one of them, key, I guess, carries for the team as well, especially in the previous game, and one of the standout performances over the last few weeks.
Would not surprise me to see a Gragas ban come through because it was the first rotation, and I wonder whether it would be a blue side first pick for Viv, because I actually think it was that strong in the game that it was very much worth it. Nevertheless, we are heading towards picks and bans for our second game of the series. We saw some presence on the likes of Jace and Set and that kind of thing, but it is Viv now on the blue side, Zero Zone on the red side, so we do have to take account of those swaps. Maybe this is the opportunity where Zero Zone would have that flexibility to, if they do want to pick Lulu, put it in a different lane when they see the total composition.
Yeah, interestingly, the sides of swaps as Zero Zone on obviously on the losing side decided to go on the red side for this game. But like you said, it allows for that Gragas maybe to be first pick, which the Gragas as well can be flexed to other lanes. We've seen Baron lane Gragas, we've seen jungle Gragas, also support Gragas as well. So I feel like it's definitely a really, really big high priority for these two teams. And Set is still going through the draft at the moment, but standard red side bans that we've seen at the moment is Fiora, is Jace, and is also Set. So I wouldn't be surprised if this final ban is Set. No, it's going to be Camille instead. And I feel like that is a pretty good ban, to be fair, because I feel like the lockdown of Camille, what she can offer for a team is a lot. But there you go, Set's open again, and that will be the first pick for Viv Esports.
I feel like we may even see the same as last time, where Gragas is picked in this rotation now for Zero Zone. Varus finds his way through the draft this time, and we're going from no carry in the bottom lane to the best AD carry in the bottom lane for Varus. Like, still very, very strong in the meta. There's the Olaf as well. This opens up quite a few compositions now. Lulu Varus is very strong in the lane. Olaf very strong with Lulu later on in the game. I'm going to mention that at some point someone's going to realize how strong Olaf Yuumi is. Yuumi is available for people, but we haven't seen Yuumi have any priority here in Europe so far.
Yeah, we've seen it over in SEA. I'm not too sure if everyone's seen the clips of Garen, Yuumi and everything as well, but we have seen it. So it is a possibility, it's open, like you said, but now it kind of leaves Zero Zone in a bit of a situation where they need a mid lane AP car. Well, they don't really need it. They can go for like full AD like they did in the previous game. They can go for that situation. I'm not saying it's definitely needed, but you're going to be, in a lot of AD situations of, wow, that's and speaking of AD damage, it's a lot of
heavy AD, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of heavy AD damage for a Viv Esports. So I feel like going into going into the second one, I mean, it's just all AD. Look at this, it's just all AD. And now I feel like both teams are just going to ban out AP mages, because both teams want to play AP mages. Both teams want to do it, and like, I know what you're going to say, Stress. Actually, I know what you're going to say.
You've got Olaf and Garen. Yuumi is so strong, in my opinion. Anyway, so we're going to see mages banned out. We've got Corki gone. Morgana's going to go. I'm going to tongue-in-cheek say Lulu doesn't need to be banned. Ariana's going to be available. We got the likes of Brand that we haven't seen in a few weeks. But a lot of AP carries in the bottom lane that are available, because everybody in this game will stack armor at some point, looking at the 6 champions that we have picked already. They actually banned the Lulu. It's because of the Olaf. It's because of the Olaf. Like, Olaf Lulu is really strong.
I mean, yeah, you can still play, Lulu as a support. I don't think, we both laughed because we saw it as a carry in the previous game. I don't think we'd be played in a carry role if it got picked again. But yeah, Garen, I think, is a really, really nice third pick for the side of Zero Zone, because you go for these kind of Black Cleaver Sterics, but after that you can go for a lot of tank, and Black Cleaver and Sterics are quite cheap items. You can get them quite quickly. But after that you can build likes of Bramble Vest, Dead Man's Plate and everything as well. And it's going to be really hard for Viv to kind of go through this Garen. But interesting enough, Viv didn't ban out any AP mages, I guess because they want an AP mage for themselves. But Gragas is actually one that went through the entire first banning phase and first picking phase.
It can flex now, like both Gragas and Garen can flex between top and mid, and Gragas can flex between top, mid, and support. So there's a lot of options available depending on what they see from this Viv lineup now.
Yeah, I mean, Garen, we've seen Garen at mid lane a little bit against the Zed because it's really hard for Zed to even go in. And wow, that is a Vayne for Kranix. We saw it in week 1. We saw him pick up Vayne before. Now, what's this going to be paired with? You got Janna still available, which Flower played in the previous game. You got Nami maybe as well, which can be pretty decent. But all these, enchanters that do a lot of crowd control. You can't do anything against an Olaf, but it could also be set support, yeah. And it is going to be set support. There you go, right call stress.
Yeah, it's got to be here for something sometimes. But I mean, this is them saying basically, like, we don't need more AP if we can just go with Silver Bolt's damage for that third proc and shred through tanks. Now we just need to bring some more crowd control. Like, there's not a massive amount. Well, I mean, there's situational crowd control from the side of Zero Zone with the likes of Varus, with the likes of Gragas if it hits. Janna is going to disengage. Doesn't lock down the Vayne in any way. And I feel like that might be the trickiest part of this game from Zero Zone is you've got 3 very mobile carries on the side of Viv. Like Zed, Akali, and Vayne can tear through a backline. Yeah. However, there's a strong front line in the side of Zero Zone with like Olaf, Garen, and Gragas in those positions. So kind of a very different game to game 1.
Yeah, the true damage from Kranix on his Vayne is going to be really, really insane. You know, Garen, Olaf tank, Gragas it looks like it might be mid lane Gragas. It could also still be Baron lane tank Gragas as well. I don't think that's the right call for Zero Zone here, because if you have a third tank as well, that just means Vayne could just shred through your entire front line as well. But interesting enough, I think this is going to be Akali maybe in the Baron lane. It could also be mid lane Akali, Zed, Baron lane, but I don't think that's going to be the case. And Akali Baron lane is not really something we see a lot, because Akali does struggle against these AD bruisers and these AD tanks in the Baron lane.
I'm sad. As much as I hate Yuumi, I think this was one of the more viable games that we were going to see it in. I mean, Varus making a reappearance in that bottom lane is going to be the complete opposite side of the coin for our nation, where he should have lane presence. Like, Varus against Vayne means Vayne basically says, okay, I'm not going to do anything for 15 minutes of the game. But if we get past 15 minutes of the game, Varus, you're not going to do anything, because you can basically eat through. So very late game focused on the bot side for Viv, and I think that they've played out very comfortably. This composition is very similar to the one that you broke down yesterday in your segment with the Jarvan, with the Vayne, where they were good at securing vision control around mid and then playing around objectives. So for Viv, this is something they're used to doing.
Yeah, it's all going to be about allowing Kranix to just have kind of free reign to be able to auto attack in the backline and kind of zoning out as well. But when you have the likes of an Olaf and a Garen, it is going to be really hard as well at the same time, that even though Vayne is very, very, mobile, can turn invisible and dash around as well and kind of tumble around, that it is going to be Garen in the mid lane. So we've seen this a little bit before. We've seen Fizz as a kind of a counter / skill matchup against the Zed, but we've also seen Garen mid lane as well, which just means that Zed just finds it much, much more difficult to be able to kill the Zeds.
Ooh, a lot closer on the prediction game. Last game, it was 2/3 thinking that Viv were going to do it. However, this time it's just over 50%. Yeah, I think so. As you said, like, the mobility, I think, is kind of difficult for Zero Zone to deal with. That tankiness as well, I think, other than the Vayne, may very well struggle on the side of Viv to eat through the front line. But we're going to have to watch how it goes. These first fights are going to be the key ones for the Dragon and the Rift Herald, because I think it looked like Zero Zone could have done something around their last game, but Viv ended up just being way too strong in the macro game.
Yeah, most of these lanes, they're not going to have any priority as well, which is kind of a complete flip of first game. They have full priority in all their lanes in the first game, but, in bot lane, they have a losing matchup. Mid lane, they kind of have a losing matchup as well, especially in getting their priority, because Zed can't really do much against Garen in the early game. And in the Baron lane as well, they have a little bit of priority with Akali if she can push in the wave like she is now, but most of the time, Gragas does a fairly decent job into Akali. I feel like this is actually probably one of the better matchups for Akali in the Baron lane. But yeah, there's a lot of trading already happening in the dual lane here. And if you're Kranix and Floor, you don't want to be taking any of these fights in the early game. No,
you're so short range between Vayne and Set that, like, Janna Varus is just going to blast you in lane. Varus, I mean, we've seen so many games since Horizon Cup, when included, where Varus has this insane lane presence, and early fights just are so easy to pick off low health targets. You use that empowered ability the piercing arrow, and suddenly everybody loses half of their health. So it's one of those picks that is always going to be prominent until it gets nerfed into the ground, unfortunately.
Yeah, and interesting
enough
as
a Varus main, unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, that's the thing with like Varus is just. I don't. He brings so much to a team fight as well, Varus. You know, he has the chains of corruptions and everything as well. But one thing I actually want to quickly mention as well is actually the Gragas in the Baron lane. You can see that Patterson has taken Grasp Beyond Dying, also started Ruby Crystal. So that's going to be another tank for Vayne to shred through. So Vayne has kind of 3 targets that she could just completely shred through. It doesn't matter how much armor that Patterson and Labunya and Saphira is going to build, because Vayne's just going to use the silver bolts and just deal a lot of true damage. So I feel like it would have been better to go like AP Gragas this game and maybe go mid lane Gragas, but maybe that's something that Zero Zone have not practiced. And maybe something that they're not comfortable with. But yeah, going tank Gragas against a Vayne, not really what I would really do in this situation.
Yeah, it feels like almost you need to just like blow her up immediately and secure the kill. I think that's one of the difficult things about playing with Vayne is she's so punishing that if you're against her and you don't immediately kill her in a fight, you basically expect to lose the fight over time. And I think, as you said, just going full tank means it's going to be difficult to kill Kranix in this entire matchup, especially with the protection he's got, like the Jarvan ultimate set as well, can really peel most of the Zero Zone lineup off. Obviously, the only one that can't get really affected by Set's ult is going to be the Olaf once he's popped that Ragnarok.
Yeah, I think Flaw's job this game is just going to be to just suplex the front line away, and he's a little bit caught out. The Chain of Corruption there could have been a pretty good use, but I guess he just doesn't want to use it just before the objectives. But you can see this game is kind of completely flipped to the first one. Zero Zone have mid lane priority because Vayne doesn't have any wave clear at all. Yep. They have the side lane pressure as well with both the Garen and the Gragas. So now it's going to be for Zero Zone for the ones to be proactive this game. They're going to be the ones that are going to try and look, and they are going to go straight for this first Rift Herald. And Viv are a little bit slow on this. You know, Tyrus is not really doing too much. They kind of slow on the Dragon. They can honestly take this Rift Herald and go straight to the Dragon afterwards.
Yeah, I think between Vayne and Jarvan, they should be able to rush it down. The problem is the mid lane push, just in case there like, is an immediate Rift Herald. But that's not what Zero Zone are going for. They're going to go for topside instead. I don't know whether they'll immediately throw it down, but of course, getting that first Rift Herald gives them that opportunity. It's low enough that they don't actually need it. I think they can get this damage down and eat through those 2 plates and hold the Rift Herald. So this is a good position for Zero Zone to start getting a little bit of gold generation onto their carries. Their early game team fights are really strong. Like Garen, Varus, Gragas all have impact in these fights. I think that's what we have to be careful of is Patterson. He's actually going to get dropped, but Miller almost ends up falling himself as he goes under the tower. Miller managing to pick up that first kill. That's an important one on one of these carries from Viv.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstep by Patterson. They got the first tower. I'm not too sure if he was recalling there or something. I'll have to look back because I was too busy looking at mid lane. But look, Zero Zone are being proactive. This is what I'd like to see from Zero Zone. They know that they have the early
there's a
game.
dive on Varus in the mid lane as well. Like Varus has managed to survive through the chains of corruption and the flash. Rift Herald does go into the bottom lane, but it's Varus picking up that kill. They've turned it back around as between that Janna and the Varus they've been able to do it. But this is danger situation. There's Vayne starting to get the damage out, can't pick up the kill, and backing away from this fight is what they need to do. They cannot afford Kranix getting kills in this early game. They have to get the gold onto Varus and stop Viv from getting gold onto Kranix.
Yeah, it looks like they realized that 2 members were down in the Dura lane, so they were trying to make that mid lane prey. Like you said, the mid lane tower dive, but it's just completely backfired for Viv as well. And Viv are kind of falling apart a little bit in this early game. You can see the Cataclysm from the Jarvan on top of the damage. Oh my god, that damage!
That's Varus for you. Yeah. That empowered ability 1 is a significant amount of damage. There's the danger situation for our nation, but rightly plays back in the lane and stays alive.
Yeah, they tried to Cataclysm on top of Flower flashing in as well into the Cataclysm, but it just shows how strong the Chain of Corruptions can be. Just means that they have the lockdown as well. When you have the Tower Aggro on top of that, and when you have the Blighted stacks on Varus's second ability, because he had the Blighted stacks, it means his first ability was just able to do more damage. And honestly, I think that did like 200 or 300 damage. You know, this early on in the game is absolutely disgusting. Interesting enough, Patterson has gone for a more heavy AP route, which I like. I like that he's not going for like this full tank. He's gone for Rod of Ages on top of the full tank as well. But I mean, he went for Grasp Beyond Dying, so I was kind of expecting for a full tank, but maybe he realizes that, look, I can't build full tank this game. I'm against the Vayne. I want to try and one-shot the Vayne before she can basically just keep auto-attacking me and dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, is that just like a laning thing with Grasp where you're like, oh, I just need it to survive through rather than looking for that full damage? We'll figure out exactly where the rest of the build is going, but going for Rabidous F-Cap as a second item, so we'll try and make people pop with those explosive casks. Has already found the bad side of Millip, though. We'll get the body slam to work through, but Millip is just going to back away after shrouding.
Yep, we're in a bit of a stalemate at the moment. A little bit of a gold lead for Zero Zone, but Viv kind of brought it back a little bit, to be fair. Just a 2,000 gold lead, but 2 towers to 0. Viv do have the first dragon, and now's the time where the second dragons are going to spawn and when the second Rift Herald is going to spawn. So now, again, you're looking at the side of Zero Zone. What are they going to do now? They have the pressure in the side lanes. They have both top and bot lane tower secured for now. And it is Viv Esports at the moment are looking to be a little bit more aggressive, but again, they just have no priority in the lanes. They have no mid lane control. Tyrus, I think, was able to get a ward down, I think. No, he was just using his flag just to make sure that there was no one around. And yeah, I think it's Zero Zone that has to keep on being proactive this game, because if you slow down a little bit in this game, and if you allow Vayne to farm up, then it's going to be really hard to try and come back when it gets to later stages.
Exactly. There's one item though that's completed that I always like when you're playing against Zed very early on. That's a stasis on your primary carry. Like our nation already has it. Sometimes you see carries delay it for a while, but that's an engage coming out from Set. He's 1 versus 5. The rest of the team has not grouped yet from the side of Viv, and he is able to get away for just a moment, not quite enough to stay alive the entire time. And Kranix is trying to get the damage through. Flashes over the wall to try and get Labunya and does get it, but he's going to drop low. Kranix is going to end up falling to our nation, and Zero Zone have picked up enough kills from that. I think Kranix only got the 1. There's 2 kills over to the side of Zero Zone.
Yeah, Flower went a little bit too over-aggressive there, to be honest. He was kind of not on the same page of his team, but he went in with the suplex, being able to just try and group the members together, and then Tyrus was like, oh, we're going in, are we? And then he kind of just followed afterwards as well. But like you said, the rest of the team were not there. Kranix wasn't ready, Shogs wasn't ready, and Millip wasn't ready as well, and it was explosive cast again, which is, I feel like, has been such a crucial ultimate in this series. You can see, if you watch Patterson here, the explosive cast as well, to not both Shogs and Millip into the team, you can see just there, and they tried to engage after that as well, but there's not really much you could do when you're overextended like that. With Flower on the set, for example, you're just going to just die when you're by yourself, and in the end, it does pay a little bit of a bad sign for Viv in the end, but they are back onto the map now. They are going to look to try and work towards this dragon. Interestingly enough, the Rift Herald was not taken, so no objectives, no second objectives have been taken just yet, but now that means that Zero Zone is going to look to go towards this dragon. You can see already that Tyrus is going up towards the Rift Herald to try and trade objectives, but the poke damage already by this Varus is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it's gross. Like, Varus has so much early game damage, and they've actually cut Kranix away from the Rift Herald. So this is going to be a slow take on the side of Viv. That dragon has already pretty much gone down. There it is. I was saying already, expecting it to have gone. But actually, this has died fast enough that Viv are going to get away. That was a couple of seconds quicker than I thought it was going to be. That Vayne does shred through the neutral objectives, and Kranix maybe caught no flash, remember. Still just about a quarter of that cooldown to go. But it's hard to play around mid lane against Varus. Like, he clears the wave and pushes you back so effectively that it's really difficult to get any kind of map control.
And this is the problem that we kind of spoken about over the past few weeks of the WREC, when you don't have that mid lane priority, when you kind of draft losing lanes, and when you're able to just rotate around the map. You can see the Zero Zone have kind of complete control of the map at the moment, but I feel like Viv are playing a very different game plan this game compared to the previous one. You know, last game they did have the lane priorities, so you can see that in the previous game they were able to kind of be proactive, but I feel like this game they're just playing a little bit more passive. They're trying to make sure that they don't really make any mistakes, because if you fall behind against this Zero Zone lineup, which they have done, but honestly, it's only like a few thousand gold lead, so it's still a reasonable gold lead that you can see that, you know, they can allow Kranix to scale up. Millip as well can maybe one-shot our nation in the late game, so as long as they stay within a close distance, Viv Esports still have a chance in this game.
Exactly. Like, and as we say, that Labunya may very well be caught 1 versus 2, but he's actually going to turn the damage back around. Tyrus is going to get himself out. He's only just bought that Guardian Angel. If that gets popped, that would be a very early cooldown to have been used. And yeah, this is kind of when you build a Vayne lane composition, and you're like, okay, we're probably playing for the late game, you kind of assume that you're going to be down a couple of thousand. Anything more, and you're like, okay, that might be too much. But it's okay to be a little bit down. Now Labunya has been engaged upon again by Tyrus. It's a tower going down to Viv in the top side of the rift, so getting a little bit of that global gold towards the team. Tyrus has to back away. He is quite low. They are going to lose this tower in exchange of it, but Zero Zone will take that in this exchange. However, Flower wants to go aggressive, lands the suplex onto multiple people, but he is alone once again. And Flower, this is kind of characteristic of how this game has gone. In goes Miller, but can't quite find the first kill. Shroud jumps back out, can't get anything more. But Viv, maybe they've done enough. Maybe that was enough to slow Zero Zone even further. No kills means there's no extra gold going over to Zero Zone after that tower.
I mean, the most important thing to note in that little bit of exchange there is they had no Jarvan ultimate. They had no Vayne ultimate as well. Kranix actually used his ultimate as well. But then Flower tried to re-engage as well. I felt like, again, it's just a little bit of an overextension by Flower, because when you don't have a Jarvan Cataclysm, when you don't have Vayne ultimate, there's no real way that you can actually fight Zero Zone this early on in the game. And then after that as well, I think the Flash ultimate by Sephiro tried to catch out the set, but unfortunately, I think he like auto-casted it and it went on the Z instead, unfortunately. So he was trying to do enough to be able to get enough damage down, but unfortunately he kind of went on the wrong target. But Patterson might be caught
on
out.
Patterson, yeah, he's going to stasis. He's going to buy enough time for the rest
team
of the team to
rotations,
join.
though.
Yeah, exactly. Zero Zone are on their way up towards that top side. They're already pushed mid out. It gives them the ability to step up. Kranix,
oh my god!
Yeah, that's Varus for you. I was about to comment that, well, you know, Varus, I like Cyrilda's Grudge as the second item. I think it's very, very useful, but it does feel like a little bit lower damage sometimes. Yeah, no, not when you half health a Vayne off 1 Q. It's not that much lower damage. Opting for Edge of Night as a third item just to give himself a little bit more survivability as well. Cyrilda's Varus is really difficult to kind of like play around objectives against. It slows you and deals so much damage that, I don't know, it's really annoying to play on the other side of.
Yeah, the thing with Cyrilda's Grudge is that actually got changed quite recently, because now it does scaling armor penetration based on your levels. So the later the game goes, the more damage you're going to be able to do, the more armor penetration you have as well. So sometimes you see like Ghostblade as a second item for Varus's, because you don't really want to build Cyrilda's Grudge too early game, because it doesn't really give you too much, but it gives you that utility. It gives you them slows, which we've seen already this game. Viv is struggling to deal with, to be honest. I don't really know, you know, how they're really going to get through to this Varus. I think that's why they kind of went for the Akali last pick, because that's really their only way of trying to get onto Varus when you have a Janna as well, which I feel like has been definitely a very interesting pick. We haven't seen a lot of Janna, but again, it's that disengage as well for a very low mobility target. Like our nation, and now they're going to go towards the third dragon of this game, but all the members are grouping around this dragon because the Rift Herald's not up at the moment, and it looks like Viv Esports might just give this away. But look, Tyrus is half health already. Yeah,
they might have to sack this. It might just be a steal, and they would have to lose a GA for it if they go in. Oh, good timing, but not quite there on the steal from Tyrus. I'd love to see Vayne itemization. I think that's basically an idea. Thank you very much, observers, for an idea of how close Viv are to coming back in this game, and that's a significant gold lead for Varus right now. Like, that's bigger than I was anticipating, and that actually makes me more worried for Viv, because I thought, okay, if Vayne's keeping pace, they can fight back into this, but only at 2 items with 2,500 gold down is a significant drop.
And that's kind of the whole goal lead for Zero Zone at the moment is all in that duo lane. And you can see that across the rest of the board, there's like 1,000 goal leads, but nothing really too crazy. But it's all about the bot lane. But look, he went back. He just bought a Solari Charge Blade. So he had like, what, 3,200 gold in the bank? Yeah, he just bought it like straight away, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna do that. But Tyrus going in again.
Yeah, again, this is a little bit disjointed as Viv engaging into the top side of the map. This time forces, it's the stasis forced out from Varus. They do pick up the kill even with the stasis and that Edge of Night, and maybe this is it, because Millip is trying to go in, doesn't quite get the double kill, but 2 people are low as Labunya does have the GA as well. Not quite enough as Millip is gonna drop, and Labunya does get that respawn from the Guardian Angel, proccing. Tyrus didn't lose his. Kranix, I don't believe, picked up a kill in that exchange, so it's a close fight and maybe closer than it should be, but Viv and Zero Zone both lose 1.
You can see the later the game goes, the harder it's going to be for Varus, because you've got Zed jumping onto you, you've got Akali jumping onto you on the backline as well. It's all started off with a little bit of void exchange, but look at Sharks, look at Big Lip on the backline. They're both waiting for the stasis to come back up. You can see they're both flashing, they're both dashing on top of Varus, and that's kind of the main target for Viv. As long as Sharks and and Milup could jump onto the back line and take down this Varus, that's their win condition. That's their way of trying to win out this game, because their gold lead, like I said, is all on this Varus. If they can take the Varus down, then that's pretty much all the gold lead kind of gone for Zero Zone.
And Viv took that fight, it looked like, because Sephiro had shown on bottom side of the map, and they were like, okay, let's just go for the fight, try and get it. The fight took so long, and Garen can go so quick that he actually managed to join for the second half of the fight. So unfortunate if you're a Viv fan that they weren't able to get enough pressure to take mid lane tower down. This is like the bashing your head against a brick wall trying to clear a Varus out, and that's really stopping them from taking these fights more often. Viv still are trying to just buy time. Like, yeah. I actually think if we were to be able to hear Viv's comms, they're probably saying like let's just take it slow. Like, we're scaling. We genuinely have the late game in this matchup. And it's 18 minutes into the game, only being 1 kill and a couple of towers down is not the worst position for them. And I actually think this is starting, as you said, to be more reliant on Zero Zone to find engages now, because otherwise Kranix is going to get to 3, 4, 5 items. He's already at 3. And that's the point where Vayne is terrifyingly scary in a composition like this.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to allow Milup and Sharks to scale up as well, and allow them to easily get onto the back line as well for our nation and a Fran. But they do have 2 dragons though, Zero Zone. They're going to be looking towards it. It's going to be the Elder next, going to be another Elder Infernal. Oh my!
For Varus,
if any of these if any of these 2 teams get Elder Infernal, then it's going to be another scary situation. You see, Kranix is looking to try and clear out this mid wave. Like you said, 3 items now for Kranix. He does have stasis as well, so even if they try and look for an engage onto Kranix, they are going to be able. He is going to be able to use the stasis. You can see Zed as well has 3 items. Milup also has 3 items. Has a little haunting guys and has a Sheen available as well. So we're getting to the point of the game now. It's 19 minutes into this game. I feel like it's definitely come thick and fast. This game, it's definitely been a really a quick game, to be fair, and 19 minutes has come really quick and fast. And this is kind of where Viv, I feel like, have the advantage. Even though they have the gold deficit, they have the advantage. They have the Vayne, they have the Zed, they have the Akali that's going to be able to scale up.
The amount of gold deficit is a lot less than it even was a couple of minutes ago. So they've really started to eat through it. And I think Zero Zone are really afraid now of overstepping, because unless they throw everything at Kranix and just like basically use every objective, at that point, like, Sharks and Milup can clean up. We've seen like this Akali diving into the backline and taking off so much of the health bars that this isn't just a single threat from Viv on the side of Kranix. We've been talking about it a lot, like Vayne will save them, but that's just the late game insurance policy. Like, the other carries here for Milup and Sharks can do a lot of work. And I think one of the difficulties is like Zero Zone have not been able to close the gap when they've needed to.
Yeah, they haven't. Well, Zero Zone haven't been able to accelerate as well. I think this this gold lead that they kind of needed to do this game, they really needed to kind of keep on being proactive. I guess they've taken the towers, they've taken team fights as well, but now they're in a bit of a situation where probably Zero Zone, if you speak about, I guess, their situation this game, is that they're gonna look now to try and get priority towards the dragon. They might try and start this off. They are gonna start, they see Zed up in the top lane. Yep, they see Zed top side. He's gonna go back to base, but I don't think they can do this very quickly. Varus is not the quickest, but they're jumping in onto Kranix.
Yeah, stasis has already been used. If they can convert this into a kill, it should be enough, and they actually do get it. Kranix has fallen, and now Fleur in the backline is trying to soak up as much as they can. Enough time for Milup and Sharks to get there, but this is exactly what Zero Zone needed. This was the type of team fight, and this is how you bait around the Elder Drake. You start it, you get the damage down, you take out the carry. The problem they have to deal with now is the fact that Sharks and Milup are going to try and peel them away from this objective and just open up a gap for Tyrus to try and steal, but that was exactly what Zero Zone were looking for.
Yeah, misposition, but I feel like it's desperation now for Viv Esports. You can see Tyrus is trying so hard to try and get into this pit, but yeah, they're just zoning out Tyrus. They're doing really well. They can see 2 members, you have the tornado and everything, and it's an easy take for the Elder Dragon. And even though they're going to look like to try and pick off Patterson, they're not even going to kill Patterson as well. And I feel like they're just all going to die.
Viv were trying to peel them away from the objective, but have ended up overstaying. A couple of towers did go down in favor of Viv, but that was really well played by Zero Zone. Like, as soon as Patterson had that opening onto Kranix, suddenly Viv had no real insurance policy in that vein. And from there, hard for Viv to stabilize. Really important fight for Zero Zone to try and steal back their lead on this game that they had. The gold lead is not theirs, but with Elder Infernal plus the Baron that should go over to them, that should be enough to be able to at least start cracking the base. Floor's going to get caught out here as Set is going to be the one under a lot of damage. Fran drops low. Here comes the Monsoon to keep them all alive, and Empowered Recalls should get Zero Zone out. Yes, Patterson does get back, and that'll be enough to save their inhibitors. Nice attempt by Viv, but Zero Zone back in control.
Yeah, I really actually want to see, I mean, hopefully we get to see a replay and maybe in the highlights, I might even be the key player as well of Kranix just getting caught. It was the Gragas again. And, you know, we saw Shogs on the Gragas in the first game being able to body slam flash to pick off the members of Viv, but it's actually Patterson now on the Gragas that was able to body slam flash and kill off Vayne. I thought he actually survived the end, but I'm not too sure what actually got the Vayne in the end, who got, like, how Kranix died in the end. Was it piercing error? I don't know if you saw it yourself.
It was, so Patterson got the kill credit for it. I think it was a follow-up, and here's the follow-up through mid lane, as that is going to be Tyra's respawning, and it feels like Viv may very well have fallen apart, although here comes Zed into the fight. Kranix is trying to get anything, but he's already half health, already dropped so low, and he's got no health left to deal with Zero Zone, and that is going to be Zero Zone evening up the series. Good performance from them around that Elder Drake. Very calmly played. It looked desperate for a moment, but Zero Zone will even up our series 1-1 against Viv.
It just shows in Wild Rift, if you try and play for the late game, sometimes it's really, really hard because you don't really have the momentum. You don't have really the confidence because you have to give up so much pressure in the early game. 2 Dragons went to Zero Zone, 4 turrets went to Zero Zone, all these kills as well. And even though in that last team fight, it was really, really close, it was the catch onto Kranix, and it was a little misposition for Kranix. But as you said, it was kind of the way that Zero Zone wanted to play. They were like, okay, we're going to start the Dragon, we're going to let Viv come towards us, and then we're going to try and make the picks. And that pick onto Kranix was a crucial part of this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how you have to play against Vayne and you have to immediately remove her from the fight, and that was the fight that opened it up for Zero Zone. The early game, it looked good for Zero Zone, other than this first blood for Viv. Like, they used this Varus very effectively, staying alive around mid lane, pushing it back out, and that's one of the things that slowed Viv down. But then we got into this lull period where, like, Patterson couldn't find the engages on Kranix. They couldn't get the damage to stick, but only one fight was needed for them to really secure the game.
Yeah, I feel like there was kind of multiple situations in this game as well where Viv and Flower in particular went a little bit too over aggressive in some team fights. We saw it twice up in the top side. One was the replay that we just saw, and then this one as well, which was a little bit back and forth, to be fair. And again, it's kind of the overextensions, but in the end, like you said, it was kind of all down to that last fight. We kind of were in a little bit of a stalemate for a little bit of a time because Viv wanted to play passive, but also Zero Zone didn't want to make any aggressive plays as well. And yeah, Gragas again, you know, the big man again. We're going to see here how Kranix actually dies here. So it's Patterson. It was explosive cask in the end. I didn't realize that he still had it available. So yeah, he did. He saved it for the entire time. The body slam flash into the barrel as well for the damage and into explosive cask. And that's what we kind of spoke about. And that's what I kind of spoke about as well. I thought Patterson was going to go for more of this tank build because of Grassy on Dime, but I guess he just took it, like you said, for lathing phase. He went for full damage. And when you get full damage Gragas, if you could just completely delete Vayne like he did, then that's it. That's kind of the fight won for Zero Zone.
Yeah, at that point, that's Patterson's entire job, is trade yourself 1-for-1. And if you win that, it's so valuable in comparison. Really strong performance from our nation. I'm glad to see that happen as the opposite to game one. We had the Lulu, which really didn't work. This time, Zero Zone go, okay, let's just pick the most standard bottom lane right now and dominate with it. And I think it's a much better look for Zero Zone.
Yeah, Zero Zone definitely look a lot more comfortable when they do a standard draft, I guess you could say. Oh my, Kranix only did 5,000 damage. That's wow. I'm shocked to see that damage graph, to be honest. But I mean, he didn't really get an opportunity really to get into any team fights. He was shut down so much in the early game. You can see that the gold lead early on was like 2,000-3,000 gold. You can see how much damage our nation did in the end as well. Also Patterson as well, 32,000 damage. You can see the gold graph here. The early game was really good for Zero Zone, and then Viv Esports was slowly starting to come back because their comp was scaling, but it's all just down to that last team fight. And as soon as Kranix gets caught, and as soon as he dies with that full AP Gragas build, then that's game over for Viv Esports, and there's no real way that they can come back.
it's something I wanted to talk about a little bit after game 1, and now is even more so the case after game 2. Is like Gragas is a champion that even without using his abilities has a ton of threat. Like you cannot afford to be close to a Gragas that you know has flash up, because you will get body slam flash, you will get explosive cast, and especially if they're AP, you will die as a carry. So like that's why Kranix's damage, as you said, is so low. He had no opportunities to get close enough to deal any of it. And when you're, the primary late game carry and you can't get close enough, then that's that moment where it's difficult to have an impact. Let's take a look at the play of the game. I know which one I think it would be. I think it's probably around that Infernal Drake, but nevertheless, at least we'll take a look back. Yes, it is. It had to be this.
Yeah, you can see the stasis was being used, but Patterson timed his barrel perfectly and then timed the explosive cast perfectly. And then after this as well, Flower was in the back line trying to do what he can to kind of distract the members of Zero Zone. But Patterson, MVP of this game, I think he, in the laning phase, it was a little bit rough for him, but I feel like when he got into later stages of the game, he landed multiple explosive casts, even around that first Herald as well, when he was able to knock Zed and Akali into his team there as well, just doing his job. Like you said, that was Patterson's job at the end of the day. All he needed to do was kill the Vayne. If you kill the Vayne, that's it. That's your job done.
So Sharks had an MVP Gragas performance in game 1. Patterson had an MVP Gragas performance in game 2. I wonder whether one of our teams will ban Gragas in game 3. We'll find out in just over 3.5 minutes where we come back for a quick break. Stick with us for the conclusion of Viv Esports versus Zero Zone.
you ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to week 3 of the Wild Rift EMEA Championships. We are in the middle of a banger series between Viv Esports and Zero Zone. It was exactly what we thought it was going to be, in the way of really interesting between two of our lesser known but still great teams in the upper bracket. Stuart, we finally had a little bit more of a standard game out of Zero Zone, and I think this is a much better look for the likes of our nation and Patterson.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that when they get on picks that, you know, they may be more comfortable with, maybe not like the Lulu duo lane, more like the Varus and everything. And you can see that if Zero Zone are the ones that are being aggressive and they're on the kind of the upsides of the draft and on the Wild Rift, then they'll be able to accelerate and they'll be able to take down Viv Esports. And now it all comes down to the third and final game. The loser goes down to loser bracket and the winner progresses on.
Yeah, I think that's a really important distinction between today's games and the series we've already played this week. This is the upper bracket of a double elimination system, so neither team would be eliminated with a loss here today. They would drop down to the lower bracket and face one of the teams that we have already seen advance. So it is still a lot to play for. It is still, of course, an important step forward towards the semifinals of the upper bracket. But nevertheless, there is a lot on the line for today. I want to hear a little bit from Xscoundrel about his key takeaways from Game 2 and what we maybe should expect for Game 3 between Viv and Zero Zone.
Thank you so much, Stress and Stuart. Yeah, of course. I think I want to go back to the draft. When Zero Zone look to draft standard, when they play things that are just known to be good in the meta, compositions that are known to be good, I think they look significantly better. The guys touched on it on the desk as well. Our nation on Varus. Varus is, by a lot of pros, considered one of the most powerful picks in the Dragon Lane role. Patterson as well, just playing an AP Gragas. And I want to talk about Patterson specifically as well. He played super well. He built super well as well. That full AP Lichbane Gragas build designed specifically to isolate and deal with the Vayne. You saw it. Kranix could get nowhere near the team fights. In between the barrels from Gragas and the piercing arrows from Varus, the short-range AD carrier Vayne had a really, really tough time in this game. And finally, just a little bit to look towards the next game. I think Viv, if they want to get back into this game, they need to be much more controlled in their early objectives. They need to do what they did in the first game. Really close out on those objectives early. I think I remember on the cast, Stuart saying, you know, Tyrus is a little bit late to the party here. He wasn't able to kind of get control of that first Rifthold, and they were very, very sort of like scraping to get hold of that first Dragon. They just need to be a lot more proactive in setting up that early game, setting up the objectives, to have a better chance at dealing with Zero Zone. So those are my thoughts. I'll hand it back to Stress and Stuart.
Thanks, Xscoundrel. Yes, we are narrowing in on picks and bans for game number 3. I think there were some really key takeaways from both games already. I'm starting to feel like Red Side, I don't want to say has a significant advantage, but in these teams that are more closely matched, I feel like there are too many power pick bruises that Blue Side just doesn't get a winning first pick every single time, right? I think you give over so much onto Red Side that we haven't had enough games to really figure that out yet, but I'm starting to get that gut feeling.
I mean, I always said that I feel like Red Side kind of has the advantage, really, because even though you're trading one champion in the first round of draft phase, you're trading it for 2, and you also have that last pick as well. And we've seen already that Set's been the priority for these two teams on Blue Side, and Set's lost twice. So maybe we are maybe seeing that Set is, you know, slowly falling lower and lower in priority, even though I do think the Set support is probably the weakest role that he has to play in it. It definitely found out. But now we're getting into this all-important pick and ban phase. But interesting enough, it's Zero Zone that ban out the Varus. They know that they're not looking for that first pick Varus.
Yeah, I think there are enough options with Varus off the board. I also think one of the other things that Red Side, that we do mention in draft a lot, but you can't really understate, is the ability for Gragas, for instance, to go between 3 positions. Like, and just means you can go, okay, pick it, it'll be strong in one of them, and we'll just choose where it goes later. Lee Sin banned away on Red Side. I think that's the 3rd game in a row in this series, or at least it's the 3rd ban that we've seen. Yeah. Viv taking that away. Fiora gone as well. Olaf gone. Jace now gone. A lot of jungle presence. That's potentially 4 jungles banned. And that's where we saw Labunya end up on the Graves in game 1 of the day. So maybe Viv are trying to force that jungle matchup onto a negative side again. Set is still available though.
I feel like this is the exact same bans as game number 1, if I'm not mistaken. But now the Zero Zone are the ones, the Zero Zone are the ones adapting. Instead of going for the set, they're the ones that are going to change it up from the first game and go for Camille instead. Now it's a perfect opportunity to pick Gragas. Yep, I was going to say it as soon as it was pegged. You know, perfect disengage as well for the Camille. It's been such a high priority in this entire series. But now what's going to be your second pick? It is still going to be Set as well. Now, if Set, you know, I mean, Gragas is 100% win rate. Set 0% win rate. So
now they're on the same team though.
Yeah, exactly. Now they're on the same team.
This.
So now what's going to happen? But yeah, Morgana, here we go. We've seen our nation play Morgana before. As you said before in the first game, we called him the status king on Morgana, and it kind of offers that, you know, bot lane AP carry that we've known from the tournament.
And Black Shield is going to deny a lot of what Gragas wants to do as well. So that's another thing here. Okay, we've gone from game 1 where there was like no carry at all to game 3 where Zero Zone are like, okay, Camille can carry, Morgana can carry, and let's bring a Kha'Zix as well. Picking up this early rotation jungler, not letting it drop to second rotation where we were going to already see presence going towards it in the bans, like wanting to pick up something they know that they can make work.
Yeah, I think the thing about again, really, you're going. This is really, really risky. I feel like already. I mean, you already have Camille that can jump onto you. Kha'Zix that can jump onto you. And the thing about Kha'Zix jumping onto you as well is if they wait for the Morgana Black Shield, then it's going to be really hard to crowd control the Kha'Zix. You also have Morgana as well, which you're going to really struggle in laning phase again, and you don't really have any tanks to struggle through. And you know. I talked to Kranix quite a bit, and obviously quite a few players know Kranix because Kranix used to be Rick's friend, and he used to play on Rick's before, so we know that he can play other carries, but I'm just very surprised that he's always going for the Vayne.
And it's not like you're seeing 3 bruisers in front of you yet. You're not seeing multiple short-range tanks. Like an interesting pick that we've seen 0 presence on in this draft in all 3 games is Darius, who also deals with short-range tanks very, very well. So not that that's anything to do with the Vayne, it's just a very interesting point that has seen a lot of presence. Garen is still up as well as another pick, so maybe that's a thing Viv is saying, well, if you do end up drafting towards Garen, then we're going to just take you away by already picking that Vayne. But yeah, I think this is a very early Vayne to be showing.
It makes me feel like it's going to be mid lane Gragas again. I think this is definitely going to be mid lane Gragas. Very, very nice that Zero Zone has banned away the Lulu. I think Lulu Vayne is definitely one.
Our nation can't take it.
But probably. Our nation's like, yeah, give me Lulu. Give me Lulu Morgana dual lane.
Like, no, not again.
No, I think it's it's just to deny the Lulu Vayne. I think that's kind of what Viv Esports were probably going towards. That's why they're kind of thinking now what they're going to pick, and they're going to pick the Janna again. 100% pick rate for Janna in this series. And it's definitely very interesting. I think when Lulu's off the board, I think Janna is definitely the best, I guess, second most protective enchanter. We do see Nami quite a bit, but I feel like Nami is a bit more of a aggressive, you know, team fight sort of support enchanter. But Janna allows you to have that disengage and gives you more shields and heals to help Vayne out.
Yeah, we might see Olaf or something like that as the last pick from Viv, depending on where this Gragas and the set are going to go. Thresh, we've seen a lot of priority on. Obviously, gives a lot of security down in that bottom lane. And now we get to figure out, is it Morgana in the middle lane or Morgana as the AP carry in bottom lane? I'm going to guess bottom lane carry, and then they're going to go elsewhere for their mid lane matchup. But obviously, assuming it's going to be Gragas, I would guess in mid lane, although their flexibility can put Gragas in the jungle.
Oh, the flexibility is there. It's going to be an RE mid lane. There's a lot of catch potential on this Zero Zone lineup. You know, Dark Binding, Charm, Hook, the Hextech Ultimatum as well by Patterson. If one member on Viv Esports gets caught out by any of this CC, there's no way they're going to move at all. No, they're not going to move at all. I think this is a perfect Mercury Treads game as well, because there's so many things that can stop you. Oh, a new. So it's a little bit of frontline tankiness, a little bit more AP damage as well, but something that we have not seen for a long, long time.
A massive amount of zone control as well. So this is going to deny some of the ability of Ahri, Camille, and Kha'Zix to get to the Vayne. I do wonder, though, whether Vayne's still going to ever get close enough to attack anybody. So, I mean, Nunu's going to give him obvious objective control that Nunu always will provide. Zone control in fights gives a little bit more magic damage. I know that a lot of people look at Nunu as like he builds tank and he still one-shots carries. That doesn't happen so much in competitive. That's mostly a solo queue thing. Nunu generally doesn't get full channels and you know, that kind of damage down. People avoid the fights. So Zero Zone, I think, their composition may be undone by this Nunu. If they can't kill Kranix, then Viv theoretically can play for the late game, although that did not work out for them in game 2 of this series.
Yeah, again, I think Excoundrel said it perfectly. I think the way that Viv Esports wins this game, and I think we've seen it in both games as well, is just that early game pressure and just being able to get the early game priority. But I feel like you're not really going to get a lot of early game priority with this draft on Viv Esports. Now, one thing I did want to mention as well is that even though you have Nunu with the snowballs, with all that crowd control that I mentioned, that is actually going to stop Nunu. So there's a lot of ways of for Zero Zone to be able to stop the snowball and stop that kind of engage from Viv and from Nunu. You know, if you land a charm, if you land a hook, if you land a dark binding as well, Nunu will just stay in place and the snowball will just keep rolling for a little bit longer, but eventually it will time out. So I think this is going to be a very hard comp to execute for the side of Viv Esports, but anything is possible. This is Wild Rift, and we're finally getting into it. Game 3, and this is the decider stress. I'm excited.
Yeah, we're on to the Rift 4 game number 3 between Viv and Zero Zone, and didn't have a Nunu on our bingo card, but we also didn't have Lulu as a bot lane carry for game number 1. So stranger things than a Nunu have happened. But it's Minup on the set. It's Shargs once again on the Gragas. He had such a good performance in game number 1 that it's not a surprise. Flake comes back in the bottom lane, and Kranix is already under presence from this Morgana and this Thresh. Like, Thresh in the early game does so much damage with these empowered auto attacks once he's gone into lane.
It's the Vayne pick, it's the Vayne pick again, and it's just, you just can't do anything at all. I mean, it was really, really good that that Fran took his E as his first ability, as you said, the empowered auto attacks. After, if you don't know, after a certain period of time, Thresh gets extra damage on his auto attacks that stack up from his third ability. So really, really nice that he was able to do that. And you can see, just walk up, use a flay, proc the aftershock so he gets a little bit more tanky, and you can just keep auto attacking. Then you got the pull afterwards as well by Morgana. And already, I mean, there's not really much that Kranix can do, but interesting enough, Tyrus is looking towards his mid lane, trying to get this mid lane priority so he can try and look to roam around the map, but already you're seeing the pressure and you're already seeing that this could be a very, very difficult early game for the side of Viv.
Yeah, that's the thing about this bot lane draft from Zero Zone is like Morgana and Thresh are basically what I would class as like the top individual champions in that role. Like I think Morgana is the most contested bot lane carry, Thresh perhaps the most contested support, and I think giving that over is a real detriment to Viv. They're going to have to rely on being able to play the game slowly and defensively in order to get Vayne enough time, and it did not work in the last game. Flower just avoiding the hook, and Kranix is desperately trying to stay in lane and get just as much as experience in the gold as Kranix can get.
I think the thing is with this this lane though, which is kind of similar to the previous lane for Kranix, is that you're always going to be pushing in as a Morgana. As Tyrus, I'm not too sure if you're going to be able to kill him.
Gonna get the full channel, but doesn't have
he's
his
just
ultimate. Yeah, Tyrus is in a lot of
okay, we're good.
Start the circus. The clown show is in town. Okay, I mean, Zero Zone get the kill, very obvious. Tyrus should not be taking that trade, and Patterson should not have had to burn flash. Doesn't matter though. Charm? We're gonna go aggressive. Oh, Charm goes the wrong way as Sharks predicted it and goes for the flash across. A little bit scrappy in this early game. Not the cleanest of gank and kill attempts.
But again, the main thing to focus on is all Zero Zone. Zero Zone has the aggression. They have the trades. So you can see here that Tyrus, I thought he maybe would have been able to deal enough damage, but in the end, it's the extra shield as well. Patterson still had barrier. Patterson still had the pass available. This was quite funny. The double flash. I mean, they both burn flash, to be fair. So, it's not the worst for Tyrus in the end, but he does unfortunately die, and not the best starts for him, to be honest. He, across the board, we're still quite even on gold. Kranix is not falling too far behind in this game. And interesting enough, it's going to be Kranix down in this dual lane. I quite like this adaptation for Viv. I'm interested to see if they're going to carry on with this adaptation. Given Vayne the solo gold, given Vayne that side lane priority, but it doesn't look like they're going to be sticking with that as well. It looks like Sharg is going to go back down to the dual lane, and Vayne is going to go to the mid lane. But I feel like that could have been a good adaptation for Viv, because Vayne's in the side lane. If she's getting a lot of solo experience and also all that gold as well, just be able to farm up. And obviously Vayne doesn't have that mid lane wave clear that you like to see most of the time. But in the end, it is going to be Vayne the mid lane, and the first objectives are up. We're not going to get Elder Infernal this time.
Yeah, thankfully, the first time in this series. I agree with you on that. I actually would have liked to have seen Gragas stay in the mid lane. I think giving Vayne's solo experience, I think you touched on it already, is a significant thing. But also, like, now that Gragas has Luden's Echo, he should be able to clear at least the range minions. I haven't played enough Gragas to really know, but I feel like that's the case on PC, is like after one item, a fully charged cask blows the back minions up. But nevertheless, it doesn't really matter. Tyrus is going to land a snowball, doesn't do anything. Most of this game is going to be Viv, at least should be Viv, avoiding fights until they know that they can win the fight before that even starts.
Yeah, we've seen from the first two games that that's not really the way to go. Well, just in this series anyway. I'm not saying in general, I just mean in this series. But I mean, we took a quick look at the items, and the items at the moment, Zero Zone have complete items across the board, and Viv haven't. But it's a really good tornado.
Great start. That tornado is going to open this fight up, and that's a great pullback as Millip is going to try and land more damage. Does manage to survive through the majority of this fight. That's a great start to this fight as Kranix is going to try and get the first kill for himself. Can he get enough attacks down? Flashes forward, can't quite get the damage as Patterson flashes back out. It's a kill on the top side going over to Tyrus, and that was a beautiful start to the fight. Flowers Janna has been on point in the 2 games he's got it.
Yeah, I mean,
another tornado.
Yeah, as I said in the draft, this Janna has surprisingly just risen up in priority for this series. And again, we kind of spoke about it before the show, but I feel like it's more of like comfort picks. We don't really see Janna a lot in the meta, just because of how much she can struggle a little bit and how much, how easily the bruisers can kind of get onto her, even though she does have a lot of disengage. But now Viv are able to go back to base and come back into this fight. Now it's another fight.
Oh, Tyrus has been caught out this time around. Immediately had his absolute zero blocked. Sharks is on the bottom side of the rift, so no real way of contesting the second half of this fight. You mentioned that Janna for Flower defending. Kranix trying to get whatever he can here as Tyrus has to go back up off the consume. Yeah, that health has come back from Nunu thanks to it, but still Sharks is bot side, but they know that so is Sephiroth. And Kranix is playing like a madman, basically, like constantly on the front foot. I guess it's the difference between last game. You saw his damage numbers and was just like, can't have that happen again.
Yeah, we're going to go back to this Dragon fight and look at this. A double tornado into the flush in by Millip, just being able to suplex 2 members and pull in the members of Zero Zone. And after that, there's not really much you could do on the side of Zero Zone. Just a little bit of mispositioning in the end, unfortunately, for them. And then after that, they were able to go back to base for Esports, and they were able to try and go back to the Rift Herald. But for them, they lost the Rift Herald in the end. But a pretty good early game so far for Viv Esports. And if they can carry on getting this gold lead, then with this late game team comp as well, with the Vayne, kind of Set could do quite a bit in the late game. You've got Nunu as well. That's just going to become that big beefy frontline tank as well. And really, really good stuff for Viv Esports.
Yeah, I think one thing I've not really thought about until this point in the game is like the way that Morgana has had a lot of impact in team fights is essentially like she follows up on the likes of Camille, the likes of Kha'Zix to actually walk into the fight as the front line's going in and basically like try and walk the dog all the way through and just like catch as many people as possible. Nunu somewhat denies that, right? It's like Morgana is squishy enough that if she walks through a channel of absolute zero, she's in danger, despite Black Shield. I think that might be one area that we might see teams kind of focus out on Morgana to prevent her from actually crossing through fights.
Yeah, it's a really, really good point, actually. One that I didn't really think of myself, to be fair. It's a really good point. I mean, you have like the Black Shield that if you do want to use it, if the absolute zero does happen, you're not going to get slowed or anything, so you can still walk through it if you're our nation. But I mean, if Nunu could do enough damage to the Morgana as well, it's not too bad. But as I mentioned in drafting, Mercury trades across the board for her the esports. As you can see, they don't want to get charmed or hooked or Dark Binding. I forgot the name there for a second. Dark Binding for a long amount of time. But yeah, this is definitely a very, very interesting one. The Infernal Drake's gone over to Viv Esports as well. So you are going to have that scaling damage and extra AD and AP that you're going to be getting from the Infernal Drake, which is going to help Viv Esports and definitely Kranix out a lot.
A quick QSS as well for Vayne, for Kranix, knowing that if just any crowd control lands, you've got to basically Captain Jack it. We'll talk about that as we go through. That's a League of Legends term for those of you that don't follow PC. Rift Herald's going to go through the top side and eventually crash it, but Millip is there. It will get the tower. Millip's going to try and fight it. With the Janna shield, not quite enough. And now they're going to rotate out towards mid lane. This is really quick from Zero Zone. I like the way that they're playing it. Push into top, push into mid, and try and capitalize. But tower has gone over to Viv. And they're going to at least maintain their gold lead for now.
Yeah, the first tower did go over to Zero Zone, so they're going to get a little bit of a little bit of that gold deficit back. But now the Dragon's up again, and Viv Esports are playing with a lot more confidence this game they did in the previous one with this Vayne.
Yeah, a lot more confidence, and that's exactly how they need to play. They're going to try and deny this engage, and I mean, it's so difficult to steal an objective against Nunu. Consume smite combination does, like, depending on what point you're in the game, it's between 1,500 and like 2,000 damage to the dragons. So there's not really any way of getting in there with just the jungle smite.
Yeah, there's no way that Kha'Zix can jump in. I mean, maybe Kha'Zix can jump in and Q smite, but you're never going to do as much damage as a Nunu. Like you said, probably like 1,500 to 2,000 damage that you could just easily just use the consume and then smite afterwards. And yeah, that's 2 dragons now over to the side of Viv. You know, 2 of the strongest dragons as well. If you talk to a lot of pro players, they would say that the Cloud Dragon is probably one of, if not the strongest, just behind the Infernal Dragon as well. So a lot of movement speeds for Viv Esports, and also a lot of damage as well they're going to be able to get, as well as the Dark Binding lands.
Yeah, that's enough of the damage down onto Flower. They don't quite get the kill. Here comes the Monsoon. He's going to keep him alive. Stasis came out from Labunya, and he's going to desperately try and get to top side, but that's the easy kill. They need to give it to Kranix, and they do. Important kill gold, at least like given to this Vayne. That's 2 kills now, and it's a very different game to the last one. And look, Viv are going to be able to defend mid while Vayne and Nunu shred through the Rift Herald on the top side. This game is going a lot more in the way that Viv wanted to around this Vayne.
Yeah, I really like the idea actually of Zero Zone though. Even though the jungler got caught out, they knew they couldn't take the Rift Herald in the end, so they tried to take the mid lane tower, but Viv Esports were able to rotate as well, and Kranix and Tyrus were just able to take the Rift Herald by themselves. So really, really well played. As you said, you know, a completely different game to the second game, and Viv Esports, like I said, playing with a lot more proactive in this game to the previous one. Like the previous one, they were very, very slow in the second game, and they were kind of waiting for this Vayne to scale up. But this game, they're just like, okay, even though we have a Vayne, we can play a little bit more proactive because, you know, we have the Gragas, we have the set to make plays, and the Nunu as well. So we're going to look to try and take it to Zero Zone.
I like what Zero Zone have been trying to do this game.
Wow.
Their draft has been denied, basically, in a way, by this last Nunu pick. And Millip's in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to have to try and get his way out using the ultimate. And here Viv might be struggling to push through as here comes Saphiro into the fight. Tyrus is going to... Ooh, that's a charm landing on Kranix, and did have to use that QSS. Here's the Absolute Zero, just buys a little bit of time as... The Tyrus is getting kept alive by Janna. The kill has come through, though, from Sharks into the backline, and all of the health bars were low on Viv, but they didn't get picked up. Now Kranix is still above half health, trying to get anything that he can from here, and it's Millip from the side. No ultimate, but will be able to at least tank some stuff up as he tries to get into the fight. Doesn't get any damage put down on him, and Viv, that looked risky for a moment, but Kranix, that QSS coming in clutch.
Yeah, well, I've completely lost my words for a second. Yeah, I'm so sorry. That was a 4 versus 5 as well, because Millip was down in the Dura lane the entire time. And for Viv Esports, they just played the disengage really, really well. You know, Flowers ultimate, the explosive cast as well to disengage. Ooh, and also Patterson as well, oh, Patterson, you're in a bit of trouble.
Hookshot is going to get Camille at least a little bit out of there, but will get interrupted as Patterson stasis. Trying to buy time for our nation, trying to buy time for that cooldown of the hookshot, but it is not enough. And Viv, 6 kills to 1.
You can see how tanky Nunu is as well. And to be honest, I didn't really think about this as well, but Zero Zone don't really have a lot of consistent damage. They have a lot of, you know, burst damage, I guess you can say. They have a little bit of consistent damage with Morgana, but it's honestly, it's not really enough. And you can see that they're really, really struggling to get through this Nunu. There was 5 members of Zero Zone trying to take down Nunu, but he was able to use his ultimate. He got the Monsoon as well from Janna in the end. and just a lot of healing, a lot of shielding, and in the end it was Viv Esports that came out on top. They got the mid lane tower from that as well, so again, even though they don't have the mid lane wave clear, they can now start to open up the map a little bit as well. And one thing I want to mention as well is look at the vision control as well for Viv Esports. You can see there's 4 wards over to the side of Zero Zone's jungle. You got 2 over the top side, 1 in the mid lane, which unfortunately just expired. Another one expired.
But 2 of them just
line.
expired,
okay.
but it was
Do you know
good
what?
vision
Completely
control.
ignore my point.
Welcome to casting. You're like, they have great vision control and it all dies. Now, what that does tell you is they had great vision control and it allowed them to make the last set of plays. So Viv will look to re-establish that kind of vision control and get their emphasis. However, Nunu's just going to solo down Dragon because why not? This is what Nunu does, is he just stands in front of objectives and takes them with no real way of contesting. And that's what the vision control buys, is before those wards died, they saw where all of Zero Zone were, and Nunu can just solo down the Dragon.
Yeah, Nunu was completely fine because, like you said, you know, that vision control that they did have that I kind of messed up a little bit. But
Kranix.
yeah.
You are playing with fire, Kranix. How did none of that land? And Kranix is still like half health, manages to at least get away from it. That was a little bit over aggressive from what we've seen out of Viv, and there's some damage down onto Labunya. Viv will back themselves away, reset, and just steady themselves after getting that 3rd dragon of the game.
I mean, he has QSS, he has Mercury Treads as well, so I guess he just feels really, really confident with himself, to be honest, because even if he does get caught out, he can use the QSS straight afterwards as well, and I guess he feels confident with his reaction times as well, and with his thumbs and fingers that he likes to play as well. So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting play by Kranix, I guess you could say in the end, but when Kranix does have a lot of confidence, this is what he does. But wow, they are going to rush this.
Yeah, it's already down to 7,000 health. This is gone. Camille showed bot side, and actually Millip is there defending. Lantern goes out for just vision control. Labunya is never going to get there. Flower does get locked down, but this Monsoon is going to keep him alive, and I think this may very well be the end of the game, as Kranix has already picked up 2 kills in the fight, looking for more. Sharks can't quite get the crowd control to land, and now it's all about the Baron buff minions. I think this is more like the Viv we saw in week 1 with Vayne than we saw in game number 2. Kranix is going to go forward, does get hooked. QSS comes through, trying to lock down our nation, and they are pushing through the top side. They get the kill onto Thresh. Couldn't quite finish off our nation, and Patterson are trying to defend. Stasis forced out, but it's going to be the inhibitor tower going down as Viv are looking to close out this series. All 5 members strong, and they're pushing down the 2nd inhibitor of the game. It's only a matter of time, but 10 seconds left on the death timers means they do not want to overextend. They will back away with an 11,000 gold lead.
Yeah, that's the great thing about Nunu as well, is that you can look for these kind of crazy, aggressive Baron plays and trying to burst it down, especially when you have a Vayne as well that could do a lot of damage to neutral objectives. You have that Consume, you have that Smite combo, and it was Zero Zone just couldn't get close. You know, the hook lands, everything else does land, but Flower's just standing there, and look at the suplex over the wall as well. Kranix was able to get a double kill. You see Kranix as well, boom, flashing in the back line as well. He tried to get the triple. He really wanted the pentakill. We saw in week 1 as well, Kranix was so close to getting the first pentakill of this tournament, but unfortunately, we haven't seen a pentakill yet on either side. We haven't seen a pentakill at all in WRC, but maybe eventually, hopefully soon we'll get a pentakill.
At some point we'll get one, and it'll be worth the wait, I'm sure. At this point it's going to be like the world's worst penta. But I mean, I think this draft from Viv has really undone Zero Zone. I think the Nunu has done so much work, given the composition of Zero Zone doesn't have, outside of Camille and Thresh, doesn't really have that like hard engage that gets a fight started and forces Viv to fight. And between Gragas, Janna, and Nunu, they just can survive long enough, deny enough of the fight that nobody can threaten Kranix.
Yeah, it kind of comes back to the point, really, that they don't really have a way to really do enough damage to the front line, to be honest, on the side of Zero Zone. You know, when you have a Nunu, when you have a Set as well, that's just sitting in the front line and just tanking up all the damage. You can see Kranix has even gone for Bloodthirster as well. So even if there's a lot of damage that comes in, he can heal a lot. He has Blade Rune King plus the Bloodthirster now, so just a lot of healing, a lot of damage. And yeah, I honestly don't really see a way of Zero Zone getting back into this game. 3 dragons already gone for the side of Viv. They got 2 inhibitors down as well, and they're gonna have to come up with a miracle here to try and come back into this game.
Yeah, the normal way to come back would be stealing an objective, but against a Nunu, that's really difficult. GA is still available, doesn't even matter. Haymaker from long range is going to get Mullet the kill. Now they're trying to chase down onto Fran, as Kranix hasn't really felt his impact in this fight yet, but there's a double kill for the set. Gonna chase through as our nation forced to stasis. Absolute zero means absolute zero chance for zero zone in this game. They have been zoned out, and Viv will advance through the upper bracket. They are going to take this game. It's going to take a couple more seconds, but that is a dominating performance by Kranix, and Viv 2-1 over Zero Zone to step to the round of 4 of the upper bracket.
Yeah, that's what we like to see from Viv Esports. That was kind of what we were expecting coming into the second game as well. But maybe they were just a little bit hesitant because they were kind of worried about the team comp that Zero Zone drafted. But as you said, the draft was really, really well played by Viv Esports in this third game. And just overall, just played with a lot more confidence that we know that Viv Esports can do.
Yeah, that was more of what we were expecting from Kranix. Like Kranix in game 2, we were like, wow, that's uncharacteristically quiet. Whereas like this game, flashing forward, getting the engages, and making sure these team fights went their way.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see in these fights as well that Kranix was just playing with absolute fire this entire game, flashing forward, like you said, tumbling forward as well, and just really easily just being able to kind of have free reign across this entire game. But Zero Zone did have their chances, to be fair, but as I said during the game, you know, they don't really have any way to get through this Nunu, and this Nunu last pick was kind of the difference, really, I feel like, in this game.
Yeah, and we came into the series saying, hey, Viv, they actually are really smart drafting. That was one of Excalibur's points, is like Viv's draft, you have to pay attention to what they're doing. And this is where we really saw the effect come through. I think for me, I'm still looking at Sharks as even though game 3 was quite quiet, he still had the impact that he needed to have in the team fights. He didn't need to carry this game, but still landed the explosive casks, caused a lot of pressure. You can see him in action here in this team fight, and it bought so much time for Kranix to actually get the work done.
Yeah, you can see even the set damage in the end there as well, the Haymaker, the true damage, just still disgusting damage. I still don't know why Set is allowed to just tank up a lot of damage and also get a huge massive shield but true damage. But anyway, yeah, I mean, the draft overall I feel like was really, really interesting. We saw high priority on Set. We saw high priority on Janna as well, which was really, really surprising. And then, you know, high priority on Gragas, which kind of we expect to see now in the meta with Gragas. Just you can see in all 3 of these games, really, just seeing how much pressure and what Gragas can do as well. And going into this as well, I mean, going into this game, we saw this series, sorry, we were speaking about, even interestingly enough, Millip is the one that actually does the most damage this game. I'm quite surprised by that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a little surprising. I think one interesting thing coming from this game, and you can see how consistently Viv closed this out, it's the first time we're really seeing Morgana falter, like in a notable way. And I feel like it's because drafting around her inability to stay in fights when she's kind of like the only one that's able to stay alive. I think that's one way that we're going to see teams play against it. I don't know that Nunu is distinctly a Morgana counter, but in this game, with the draft that was around the Morgana, I think it made it really difficult for our nation to actually get any damage, to stay on people and look at getting any kills.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said during the game, you know, if you use the absolute zero from Nunu, there's no real way that Morgana can get into it and, you know, flash forward and ultimate, which we've seen Morganas do before. We've seen our nation do before as well. Morgana in that first week, we saw him flash forward, use the ultimate, but there's no real way that you could do that. I think if during that game, I remember him really using the ultimate at all, if I'm totally honest with you. There was no real way that he can get into the backline, use the ultimate to try and zone out the members of Viv Esports. And like I said, it was kind of Nunu that seemed like it was a difference. It could be very interesting now, as we kind of, you know, adapt during this meta, as we kind of see where the meta is shaping up to be.
Yeah, the interesting one was perhaps during the last fight. But yeah, we're going to have to see whether Morgana still has presence during the rest of the day. We're going to head over to Excandral, who is with one of our winning players for an interview.
Hi, Flower. First of all, massive congratulations for the win. That was honestly a pretty tense series. Definitely in the second game, we had our worries. Just talk to me a little bit about, firstly, I'd love to get your opinion on the draft from 0-0 in the first game. Like the Lulu Thresh bot with the triple bruiser. Like what was your thoughts on the draft that you saw there?
I thought the Lulu was only troll pick. Maybe they wanted to deny us the Kaisa Lulu. And we had free Kesa DPS and the good front line. They couldn't pass through, so I think it was pretty easy game for us.
Yeah, I think that made a lot of sense. And then obviously the second game, you guys ran into a bit of trouble. What do you think went wrong in the second game for you that just meant that you weren't able to do what you wanted to do?
Well, the big problem was Varus, and we couldn't deal with his poke. And on side lane we had Zed, but we didn't take a single tower on the side lane. And then we couldn't really engage. They had a lot of disengage with Gragas. And not up to the match, like it was a really hard game, and we maybe respected them a bit sometimes. We could have made better engage.
That makes a lot of sense. I think now for you, going forward in the competition, you're now into the top 4 of the winners bracket. How do you feel about your chances as a team? Because I've always called you guys like the dark horses of the tournament. You feel like you could win on your day. Like how do you feel matching now into the likes of Game Lord and Queso and Rix?
I think we are the underdog, but we still have our chances. We have a really good player on the team, a good coach, good manager, and I think we have our chances.
I hope so. I think you guys have certainly shown that you've got some real mettle on your team, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys go further in the competition. Flower, thank you so much. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see you again when you face up with the winners bracket next week.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye.
Great to hear from Flower. Kind of agree on the Lulu point. I try not to, as a broadcaster, be like, that's a troll pick. But when you hear the players do it, and knowing that last week when we had a Mumu support, they were like, oh, well, whatever, we just picked it because it was there. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see more Lulu in that carry role. So, nevertheless, great to hear from Flower. Definitely one of the underdogs, but I think that gives them a strength in their position going against some of the better teams. So maybe there's a little bit less pressure going through the top 4. But they have advanced to the top 4. Let's take a look at the play of that game and see exactly where it all went wrong for Zero Zone, who they're not out, but they will have to play through the lower bracket. This was our play of the game.
Yeah, we're going to go through the play of the game now. And it was the one towards the Rift Herald, the double body slam again by Sharks. And Sharks, again, 2 games on the Gragas, the one in the first game and also this third game as well. Definitely, for me, a MVP contention for this entire series. And it just shows you kind of the presence and what Gragas can offer as well, and why Gragas is slowly starting to become a very, very high priority pick.
Yeah, I would say so, and it wouldn't be surprising to me if Sharks, from his Game 1 performance and Game 3, took home the MVP. Let's find out. Let's have it confirmed. I hope it is Sharks from how well he played. The secret is I don't know until we go live, but I'm seeing this clip, and it's definitely Sharks. 24 KDA on the series. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely disgusting play by Sharks in the end. And we saw a little bit of mid lane Gragas in the first few weeks. We saw Snitch, I believe it was, in the first few weeks playing mid lane Gragas, but we're definitely starting to see it a lot more now. We saw Ryder Zito play it, we've seen Sharks play it as well, and kind of just how much damage the Gragas can deal. And yeah, you can see multiple times he was able to land the explosive cast. And if you can land the ultimate with the Gragas, if you follow that up with the body slam, with all that crowd control that you can deal as well, and all the damage that you can deal with Gragas as well. And going into the next series is going to be interesting to see, have Game Lord and have Team Queso been watching? Are they going to have the same sort of priority on Gragas as well? But that's going to be our next series. I'm really looking forward to that one.
It is going to be our next series. That is going to start in just a few minutes' time. Stick with us for the break. We'll be back. Game Lord, Team Queso. This is a matchup you do not want to miss.
Hidden talents. I have no clue.
I don't think so. No, no answer for this one.
Well, I did like boxing and like wrestling, some stuff like this. You can count it as a talent, I guess.
That I am not explosive. Like, I like to keep it calm in every situation.
I like to cook in my free time. It's to play paddle. I'm awesome at paddle.
Play never gets any lighter.
I used to be very good at football, highest rank in Denmark, but I stopped it to play games instead. So my hidden talent would probably be good with a ball.
I can speak around like 4 to 5 languages. I could talk in Romanian, I could talk in English, I could talk in Mandarin, and I could also talk a bit of Spanish. Other than that, I can play the Rubik's Cube, I can play with the piano, and yeah.
My hidden talent is actually I do like to play the piano and also I do like to rap and write my own songs.
I don't really have a talent. I just play video games. Yeah, I'm just a gamer, I think.
Oh my god.
No.
I'm a fan of pineapple on pizza.
No, without pineapple. I'm more Italian that way.
Always. With everything. With pineapple and with everything you can put it.
No.
Yes, very yes.
Definitely.
I think pineapple pizza is fine. It's not my favorite. If it's there, I will have it. Let people do what they want.
No, I don't like pineapples on the pizza. I never ate it before, actually.
Yes.
You can't put fruit on pizza.
Without pineapple.
Don't even ask this to the Italian people, please, because they will get super angry.
official WREC Games Squad RIP EMEA Championship.
Everybody round here know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round,
It's time. This is the moment we've been basically waiting 3 weeks for. As soon as we saw that this could be the matchup on the bracket, it is going to be Game Lord versus Team Queso. I'm James O'Leary, joined by Stuart. Game Lord Queso. These are two titans in this bracket. One of them we expect is going to be in the finals, and this is their road here. Stuart, how hyped are you for this series?
I'm so excited. I cannot wait. I'm so surprised how early on in this tournament as well we're going to be seeing these two titans playing out as well in the quarterfinals. Normally we see these two teams in the final, but instead it's going to be the quarterfinals, and now we're going to be seeing who is going to come out on top and who is going to move down to that loser bracket.
of course, the other side of the bracket has some Titans as well. Let's hear from Excandral what his big takeaways heading into this series are.
I got a little excited there. Oh, it's Stuart, but I got a little, I got a little excited there. I started talking before I was even supposed to come on. I was like, oh yeah, wait, it's me, and then stressed. I realised I didn't actually get that handed over properly. I think this is a pretty key point. It's going to be the battle of the junglers. I think both of the junglers on these two sides are some of the best in the region. I think Andre often considered, as you heard from Mozilla earlier, the absolute carry of his team. So it feels pretty apt that this series may be decided by the jungler's influence. I think both junglers are amazing, though. I think you're really going to see a fierce competition from that point on the map. Of course, something that we've talked about throughout this broadcast has been bruisers in the Baron lane. You have two incredible Baron laners. I think, Acolyte obviously very storied now in Wild Rift. And I think, again, bruisers are really important. We've seen high priority on them in the draft, and often they find themselves put into that Baron lane position. So expecting to see a lot of contestation for things like the Set, the Renekton, things like that, or maybe even the Garen, because they've proved very influential in the drafts thus far. And finally, rotations. I don't want to sound like Monte Cristo, but rotations. It is a really important part of the game, and both of these teams are known for their really apt play around objectives. Team Queso were famed for that in the previous sets of competitions in the Origin Series and Horizon Cup that we had. Just their play around objectives was super, super important. So I think rotations are going to be the name of the game here, playing around objectives and translating that power through tempo into quick, decisive victories. Right, now I'm going to hand over properly. Stress is not going to start talking as soon as I hand over. He's going to wait because he's good at what he does. Stress and Stuart, take it back.
I don't know. I'm so excited. I'm kind of just tempted to throw the rulebook out and start talking at random points and just let people listen to whatever we want to say. I'm very excited for this series. I know you are, and Excandral is as well. We are heading towards picks and bans, but before we get there, I think it's a good time to take a look at the rosters, because while the teams may very well be known by people, we have had some changes since last year's games, especially on the Team Queso side. This is a very different look team, even though we still expect the same level of gameplay for them. No longer is it Ruiz that we're looking for on Queso. Ruiz has team swapped out. And the funny thing is, he's on the other side. He's part of Game Lord now. Lonely Kid, Zefter, Ruiz, Redemption, and Hester on the side of Game Lord. For Team Queso, it's Acolyte, Andreas, Veos, Joey Skaggs, and Methanaut. And this is what we've been waiting for. This is the comeback story for Ruiz against Team Queso. If there's 10 players you could pick from, Stuart, I'm going to let you talk about whichever one you want.
Honestly, I could talk about all of these players for hours and hours and hours. I don't think there's actually a particular role that I can honestly pick out, to be fair. You got the battle in the Baron lane, you got the mid lane battle as well, you got Joey Skaggs and Methanaut, the new duo lane for Team Queso against Redemption and Heste. You got the battle of the junglers. I don't even know what there is. I don't even know where to start. I feel like, I could just talk for such a long time.
I think one thing we should mention, there's a couple of key picks for these teams. We've mentioned Acolyte a few times and Bruisers in the top lane. For those of you that have been watching this weekend, and especially in today's, this is the bracket in the way that Game Lord and Queso got here. So Aphelion were defeated by Game Lord in the first round. Team Queso made their way past the Supremacy to get here. The winner of this will take on Viv Esports. We just saw them win in our first series of the day. The pick I was gonna point out was the Darius for Acolyte. I think Darius for Acolyte has a higher priority than we saw in our last series.
Yeah, 100%. You can see Zerozo down in the lower bracket as well. Zerozo going to be playing Control as well. It's a fiery matchup in the lower bracket. I believe we're going to see that next week as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's going to be a next week matchup. But yeah. I think Baron Lane is definitely a place to start. In the first series for these two teams, Lonely Kid picked Garen twice in a 2-0 victory, and Acolyte picked Darius twice, both in the 2-0 victory. So that's two picks already, Garen and Darius, which both of these top laners are very, very comfortable with, and will be a high priority as well. But we're still going to see priorities on, champions like Jace, champions like Set, champions like Gragas, Morgana. I feel like there's so many picks now, and the meta is kind of up there at the moment. It's going to be really, really exciting.
Yeah, we're not the only ones excited. I know the community are also having their input on the games of the day. Zero Zone came back, but unfortunately, it was not enough as Viv would take that series. I think it's really interesting that we'd talk a little bit about those Baron Lane bruises and how it plays into the draft, because the more we hear from our players, for those of you that were joining us on week 1, we had the interview with Patterson, who we just saw play in our last series, talking about how that matchup between Darius and Garen goes, and like Darius can be favored in that matchup. Now I'm like, okay, does that mean you have to ban it, or is it first pickable? Because some teams do. There are so many questions for this draft coming up. I'm just ready to get into it and have some answers. I think one thing we know we're not going to get is Lulu in the bottom lane as a carry. I'm not going to let that go for the rest of today's broadcast. But I think this is where these key picks will have an impact in the game. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Corki let through and have real strong presence on the game, just because of these other picks that we're talking about may very well find themselves banned.
I mean, you talk about the Corki. Corki is definitely a comfort pick for Redemption as well. Yeah. So if it doesn't get banned away, I feel like that's definitely going to be a high priority pick for the side of Game Lord. And we you know, the junglers as well. You talk about Lee Sin. Both these players, love to play Lee Sin. Both these players love to play Fiora. Going to be really, really important for the jungle picks as well, and even the mid lane as well. You know, Ruiz on Ari. We've got Gragas coming into the mid lane now, into the meta, and like you said, there's so many questions, there's so many possibilities in this draft, and I feel like these are definitely our top 2 teams going into this entire tournament. So if you're not excited for this game, then what are you doing? You know, if you're not here, if you're not ready, then what are you doing?
Yeah, we're building up. We're not quite ready to go into game yet. We do need just another couple of minutes before we get there. So stay with us. We will be back very, very shortly with picks and bans.
30 minutes around.
5 minutes? Normally I take like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Not much time at all. If I had shower, maybe 10-15 minutes tops.
Like when I used to get ready in the morning, it would take 30 seconds because I would always be late for school.
It depends.
It depends where I go. If I go to something special, like maybe take like 20 minutes. But if it's per day, 10 minutes.
Now I have a lot of time, so bathroom for an hour or something, listening to music.
If I have something afterwards, so it can be 5 minutes or it can be half an hour.
Around 5 to 10 minutes.
I mean, I'm a fast guy. I can do it in like 10 minutes. I got my suit on, I got my glasses, and my hair is like 1 minute. So I'm always ready. I'm fast.
I mean, 20 minutes? 20 minutes is already good. I don't do a lot of things.
Maybe 20 minutes. If I wouldn't shower, it would not be long, but I always shower in the morning. So I'd say probably on average 20 minutes. So I think 20 minutes.
I just put some water on my hair, you know, and that's it. And my face too.
About an hour.
Nobody should be answering if I shower. I'm just gonna put that out there. That should not be the actual answer. We're gonna need to see about that. Anyway, we're not here for healthcare tips. We're here for picks and bans. I'm ready to just fly right into this draft. Okay, let's go. It's Game Lord. It's Queso. Queso on the blue side to start for this series, which means Game Lord, Jace is likely to be banned by them. Set's likely to be banned by them. Lee Sin, we've talked about high priority. Garen's off the board already.
Yeah, Garen, I already mentioned, you know, Loner Kid picked it twice last week. I think Joey is a player that we spoke about a little bit as well in the wild test. You know, he's been saying, Garen, just don't make me pick Garen. Don't make me play against Garen. I don't want to do it. Fiora being banned away from Andreas, a really, really nice ban there. Galio being banned away, Jax being banned away. These are coming really, really thick and fast. Jace is still open. Set is still open.
Really fast. I think the Galio ban speaks to Camille being available. Lee Sin banned away from Game Lord for Zefta. We know that that's a big pick. Game Lord crushed Purge by playing Camille Galio again and again and again. Morgana is going to get banned. Jace is open. Set is open. Camille is open. There's a lot of picks. Zed is open. And so Ruiz is likely to prioritize Fizz. as one of the matchups here. We've seen Gragas as well. It's up. Oh, there are so many power picks in this matchup, and it's going so quick.
This is going thick and fast. You already mentioned the Fizz. The Fizz, Ruiz has played it before. Ruiz has played this matchup before. He's played the Fizz. He knows how to play it as well.
There's the
comfort. There's the comfort of the Corki pick. But there's still so many picks open. Jace, Sets, Gragas. Where are these picks? All the bans are like, I would say they're kind of tier 1 bans, I would say in a way, but they're not the bans that we're used to. And there's so many picks that are left open.
And I think now it might slow down a little bit just because the Gragas, I think, has to go in priority. Rakan, I was going to say, is a pick for Hester normally, like Hester and Redemption with the Rakan duo. Hester then goes towards the likes of an Alistair, of a Leona, like these engaged supports. Thresh may fill that role for him, but I'm glad these picks have started to slow down. I would like to see a Gragas here for Team Queso. It's going to be the bot lane, so they fill the gap of having that AP carry alongside, but I think this is the first draft where we've seen no jungle or top lane priority by a blue side team in the entirety of this weekend's games that I can recall.
Have they both just like shaken hands or something? It's just like, we're not going to ban Jace, we're not going to ban Set, we're not going to pick it as well. This is really, really surprising. A Vi as well. We don't really get to see Vi a lot. We saw Vi twice. I can't remember who played it. I can't remember the team as well.
It was Blows. Blows played it yesterday, if I remember rightly, because the first game really looked lackluster, and that was the one that we were wondering. Now, I mean, of all the junglers, it's like Jarvan was available, but this is all about killing the Ziggs, is saying, hey, take out his carry, and we'll be able to carry late game with the Corki.
The lockdown as well. You got the Hextech Ultimatum on top of the Sultan Battery as well by Vi. That double lockdown really can get onto Ziggs in the backline. I feel like that's what Game Lord are planning to do as well. So you can see that Team Queso banning supports, no surprise, with Rakan being picked, and Game Lords are the one banning junglers. The Olaf being taken away, I think a really, really nice ban, because you can't really do that much against an Olaf when he's just running towards you with his ultimate. Interesting enough to see if the Fizz is going to be banned by Team Queso. I'm going to be very, very interested to see. It's going to be the Darius banned away for Acolyte. No surprise there as well. We're going to be seeing most likely this top side AD sort of picks for Team Queso, and maybe the same for Game Lord as well, because the Corki has already been picked as well. Last ban coming in very, very soon. Still no Gragas, still no Set, still no Jace. What is going on, Stress?
My gut feeling here is Queso, if they don't ban Fizz, it'll be the last pick from Game Lord, because you can pick a flex top laner. There's the Alistair that we talked about from Hester. Leaves him with not a massive amount of engaged champions, but we will see where he ends up going on this fourth pick. It is actually, I said flex top. Of course, Camille is likely to go into that Baron lane, so apologies. It's likely to be support here for Game Lord.
Yeah, support and then leaving the mid lane pick till last will be most likely. But I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a mid lane pick as well if Ruiz feels comfortable enough. Only 1 second left as well, and it's going to be a Nami for Heste. We don't normally see, Heste maybe playing these Enchanter supports. Very, very interesting. I can leave that mid lane pick until last, so could potentially still be the Fizz. Is going to be Renekton up in that top lane against Camille. I feel like that's definitely something that Acolyte definitely drops back on if he doesn't have the Darius up and available. And now we're looking for the jungler. It's going to be Kha'Zix as well. These drafts are absolutely crazy. And Ari, we completely forgot about the Ari as well. Ari has been one of Ruiz's most comfortable picks as well, and one that he's really, really strong at.
Stuart, Jace just fell all the way through an entire draft. Jace went all the way through with no pickups. So, yeah, we haven't seen that. I think this might be the first game where that's been the case between any teams here in Europe. Very different draft. I would not have predicted this type of draft out from Queso and Game Lord. So I think there's definite strengths on both sides. I mean, Queso have the Ziggs to kind of weather through, and then Zed, Renekton, Kha'Zix for their early game on that top side.
I feel like we're kind of taking a trip down memory lane with this Zed priority with the tournament that we casted in January. I think it was with these two teams as well that they played off against each other. It's like Zed priority, then you have Camille, you also have the Rakan priority coming back as well, and Ziggs being quite a high priority as well. But my eyes are all down on this duo lane. Joey Skaggs and Mephinork against Redemption and Heste. You know, we've seen Joey Skaggs and Mephinork come up against, you know, last week they were able to win out 2-0, but this is the real test for them. Can they live up to the expectations? Can they take down Game Lord? Because I feel like that's kind of the strong point, and that's kind of where everyone is going to be looking at, because the rest of the map, we know Veos, we know Andreas, and we know Acolyte, but it's just all about that duo lane to see if they can come out on top.
I think the one thing that separates Game Lord from a lot of the other teams that we've seen play against stronger teams so far is like Acolyte is always, especially on picks like Camille, always poking and just trying to find these openings where he can cut in, push out a lane, cut in behind you, and look to lock down a carry. That's what made them so deadly to deal with in January's Purge tournament. We'll see if whether Lonely Kid, I was meaning Lonely Kid, of course, is Acolyte that's on Team Queso. If Lonely Kid can actually find those openings and make that work, because Acolyte's Renekton is going to be hard to push out of lane, at least in the early game. It takes a while for Camille to actually build into the lane against the Renekton.
Yeah, I feel like the Renekton is going to have a little bit of an advantage, but, you know, Lonely Kid still has the shield and everything available. And look at that. The fan votes are on Game Lord's side as well. They're with most of the analysts on that side as well, with obviously the Spanish, Spanish crowd and the Spanish fans are still back in Team Queso in this series. And Spain's already 1-0 down. Could they be maybe 2-0 down on the day?
Well, I'll be honest, this and Na'Vi Ricks are the closest ones. As Hester is going to get caught out here. This is a problem with the Nami. Forced to flash, though. Redemption is going to try and get that first kill. Valkyrie comes forward, gets it off the level 2. First blood goes over to Redemption. Nearly gets the double, but it's Kha'Zix. They have to be aware of. Andres has already parked down to that bottom side. That's a great start for Game Lord.
Yeah, as mentioned, it's all about the duo lane. Can Joey Skaggs and Mephinork live up to the hype, and can they take down the kind of veteran duo lane of Game Lord with Redemption, Hester, and Zefta? I don't know if he actually got that in the end.
No, Andreas got it.
Oh, Andreas got it.
Andreas stole it. Yeah, he managed to jump in enough time to get it. Ruiz does land the charm. Oh, Veos is like a footstep away.
Oh my God.
In bot lane, this is trading all the time. This is very different from our first series of the day. We've got early action to start.
There's a lot of early game action, and this could allow Andreas to actually get a double kill as well, but a double scuttle crab as well, sorry. But looking back at this, the interesting part about this is Mephinork's engaging, and Mephinork's only level 1.
Yeah.
They don't have the level 2 advantage, so he is a level behind. He doesn't have any abilities, you know, dash back and everything, and he has, you know, Redemption jumping on him as well. And honestly, I feel like Redemption could have maybe got a double kill here as well, especially with Heste as well coming in with the clutch kill in the end, but advantage Game Lord in the early game. Even though Andreas did take the double starter crab, it is still an early game advantage for Game Lord, especially in this duo lane as well. And there's fights happening left and right at the moment. You know, so many rotations. We, you know, a Scoundrel spoke about a little bit during key points as well. But you can see around the map, you can see Mephinork rotating around. You can see Zefta now in this top lane as well. Both the top laners now have ultimate available. The Hex Ultimatum is a possibility with the combo, and they're going in.
Combination lands, and it's going to lock Renekton in place for now. He's popped that Dominus and will be able to get out. That's so much crowd control used, but Renekton is strong enough to weather this early game. Mephinork doesn't quite find everything he was looking for in the bottom lane and gets Aqua Prisoned in place. No kills to speak of, but that was a lot used in the top lane for no real effect from Game Lord, so well played by Acolyte.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Lonely Kid and Zefta are going to have their ultimates available as well for this Dragon and this Rift Herald fight. So they tried to get that little bit of advantage in the top lane, but yeah, Acolyte using his dominance, being really, really tanky. There was not really much that they could really do about it. They don't have that damage in the early game. You know, with Zefta, with Lonely Kid, with the Vine Camille, you don't have that damage to be able to take down the Renekton with Dominus. We haven't spoken much about the mid lane, but it's just been trades back and forth at the moment with Veos and Ruiz, both these mid laners. We know them so well, you know, both these mid laners. We know what they can offer, especially Ruiz on this comfort pick as well with Ari, and Veos as well. We know what he can do on Zed. So it's another matchup as well that me and you know quite well with both these mid laners. But
yeah, and the characteristic I would say that makes Game Lord look so strong from the middle lane is Ruiz never looks uncomfortable in the middle lane. Even when he's not on his comfort picks, I feel like he's never under that much pressure that he's panicked. Like, you see the way he's trading in the lane, like, waits to land the charm. He's landed multiple charms against Veos and knows I'm just fine, I'm in control. I would love to see if Game Lord ever get pushed like that, where Ruiz doesn't look so calm and collected in the way he plays. Looks like we're going to get a handshake on these objectives. Dragon going over to Game Lord. Queso likely to take the Rift Herald after his top lane push.
I don't know if Team Queso are going to be able to do this fast enough, if I'm totally honest with you.
They're
really slow. They're not even doing it at all. They're trying to catch out Lonely Kid instead, and they're going to try and jump onto him.
They will force the flash out under the turret. Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb gets dodged, but it's not enough to keep Lonely Kid alive, as that's Acolyte's going to pick up that first kill. Now Redemption's here. Just cut the wave with the package and Valkyrie back out, so denies the tower push and maybe opens up Zefta to take this Rift Herald once Lonely Kid is back alive.
I'm really confused about that decision by Team Queso. You normally see a handshake in objectives, but instead they tried to catch out Lonely Kid and they were trying to take the tower instead. But when you have package available, Redemption could just easily get up there as well and just easily use the package to zone out the members. And now, like you said, it opens up the Rift Herald now for Game Lord, but I'm not too sure about that. I guess Team Queso just not wanting to risk anything, but I feel like they had enough damage to take down this Rift Herald instead. And look, Andreas is not even going to be able to do anything.
Oh, can't quite get the damage to stick and will flash away as Rift Herald has gone over to Game Lord. Lonely Kid couldn't quite get it either, but that is obviously going to deny a lot of the counter-engage potential by Queso as Methanol forced back to the fountain.
Yeah, Methanol being caught out there, looks like by the charm in the end, and Team Queso falling a little bit behind on momentum. The Infernal Drake's gone down, and also the Rift Herald's gone down, but they're going to try and take the first tower. But again, there's no minion waves here, and now that Game Lord, have the Rift Herald, they can look to try and push out this lane. It looks like they're just defending for now. Ruiz is going to go down here to just defend this bot wave, and it's kind of the side lane pressure that Flower was talking about a little bit. But there's a bot lane fight. He's dashing away.
Yeah, Veo's forced to shadow away. Queso have actually opted not to fight the neutral objectives and have been pushing on the side lane towers really heavily in this game. And I think with Renekton and the Zed, that's clearly what they're looking for. And you mentioned from the interview in the last game, like Zed not getting towers is a detriment, but they punished Ruiz going for Methanol on the engage by Zed pushing that out in the bottom lane and trying to get the tower. Hasn't been able to actually secure that objective yet. And those neutral objectives, if they start stacking up for Game Lord, are really going to punish Team Queso the later this game goes, because they're already behind in the bot lane carry. Like Redemption already has a significant advantage over Joey Skaggs. At least the last time that we saw the gold, it was the case.
Yeah, both these supports are roaming around the map now. Methanol and Heste. You can see just leaving the mid laners to be where they are, as both mid laners are just going to completely push out the lane. But yeah, Veos is going to be completely fine with the shadow again. But the thing about this situation now that Team Queso don't have the Rift Herald is that Zefta can try and look to use a Rift Herald to try and take the first tower of the game. But as you said, a lot of low towers now, both top lane and bot lane for Team Queso. They can try and look to take the tower. But when you're against an Ahri in the bot lane, and when you have Nami roaming up to the top lane as well, there's no real way that they can actually take this tower. So it looks like the tower will eventually go down in bot lane now, with the Methanol being here as well. No, it doesn't look like it is going to go down the end. It looks like Ruiz is just going to be there to defend the tower again. And it just seems like it's just a game of back and forth at the moment. And, Game Lord are just the ones trying to defend the towers, whereas Team Queso are trying to get that first tower of the game gold.
Big moment in this game, though. Solari Charge Blade completed for Redemption. You can see he's about 1,600 gold up on his lane counterpart. That's a significant advantage. And even slowing down, not taking the package now because there's still 30 seconds before the objectives. He pushes mid lane out, likely to recall, I would imagine, in the next couple of seconds. As long as bot lane stays safe, he can actually recall. His Methanol is the one dropping. That's a beautiful wave, though, to actually stop Andreas getting into the fight. And Hester has managed somehow to stay alive thanks to the defensive tidal wave. And that's a double kill for Zefta. Beautifully played on the bottom lane by Game Lord, punishing Queso for overextending. And now it's the Rift Herald playing bot, while mid lane, it's going to be Joey Skaggs caught. He can't satchel charge his way out of that one, and Redemption picks it up. And from an even game, Game Lord have blown this wide open. That's going to be multiple towers, a dragon with that Rift Herald push in the bottom lane, likely to be the Rift Herald after the package on the top side as well.
Yeah, we're going to look back at this replay. It looks like, it's Game Lord actually. Methanol dashes in, but onto the charm, and that makes him so low. Veos was trying to execute Heste and just flashes away just in time. It's the small margins between these teams. We know how strong these players are, and it was the little small margins. Heste surviving on 1 HP, Methanol surviving on 1 HP. But you can see Lonely Kid here just easily being able to jump onto Joey Skaggs, flashes away as well. But as you said, this game is completely wide open now. Game Lord, Joey took the second dragon. They took the bot lane tower as well, and they were actually able to take first tower of the game as well. And Joey, he's just dead again, isn't he?
Yeah, force the stasis. Even if he doesn't die, that's significant enough that it's forced them away from the Rift Herald timing. Joey Skaggs is having a real tough time in this game. He is unable to find footing, and there's no real way of Queso contesting this. Like, Kha'Zix is down in the bottom side. I think it's worth noting that, like, there was a lot of commentary from the community based on the Camille nerfs and saying that she was in the ground. On a competitive sense, her ultimate still does exactly the same thing it always did. It will always lock somebody in place for the rest of your team to get the kill. Just because it's not long enough for her to kill you anymore has almost zero impact on a competitive sense for this pick. She's still unbelievably good at taking out somebody like Ziggs, and we just saw it on that middle lane play.
Yeah, she does her job in the end, and Acolyte as well. Even though he's winning the fight, they do have redemption coming up as well. I don't think they're going to take it, but yeah, mid lane tower's now gone down as well for the side of Game Lord. They're going to get more kills.
Yeah, that's the kill onto Camille. There's the struggle when she can't kill the target with the teammates up front. She does drop quite low. Zefta's going to go in with the assault and battery, trades 1-for-1 under the tower, and now actually it's Hester. This has gone all a little bit wrong for Game Lord, as they have lost 3 members on this top side. A little overextension from Lonely Kid kind of converts into 2 further kills for Team Queso.
Yeah, really nice defensive work by Team K. So they realized the Game Lord were rotating up to the top lane, so they rotated up themselves. Tried to go for the tower dive in the end, as Zefta went a little bit too deep. You can see here the Game Lord were there first. So you can see Zefta on your minimap. He's working his way through the jungle. They were looking to try and tower dive. Acolyte does really well here. Flashes in and uses a combo with the Ziggs bomb on top of that. The Mephonaut as well on top of that, being able to use the quickness, and then the resets from Andreas. Jumps onto Redemption, gets the kill there. Zefta getting another kill as well, and just a really even trade in the top lane. I think they tried to get all 3 outer towers down for Team Queso, but unfortunately for Game Lord, they weren't able to take it. But you can see that the gold lead is still not that much. You know, it's still only 1,000 gold lead on the side of Game Lord, but they have 2 dragons. There was a really big shutdown for Joey Skaggs in the end. I believe he did get it onto I think it was, I actually can't remember. I think it might have been Redemption. I can't actually remember. I remember him seeing that he got shut down. I can't remember who it was on. Yeah,
I think it was Redemption. That bomb got a good amount of impact there. So still 1,000 gold. I made the comment yesterday about Vi building GA as a second item. When it's ahead, you feel great because you just throw yourself in, you get a kill, the rest of your team like follows up, saves you, everything's okay. When you're behind, it doesn't feel so good. But Zefta, with the team firmly ahead for the majority of this game, has finished that Guardian Angel, and he knows that when Redemption's near a fight, they can actually take it. Here comes the tidal wave. Is this going to deny? Team Queso have done a good job of defending this tower, and they have all of their ultimates available. Like, that was the Nami ultimate and the Ahri ultimate used by Game Lord to try and open up a little bit of space, but it's 30 seconds until the Drake package is not yet up. I don't have the timer on that, so hoping if you're a Game Lord fan that it is up pretty much at the same time, but I'm not quite sure. Doesn't
I'm
look
not
like
too
it
sure
will
either.
be.
Well, yeah, it doesn't look like it will be. That won't be the package available, but you can see that everyone, you know, we went into an all random, all top situation to now everyone just rushing towards this dragon. You can see
it just came up.
Oh, yes, it did just come up. Maybe he's going to go back to base. We'll have to see, but I think it'll be too little too late. But it looks like he is going to go back to base. You see on the minimap, he is recalling, and Team Queso has not started the dragon off just yet. You can see he's going to go back to base, and now he's going to go for the package.
It's too impactful not to have it when it's available, especially since you know that the Queso can't rush it down from here. Oh, Ahri might be caught as Ruiz, half health, does have the honey fruit, so that's some fortuitous timing that's available for him. As Queso are going to kind of position themselves over towards the dragon.
Stress, I feel like this is make or break for this game. I feel like this is just really, really tense at the moment. This team fight could decide it all, and Hester, here we go.
Hits 3 with the tidal wave, and Lonely Kid cuts in from the side. Where's Zefta? The package is not quite in position to deal damage, but it's going to at least defend Hester and Ruiz. Veos is trying to get in there. He can't quite land the kill up front, and it looks like Game Lord are taking control of this. 3 members of Queso already dead. Make that 4 as Joey Skaggs is the only one alive, and with no ultimate, they can't contest this dragon. That is a huge team fight for Game Lord. They bought the extra time that they needed, got themselves the package, kept their carries safe, and Game Lord are going to turn towards the Baron now.
Yeah, Methanoid went in to try and catch out Hester, but unfortunately couldn't, and it was a counter engage. It was a Nami wave, as you mentioned, that was so strong, and Joey, that's not where you want to be. Really, really good Saxon charge, but yeah, I don't think you can kill a Camille. I say that.
Oh, where's the sweep? Hookshot out is the play here for Lonely Kid. Yeah, had to be. It's so much more valuable to get that Baron buff on the Camille. And will Hookshot out at least put the pressure down? And now they'll recall. Game Lord in control with the Baron buff.
Yeah, you can see here, as I was briefly mentioning, Mephinaut here trying to catch out Heste and Acolyte, Andreas, jumping onto Heste as well. But it's a counter gauge. It's this Nami wave onto Lonely Kid jumping in as well. But you can see Veos. Veos takes so much time to flank around in the backline. And as soon as he tries to flank in the backline, he ulties onto Heste. But look at the exhaust. The exhaust was such perfect timing, which allowed Heste to survive. They were able to kill off Veos in the end as well. And I felt like if Veos was a little bit quicker on that rotation, he maybe could have done that much. But it just shows you how important exhaust is on Redemption. When Veos jumps in, if he can exhaust the Zed, then he will be able. He basically can't do anything. I feel like Zed can't really do anything when you have exhaust, when you have multiple stasises as well. Which, I was about to mention that as well. I mean, across the board, we have 8 stasises, which you don't really see a lot for another bot lane fight.
Zefta has the GA though, so even though Veos has thrown everything down, now look, these Baron buff minions are going to absorb most of that Ziggs damage, and Acolyte is trading with Lonely Kid. Now Andreas is here as well, but Ruiz is going to come for backup. They didn't quite land as Lonely Kid is going to back themselves away. Tiny amount of health left on Acolyte, and they'll just survive. The top lane, they're pushing with the Baron buff minions as Heste is keeping them alive for now with the tidal wave. But Game Lord, this is very, very tense between the two of them still. It's not quite enough to push through with the Baron buff, and it is going to expire relatively soon. So I think Game Lord haven't quite done enough damage off this Baron play. That was beautifully defended by Team Queso on 3 fronts to actually hold off with no inhibitors dying off this first Baron of the game. And Veos doesn't quite get the stop on Redemption's recall. I'm actually going to say that's kind of a win by Queso, believe it or not. To actually hold with all 3 inhibitors up is significant at this point of the game.
I think you said it perfectly. I think Game Lord was trying to split the map, trying to push in on all 3 lanes to try and get all 3 inhibitors. But Team Queso were able to rotate around the map. They were able to defend the inhibitors. And I think that's the most important thing. No inhibitors are down for Team Queso. And Andreas as well against Lonely Kids.
Yeah, Lonely Kid doesn't have backup, but neither does Andreas. And for this point, it's just about defending the waves so that you can try and set up vision control for the Elder Drake. It's not up, at least for over a minute left on this game. So Team Queso can even sack this bottom tower. It's not worth fighting over for them. They will throw out the Ziggs ultimate. And now they're going to try and go aggressive on Lonely Kid. The bottom lane just has to play defensively and not commit to it. But they aren't able to shut down Lonely Kid either. But you can see how much this Camille is doing, pulling Team Queso, multiple members across the map. Andreas has just gone back in on Lonely Kid, trying desperately to get it because surely we're close to Dragon Spawn. They haven't been able to get it yet. Lonely Kid is going to survive, is going to escape, and now it's bottom lane the game mode of pushing in. This is like tenterhooks of macro, back and forth, and now it's mid lane tower that they're going to go aggressive on. Tidal wave hits on 2, and that may very well have stretched Queso a little bit too thin as Joey is dead, and Zefta is backing away with his life. They have the man overlap, they have the 1-person advantage, and they can go for that dragon and then look for the Baron.
Oh, this is so tense, Stress. This is what we was expecting coming into this series. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned it a little bit before, but Camille, even though she did receive some nerfs, you can see how annoying Camille is to deal with. And Veos is trying to 1v1, but I don't think you can kill Lonely Kid, if I'm totally honest with you. Yeah, he just doesn't have enough damage at the moment. And Lonely Kid on this Camille, like you said, just pulling the pressure of Game Lord. Both Andreas and Veos both tried to kill Lonely Kid, but the hook shot away, the passive shields as well, even though the ultimate got nerfed and other things got nerfed with Camille as well. It's just how safe you can play as well. Now the Elder Dragon is up, but Zefta could be caught.
Zefta doesn't have his GA available. It's still another 30 seconds or so off, but that's going to be Acolyte dying, and here comes the late game damage from Game Lord. This Corki has been charging up this entire game, and this is the moment where Corki can just take over. Ziggs is going to teleport in. That's Joey actually teleporting into the fight.
Joey?
And Lonely Kid is right here. Doesn't have the ultimate, but Joey, that's a blunder if ever I've seen one. Unfortunately, trying to think that Team Queso was going to take the fight, and the rest of the team were already backing away, and that is actually the game done. That's Game Lord taking this first game of the series 1-0. An uncharacteristic mistake from Queso to desperately try and hold on to the game, but Game Lord with superior macro pulling Queso apart at the seams.
What a banger of a game. We knew that coming into this series, we were going to get high explosive games, and that's exactly what we got. I spoke about just before the game about the bot lane, you know, the difference in terms of bot lane and how Team Queso, they have a new bot lane duo and how they were going to kind of work really against this Game Lord lineup. They looked good in the first series, but this was their real test, so they kind of fell a little bit far behind, but it was Game Lord in the end. You can see these fights were so close. Heste surviving on 1 HP, Mythonaut surviving on 1 HP, and you can see that both these teams are just so close together, but it's Game Lord. They just come out slightly on in this first game.
Yeah, Game Lord, I think, did such a good job around Lonely Kid and the way that the mid game played out. Like, always drawing 2 people to the side lane gave Game Lord the ability to take fights. I mean, you know, we think of Hester as this engaged support, playing a lot of tanks. His Nami performance was actually really good. Like, these tidal waves always hit where they needed to.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. He was just able to sit in the back line with Redemption, and you can see there, you know, even though Veos tries to jump in as well, they weren't able to do enough because of that exhaust as well, which we're seeing a lot on dual lane carries now. We're seeing exhaust because of all these assassins, all these bruisers, and you can see that this was where Lonely Kid wasn't able to do it. And we thought here this might have been the moment, but it was the stasis, 8 stasises in this game. It was this stasis by Zefta, and yeah, this by the unfortunate teleport by Joey, and he unfortunately did die, and that was kind of the I can't think of the saying,
it was just
but you know what I mean.
That was the death knell, the nail in the coffin, whichever idiom you want to use for that. I mean, I know what Joey's going for there. It's like, if the team commit, that's the only way you can play that out, is joining the team fight. I think maybe teleport was a little bit overkill when it's already like in your bottom lane. But, you know, these are split-second decisions in these games. Like, this is not the kind of time where you can actually take time to think about it. And I think Joey was trying to fight back in this game and have the impact. Like, even though he had damage, Redemption felt like he was in control of the game from that bottom lane, from that very first exchange that gave him first blood, and Game Lord had everything secure around that core key.
Yeah, you can see the gold as well. It was so close throughout the most of the game, but it was just Game Lord in the end was kind of able to take the right team fights, I guess, in a way, and kind of split up Team Queso, which is kind of what the mistake that Team Queso, I feel like, made, you know, especially in that team fight. I feel like that pivotal team fight where Veos was trying to jump into the backline, but it was just too little, too late, and it was kind of that big, massive tidal wave, as you said as well, by Heste. We don't really normally see Heste on the Nami, but it just shows as well that all these players can play so many different champions, and they're just so confident and so strong as well. And going into the next game, we're going to see if Team Queso are going to be able to come back, but if it's anything like the first game, then it's going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, we still need to close out this first game where we take a look at our play of the game. This could be one of like 5 fights for sure. There's a lot of things from this game that could very well be the play of the game. For this time around, it is gonna be, as I'm buying some time. Okay, yeah, Hester's 3-man tidal wave.
Yeah, the 3-man tidal wave here, I think it was kind of the moment where Game Lord were able to accelerate the goal. You can see it's like a 4 versus 5 situation, because Veos was still trying to push the mid lane the whole time, and by the time he came and by the time he tried to kill Heste, it was just too little too late, and with the exhaust as well. And I feel like this was definitely the pivotal point of the entire game, because the goal lead in this situation was so close. It was about 1,000 gold lead, but then after this they were able to win the team fight, take down 4 members, take that dragon, and just accelerate that gold lead. It was just, it allowed them to just control the rest of the map.
Yeah, and at first I was wondering whether that package landed right for Redemption, but it actually saved Hester and Ruiz from the way that Veos was trying to come into the fight. So like utilizing it just to zone away the rest of Queso. I mean, that was exactly the type of game one we were expecting from this series. Game Lord lead 1-0, but this is absolutely not over. This could very well go 3 games. We'll see whether Team Queso can even this back up in just a few minutes when we come back from a break.
Ready?
Well, we promised you a banger, and we did not lie. It's game one, already in the books of Game Lord and Queso, and I mean, Game Lord looked very convincing in that first game, but this series is not over yet. Stress here, joined by Stuart. Queso, I still think have a lot left in the tank compared to what we saw in game number one.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they were a little bit, lackluster in the first game. I feel like they definitely, like you said, they definitely can play a lot better. And I feel like they are a lot better than that previous game. But it was still quite a close game, either way. It was a little bit of a really, really close early game as well. And you can see that the Spaniards are coming back again as well. Team Queso against Game Lord, and not looking too good for the Spanish teams today, I must admit.
I'm going to be honest, I'm a boomer, so I'm just like, that's a pretty picture with some logos on top. I'm sure I'm going to get trolled by that on social after this, but so many references, hard to keep track of it. But for Game Lord and Queso, they are two titans fighting off against each other. I think there's a lot that can happen between game one and game two draft. I want to hear a little bit from Excandrel on what he thinks was key for game number one, and maybe what needs to change heading into game number two.
Thank you, Stress. Yeah, I think primarily bot lane. Not saying like it's a huge skill differential, but I think also knowing Joey as well as I do, sticking him on a mage, even though they suit the meta right now, it feels like you're wasting some of Joey's potential. He's a really strong mechanical player. He's the kind of guy that will also, similarly to the last series, he would just slap a Vayne down in a game that suits it and can play it really well. I think you need to give some agency to your bot lane. You drafted up Joey and Methanaut because they are supposed to be a mechanical, kind of like wild card bot lane that can definitely pop off. And I think sticking them on a Ziggs or a Khan is a super safe lane and maybe doesn't play to the strengths of those laners themselves. So think about that bot lane matchup and really think about how you can pick something to their strengths. From pretty much the entire game, Game Lord were just the more proactive team, whether it was around objectives, whether it was around setting up turret dives, or even just trying to force team fights. Game Lord were much more proactive across the game, and that meant that you were constantly looking at Team Queso being reactive and getting caught out and unfortunately not being in the right place at the right time. And finally, not just objectives and rotations, but the setups on objectives are important. It was always Game Lord that had the correct setup and forcing Queso to face check them and come into them. And, it allowed Game Lord the superior plays around these objective pits. And I think that's what allowed them to be much more successful in these team fight scenarios. I'm going to hand it back over now to Stress and Stuart, hopefully looking forward to another banger of the two titans in the WREC.
Yeah, I hope it's another banger. I want to zoom in a little bit more on that second point about being proactive. I think Lonely Kid, he may not be like the most flashy Baron laner that we have, but I think when you look at like openings of macro play and the way that it allows Game Lord to play, I would say he's the most consistent Baron laner for actually giving them advantages, especially on these picks like Camille.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I feel like that's just a whole team-wide thing as well. I feel like the communication is there as well. If Lonely Kid knows it's like, okay, there's two people up here, I can just communicate to my team and then they can put pressure elsewhere. That allowed them to get the mid lane tower. But another on the previous game, Stress, we're ready to pick some bans for game number two. And it looks like we have seen a side swap.
Yeah, side swap, but this also means I wonder whether we'll see some actual picks change. That's a blue side Fiora ban. I wouldn't be surprised to see Game Lord, if it's available, pick Camille as the first pick. I think it did way too much work compared to, the draft priority. So we'll see. If Queso leave it available, I think Game Lord will likely prioritize it.
Yeah, we'll have to see as well. We see that the Fiora blue side is pretty interesting, but I think with Andreas as well, I think you don't really want to give him Fiora. I guess they don't want to first pick Fiora as well, so they feel like if the Fiora is going to be on the blue side, if they don't want to first pick it, then Acolyte or Andreas is going to pick up as well. Galio's still being interesting enough being banned on the red side as well. 14K, so Jack's being banned away. That's Zed ban as well. So not going to be picking up Zed themselves. Maybe expecting their first pick for Ruiz on the Zed.
Yeah, it's possible. I think there's now other picks we look towards. Jace fell all the way through the draft last time. Didn't get banned, didn't get picked at all in our first game. Morgana off the board now. I think Varus has to be a consideration for both teams here. We talked about how, Joey is a mechanical player. Scoundrel walked us through the anticipation of bot lane. I wouldn't be too surprised to see it first rotation on red side if it makes its way there. I think Camille is the obvious Game Lord first pick, but then that means your bot lane matchup is a lot less significant for the likes of Redemption and Hester to play.
Yeah, no Corky and no Zed this game, so we're going to be seeing a different draft. But yeah, like you said, Camille going to be the first pick. I feel like both these teams have kind of, I guess, adapted to the meta, really. Since the Jace and the Set Nurse, we saw that some teams like to prioritize them still, but maybe with these two Titans, they feel like they're just not as strong, and there's still some high priority picks in there, like the Camille, which, as you said during the last game, even though she got nerfed, she still serves the same purpose as what she served before.
Lee Sin's available, and if Andreas wants it, that could be here. Gragas is also up if they want to flex it. I think otherwise, Lee Sin's likely to get picked by Zefta. I think it is a high priority pick, and if I remember rightly, was banned in game number 1. We saw a lot of presence. That's a Garen.
Yeah.
We've seen Ruiz play Olaf in the middle lane as well. I don't remember whether it was into the Garen or not, but we've seen Garen mid, we've seen Garen top. So could be a lot of options still available. Lee Sin up. Jace up if they want to take it. I feel like if Game 1 don't pick something bottom lane, they might end up in a really rough matchup here.
Yeah, I think the Varus is a strong point to pick up as well. Like Scoundrel said it, briefly during the key points as well, is that you want Joey on these AD carries. You want Joey to feel comfortable, because when you put him on the mages, doesn't really feel as comfortable as what he is on the AD champions. But now we're going to be seeing Heste on the Rakan. This is more of a Heste pick, really. These engaged supports. I like to play aggressive, and now, like you said, is it going to be? It's going to be Vi, interestingly enough, again. Yeah, second game in a row. I feel like it's the Vi Camille combo again. It just allows you to lock down again the Varus on the backline. Again, another immobile AD carry. Sorry, not AD carry, another duo lane immobile carry. Before it was Ziggs, and now it's Varus. And Camille and Vi are just really, really easy sources, just easy get onto the backline. And there's just no real way that Team Queso can really deal with that.
I'm a bit of a broken record on picks like Yuumi, but they are in the... this could be a Yuumi game again, I swear. The reason I'm saying it, and I'm not trolling, is like Yuumi's ult stops you engaging consistently into people. If Camille and Vi complete their jump in and then get hit by Yuumi ultimate, the likes of other champions can do it, like Seraphine's not meta, but that would be another pick that's like that, where it's like you accept the engage and deny it. It is a possibility, but I think now Game Lord are in a rough position with the focus going down onto bottom lane. Like Ziggs is out, Corky's out. We might see Orianna gone. Game Lord already banned Morgana themselves, so unless they're going for the for the Vayne or something like that, Xayah is one other option always when Rakan is on the board that could give them some sense of bot lane. But yeah, I think the bot lane matchup is a little bit more in the side of Team Queso this time around, potentially.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, the supports are going to be banned out as well for the side of Game Lords. There's going to be a lot of bot lane bans in this game. It just shows the high priority of these two teams with their duo laners as well. But I think the thing is with Game Lord is they could probably still go for a traditional AD carry, because we've seen Ruiz play like Ahri, for example, before. So I'll be really interested to see if maybe Ahri will be banned out here by Team Queso. So it kind of forces the AP champion to go down the duo lane, and there it is, there's the Ahri ban. So again, it kind of forces Game Lord in a way to pick an AP mage down in the duo lane. Now, as you said, Orianna is still available. Brand and Veigar we don't get to see too much, but they are also still available. So there are some picks as well, and it'd be really interesting to see if maybe Team Queso are the ones that maybe pick out Orianna themselves. If Team Queso pick away Orianna, if they use that towards the mid lane, because they then themselves actually already have 3 AD damage sources as well, which I completely forgot about that, to be fair. So it could be a possibility.
It could be. Lulu fulfills a similar role in keeping their backline safe. Nami would be another pick that as a support can deny that secondary engage. So we saw obviously Hester play it in the previous game. Now it would be swapped over to Methanord if they take it. Could be support here. They may very well flex something else around mid lane. Like Gragas is still available and still hasn't been picked, and we've seen it both mid lane and support. There it is. There's, again, another disengage here. It's another way of saying, okay, Camille and Vi, you've had your engage, the same with Rakan, like we're going to stop the fight and restart it in our own way.
That could be mid lane Gragas. We've seen it obviously in a previous series. I think it might be the same again. We'll have to see what Mefanaut is going to pick last as well. But now for the side of Game Lord, are they gonna? Yeah, I mean, sets up, Jace is up. I mean, they're both up. There you go. There's a traditional AD carry. But now, what's WREC going to play in the mid lane now that you feel like they need some source of AP damage? Because if you go full AD against a Garen, against an Olaf, and against a Gragas as well, that's a lot of bruises, a lot of tanks that could do it as well. But what's really left open? Ori, yeah. It's really Ori, but we don't really see Orianna too much in mid lane. Oh, it's going to go for the Akali in the end. Again, it's more backline threat for the Game Lord. You got the Vi jumping in the backline, the Camille, the Akali now as well. And I'm gonna feel sorry for Joey this game, honestly. he's gonna have so many threats diving onto him. And
he needs
really
a Nami or a Janna, something like that. He needs something to keep him safe. Yeah, I mean, you needed a consistent mid laner there, and the Akali kind of fits it, but I think it's a little tricky. It's happening! It's actually happening! I hate this champion, but it's actually happening. I think this is the almost perfect setup to run a Yuumi in like theoreticals. You have 3 carries to be on, and it's going to deny the engage. Okay. I'm going to rant for the majority of this game about how much I hate Yuumi, but...
Stress is one thing. Garen Yuumi.
Exactly.
Yuumi. It's
Olaf
there. It's
Yuumi.
there. Oh, God.
Okay.
It's happening.
So, why do we talk about Garen Yuumi? Garen Yuumi terrorized PC League of Legends for a very long time because essentially Yuumi just sits on Garen. That was in the bottom lane before, and Garen becomes unkillable. In Wild Rift, Garen is already unkillable if he gets a lead, and now is going to have a whole lot of heals, crowd control. The one difference, and I think we were talking a little bit, it might have been with Mozilla earlier off broadcast, one difference is like Prowling Projectile, Yuumi's ability that hits and slows is less impactful on Wild Rift than it is on PC, but Garen accounts for that. Olaf accounts for that. So we have had our first Yuumi pick here in Europe. This pick breaks competitive, and we're probably going to see it here.
We've seen already in SEA this morning as well for our time zone. We've seen Garen Yuumi before 1v3. We get to see it again. I'm so excited.
We said bangers.
Can we just spectate the Yuumi throughout the whole game? Is that maybe a possibility?
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. We promise you bangers. And now, the important thing is, Queso, this is the upper bracket. They're not eliminated if they lose, but obviously they're 1-0 down in this series. So they are putting a lot of stock on these team fights where these carries with the Yuumi need to stay alive. And the theory behind it is really difficult for Game Lord to get these fights to stick and to kill a carry. So Game Lord may struggle the later this game goes.
And like you said, it's more about trying to stop the initiation, stop the engage of Game Lord, because they have so much as well, and it could even work the other way around as well. You know, maybe in later on the game goes, Mefanaut doesn't go for sitting on top of Joey. Maybe just sits on top of Acolyte or Andreas instead. And you can see as well, Andreas is even taking Ghost as well. If you don't know on Yuumi, if you're a little bit surprised, Yuumi doesn't take Flash because she could just sit inside allies and she can't be targeted at all. But the one bad thing about Yuumi, which we're going to see already, which we've already seen, is her early game. Her mana costs are really, really high. She doesn't really do that much and offer that much in the early game, especially because, as you mentioned already, the Prowling Projectile doesn't really do as much damage, so you can't poke as much. So you're going to be seeing a little bit more control for Game Lord again down in this duo lane. And we get to see an AD carry versus AD carry matchup as well down in the duo lane, which is really, really exciting for the series.
And this is one of the things that Yuumi excels in as well, is AD carry matchups, because she gives you additional AD as well when she's sat on top of you. So like that does work with mages, but it's not quite in the same synergy. So mage is typically less so with Yuumi. However, you're giving Varus extra AD in the early game. He does not need extra AD in the early game. He's already broken enough around these first fights. So like Varus is going to hurt even more than he normally will. Now Mefanaut's going to be roaming around. And now you have to deal with an Olaf that has a Yuumi, another champion that when you give that extra AD is really hard to do. And now Varus, we know he can play 1 versus 2 in the bottom lane. And this is what Yuumi does to break the game. She does more when it comes to roaming when paired with a safe AD carry than any other support can do.
Oh no.
Uh-oh, hang on. Andreas may very well be caught. No flash. And that's the problem here as Andreas is desperately going to try and get away. Look at the amount of crowd control that's coming out as in comes Veos to be able to get it. And despite the fact that that went badly wrong for Andreas at the beginning, it started to look good. Although Methanaut may be caught now, can't get himself back onto Veos. And that nearly was a double kill for Veos. That nearly turned back around. It's a 1-for-1 overall. First blood went over, I believe, to Game Lord, and that's the gold lead.
I think Joey's
Joey. Yeah, no flash. Has this barrier available, but no level 5. Is actually going to be able to survive. Nearly kills Hester, and it's Hester that picks up the kill. Now it's Andres. No flash, remember? No, that's not going to work. That axe, not quite enough range on it. It's starting to get a little bit messy for Queso. They do need time to get their first items and have their first proper team fights, but this is the invade top side.
Explosive. You can see what Yumi can really do with all the shields and the heals and everything that she has available to her. She can have to combat some of the spells as well, so she's really good in these little skirmishes early on. And you can see Yumi just survives on the sliver of health as well, because Yumi doesn't really have a lot of HP. And you can see now that he's going to be on Joey for now. Yumi's just going to be sitting on Joey for now, so nothing too crazy, but yeah, like you said, just give Joey the extra AD just to clear out the minion wave as well. And that's
not a good spot for Veos to be in. Hadn't really accounted for Zefter being there, and Game Lord are doing a good job of punishing a couple of the lanes away from where the Yumi is. This is Queso kind of getting a little bit flustered and pulled into fights that they shouldn't really be in a position to be in. Neutral objectives coming up soon. Queso need a big fight for themselves to start this game off.
One thing I really want to focus on as well, look at how much anti-heal already there is on the side of Game Lord. Oblivion Orb by Rakan, which is extremely early. I think that's the earliest Oblivion Orb I've ever seen on the Rakan. Oblivion Orb for Akali, which can be done because with Akali, you don't really complete a tier 3 item early on because there's not really any good tier 3 items. So you normally go for tier 2 items, and then you have Executioner's Calling for Kai'Sa as well. So this Yumi is just not going to heal as much as Lonely Kids. He's trying to fight, but I don't think you win a 1 versus 2, but you can just hook shot to safety, and it is just a trade in objectives in the end. But that's an Infernal Drake again for Game Lord.
Yeah, and Veos is going to have to try and survive through Ruiz's onslaught from here. That's the nice thing about Kai'Sa is she just builds Executioner's Calling anyway to get that extra Q, get that empowered Q and make it work. So I think Queso need to settle a moment. Like, Varus doesn't have his first item. He's about 800 gold down, and considering that Kai'Sa is going to scale better into this game, I think that is one area that Queso need to address, as Game Lord have done a really good job of playing around this early game.
Yeah, indeed they have. They've kind of... Oh, Hester not going to be able to land onto Veos, unfortunately. But yeah, I think, again, Scandal spoke about it a little bit beforehand, but just rotating around the map. You can see rotations for Game Lord are just a level above Team Queso. And it just kind of goes back to the point of this this Yumi, that you kind of just need to wait and you need to scale up a little bit. But if you could get like Garen really tanky, if you get the Olaf as well to just scale a little bit, and Yumi to get a few items as well. You see Yumi's going for Ardent Sensor as the first item as well, just giving even more attack speed and even more damage over to the carries that she's going to be healing as well. And you're going to look to try and steal this blue buff again. Heste trying to jump in, but it is going to be smited away by Andreas. And okay, let's have a think about this, I guess, for a second, because it's been a little bit of an explosive.
Okay, all right.
I was going to say let's have a think about what's going to happen for a second, because it was a bit of an explosive early game, but Andreas is just playing really, really aggressive. But you can see that this is kind of the game plan for Team Queso. It's just using this Yumi to go on to Andreas, which might leave Joey a little bit exposed onto the back line, but it's kind of a way of like two.
Gotta be careful here. Change the corruption land, and here goes the Olaf. This is that carry. Look at the damage just coming through. Double kill. I was going to talk about this for later in the game, but in goes Kai'Sa into the back lane as Redemption is going to try and get it to work. But now Yumi finds herself a different partner to engage on, and this Olaf, once Yumi has enough items to be able to infinitely keep Olaf alive, is going to be just so detrimental, so destructive in these team fights, because you pop Ragnarok, Yumi pops the ultimate, you run in and get multiple kills, and you saw the beginning of that start to happen for Andres there.
Absolutely destroyed Zefta. I think Zefta just got 100-0 in a matter of seconds. I'll be totally honest with you. But yeah, you can see the potential. You can see the combo there. But I feel like they have to just wait a little bit for the combo. They kind of went a little bit too aggressive, I think, in the end, trying to tower dive as well and everything. But you see the possibility. Acolyte, though, Lonely Kids.
Yeah, and I think Lonely Kid's going to have a little bit more of a struggle this game. A lot of the previous game, like Lonely Kid created a lot of space because the rest of the team couldn't get engaged upon. This game, I mean, Olaf's just going to pop his ult, pop Ghost, run in. And the team are going to struggle to actually avoid the engage on the side of Game Lord. So Lonely Kid maybe needs to pick his moments to go aggressive just a little bit wiser than in the last game.
Yeah, you can see this is going to be a split in the map at the moment. Veil's trying to defend really, really well played, using the explosive cast and everything. And that's first tower going to the side of Team Queso with the second Dragon and the second Rift Herald coming up as well. They can try and look to doing that, but you can see Joey is just on an island now. Yuumi just doesn't care about Joey at all, unfortunately. Mephanor, they are the duo. You know, they do have played with each other quite a lot. But this game, Mephanor is like, okay, I'm just going to go on to Andreas. I'm just going to be the main healer and obviously give Olaf a lot more damage, and that's kind of the main goal at the moment. She's going down to Yumi's going down to the dual lane. Is going to be switching back up and going to the mid lane as well. Both the second objectives have spawned, is the second Rift Herald and the Cloud Dragon as well, which if you give Team Queso more movement speed than they already have,
disgusting.
You know, it's absolutely disgusting, but they could be caught out here. They need to be a little bit careful. They don't know the Game Lord are on the other side of the wall here.
Well, Prowling Projectile will help with that. They just used it, know that there's a couple of members there from Game Lord, and that's another thing that Yuumi buys is this really safe, just brush checking. You can see they just poke it out, knows you're at least for that radius, safe, and Olaf can solo down this dragon as soon as they actually want to. Vision control is not quite there yet for Queso, though. They have had Olaf spotted a number of times off those mid lane wards, and it's all about buying enough space. Veus is trying to push it back out, and Ruiz, although he's had a quiet series, playing up against his old team, Ruiz is doing a good job of controlling the lanes that he's in. Now it's going to be the dragon fight, and this is the moment where we're going to see it bite. Can they get the damage to land? Yuumi ultimate is going the wrong way for the majority of this, but in comes Veus into the fight. Low health bars. Olaf has already got the one. Andres has already killed one. The Garen actually picks up the Drake, and now Redemption's in trouble. Now Redemption has to find damage. Doesn't get the kill onto Acolyte, and it's a double kill for Andres. This is going to be a jungle running rampage through this game. Andres poised to take Queso to an even series.
I mean, we spoke about Garen Yuumi, but Olaf Yuumi basically does the exact same thing, especially if you become pretty much untargetable as well for the Olaf. You can see in this fight, I think the Yuumi ultimate, like you said, was a little bit the opposite way, but I think they were trying to just burst down Zefta. But the stasis was really good by Zefta, but look, as soon as he comes back up, boom, he's just dead. He's completely gone. And the Dragon does go over to the side of Team Queso, and in his back line as well, where we didn't get to see this part as well, but I guess in Ruiz, this easy being able to dodge around. It was so perfect there by Ruiz, just dodging around Joey as well with the piercing arrow. But look, again, Yumi's just going to stay on this Olaf the entire time, and even if Olaf builds a little bit of tankiness as well, Yumi's just still going to give you that extra adaptive damage as well, which for Olaf is going to be the extra AD. But I guess a good thing about Yuumi is that even if Andreas dies, she still has multiple targets that can be really, really helpful. And now Team Queso looking to the ones that being aggressive, and they're the ones being proactive this game.
Yeah, the synergy between Ragnarok and the final chapter of Yuumi is just disgusting. You have this mobile crowd control that cannot be stopped, and the lower damage, the more damage you put onto Olaf, the faster he attacks and the more he shreds through you. And when he's ahead of you, there's just no way of actually killing him when this Yuumi keeps him healed. The Yuumi has the ignite, the Yuumi has the exhaust. Like, there's so many ways of the two of them working in combination. Now with the Sterak's completed again, has himself the righteous glory. It's like everything is about just getting this Olaf into the fight, getting the damage down. And that's not even addressing the Varus as a carry, the Gragas crowd control, the Garen execution damage and ability to stay alive. Meanwhile, bottom lane now, Veos is going to have this stasis forced out. He will end up falling from this. A good pickup from Game Lord to try and get something that should be able to put bot tower at least a little bit lower. Nope, not going to be enough because Andres is here.
Yeah, Andreas was saying in time. I feel like Veos is getting caught out a little bit too often in this game in the side lane. He's not really doing anything. He's not really putting under pressure. The
That's
spooky
a twin
dose by
shadows as well,
A little spooky dose by Mephanor. So you don't normally buy boots on Yumi. If you come from PC League, you're probably thinking, why is Yumi buying boots? The problem with Wild Rift is that you're kind of forced to buy boots.
Yeah.
You can't give up an extra slot to buy another item, for example. So, but I mean, the Spooky Ghost is still a great thing. More slows, more ways that Olaf to jump on. And speaking of Olaf jumping on, I think the kid's a little bit of trouble.
He showed bottom lane, and now he's run all the way to top lane.
Look at
Righteous
the
Glory
speed!
popped, and look at him go. Gonna go into the fight, and it's Andres. It's gonna shred through. This was a 3 versus 4.
way.
Remember, he's gonna heal up. Yumi's keeping him safe. Olaf is just monstrous through this fight. Zepta has fallen, and Queso are shredding Game Lord. Ruiz is running for it. They're gonna go back in by Hester, but these are not gonna be kills. They can't even get it. They cannot get the kills as Veos is trying to go under the turret. Now Redemption is dueling against Ruiz, but back in they go. Redemption falls, but Andreas didn't die. He took on all challengers, and Queso take down another turret.
1 versus 4. Jayas and Methanol, Olaf and Yumi against the world, but teleports are coming in. Lonely Kids, he's trying to catch up. Members, they don't know Veos is in the bush. He's just going to get away to safety just by sitting in the bush. Oh my God, Stress, the combo,
disgusting.
You saw it. The Ghost, the Righteous Glory, the Yumi ultimate on top as well. There's just no way you could deal with it. You could build as much anti-heal as you can. You could build as much damage as you can, but we're going to look back as well. But Lonely Kid, a little bit unfortunate here, a little bit caught up. They did try to use a hook shot to safety, but look at the speed. Vroom, 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 vroom. Olaf is just running in as well. Redemption just dies. I didn't even realize how quickly Redemption died. He died in a matter of seconds, to be totally honest with you. And then look, 1 versus 2, sometimes even 1 versus 3. Andreas just doesn't care at all. He has the shielding, he has the healing, and Joey is in the back line as well. And I guess, we spoke a little bit about the draft about, Joey kind of being under threat. But if they can't get through this Olaf, then Joey's just free hitting on the back line.
Joey's a distraction, and I don't mean that in any negative way. If you focus Joey, this Olaf murders the rest of your team. He will just run through you. He's going in the mid lane as well. It's 2 versus 3 in the mid lane. He's picked up 1, and with the final chapter running, Andres is going to keep it going. Will finally drop. There was a GA there. Now Yumi has fallen as well. A little bit of an overextension, but keep in mind that was 1 versus 4. Hang on, Team Queso have fallen apart a little bit here. There's a Rift Herald pushing the inhibitor down in the bottom lane. It will eventually get it, but it's Baron that's under threat as Queso. Now it's down to Acolyte to actually defend and put as much damage down as they can. Veos is here as well. They've stopped it. They've stopped the engage, and Zepta has fallen. It's gone from Game Lord taking control now to Game Lord being forced back into their base. That inhibitor fell as well. And despite the fact that Andres the Methanol went in 2 versus 4 again by the looks of it, somehow Queso may very well have taken the lead again.
I don't know if you want to do the dragon hit, but then you're going to jump
body
the middle.
block.
Oh, he went over
the old switcheroo.
The teleports are coming in as well. This is just going to be Baron.
Yeah, it's going to be Baron going over to Queso. I don't know how Queso lose the game from here, and that is a caster curse if ever you've heard one. But this combination is so unbelievably difficult to deal with. They peel off the Baron. It's actually going to be a split focus as final chapter comes through. Olaf running through the back lane again as it's going to be... Andres has fallen. This isn't as clean as they want it to. Queso need to stop kind of throwing themselves at these objectives. Chains of Corruption misses. Let's take a moment. 4 dead from Game Lord, 2 dead from Queso. GA just picked up by Andreas means all of that is not going to happen again.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to resurrect back to life now. Yumi now has the Ardent Sensor, has the Staff of Flowing Water, is going towards the Athenes as well. You can see Yumi actually sold the boots to get teleport for that situation as well. So he's going to be having a Spooky Ghost available. But, on the side of Game Lord, let's take a look at that. Okay, I can't even talk about Game Lord. We're going to take a look back at the replay. But again, it's the combo. And it's so hard for Redemption to do anything. But it's kind of good that he's playing Kaiser in a way. He has the dashes. He has the invisibility available. And he did survive for quite a long amount of time. And Andreas did fall in the end, so they weren't able to take Baron. So Game Lord kind of did their job. But yeah, going back to Game Lord, Akali is really, really strong. Akali can't be, taken for granted. Redemption is starting to get really, really strong now. Has the evolves and everything available.
And
but
Righteous Glory time. He's even got the sweeper going, so he knows exactly where Ruiz is, and that's going to be the kill onto the Akali. Now they found out, I believe that's Joey that's been caught out. No, it's actually Veos that was caught out in that exchange as Team Queso. They've used a lot of their ultimates already, but they can just continue to fight. This Lonely Kid is trying desperately to lock someone down and get away, and Andres is trying to find a target, can't quite get it. They'll peel back away as Redemption has his ultimate's gonna go in, but the Yumi healing's gonna come through, and I think Redemption may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. Spinning to win is Acolyte through this team fight, and it's low health buzz for Team Queso. Queso, remember, so early Game Lord bought the anti-heal. It still has an effect this late in the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can buy as much anti-heal as you want, but you know, you got a lot of Olaf healing, you got a lot of healing, and he's just going in again.
Uh-oh, Zeft is caught. It's as simple as that one. 4v1, Righteous Glory runs in. Someone's got to take the bot lane as Team Queso are going to take the Baron.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to take the Baron here, nice and easy. There's no way now. The teleport's actually coming in, but the problem is your base.
Through bot. Yeah, this game, Team Queso are just going to hold them back. There's 2 super minions running through bot lane, and if you can't get that to defend it, they will take the Nexus. Queso have any option they want. Elder Dragon coming up. They're going to peel back and take that instead. Basically, Queso have anything they want on this map right now.
Yeah, they have full control as well, especially because Zefter is dead for 20 seconds. Yeah, this is going to be the Elder going down. I feel like this is do or die now for Game Lord. Even though they don't have a jungler, they have to do something. They have to try and come up with a miracle.
Yeah, Hester's going to go in. It's already gone down to Olaf. It was basically one Hail Mary to try and get it. They can't even get Kai'Sa into the fight. They've got the Elder. Bot's going to push in. They can take the Baron. This should be fairly straightforward. Veos fell, but the numbers are there for Queso.
Oh my god, the Yuumi is cast a curse, going to win a game eventually. I feel like in this game,
she should at this point.
Yeah, definitely.
She
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely feel like. I mean, at this point, the Mountain Elder Dragon as well, and you can see the combination again of Yuumi of Olaf. There's just no way of Game Lord getting out of that pit, and they did do eventually, but yeah, it was just really hard for them to even try and steal the Elder Dragon in the end. And now they're just going to go towards the Baron. They're going to get that as well. Game Lord trying to get a pick of themselves, but
yeah,
honestly, if I'm Game Lord, then yeah.
Okay, so just need to wait for bot lane to push out. And actually, Game Lord are going to go in on this play.
There goes Yuumi!
Here comes the Yuumi final chapter coming through, and it is going to be the last paragraph of this game. You have to feel that's a great knockup by Hester as they're trying to turn this one back around. Stasis comes out. Have they bought enough time? No, it looked close for a moment, but now the healing comes through. It's a double kill for Joey. I called him a distraction earlier, but now he's just the carry. There's 4 kills in favor of Queso. They already have the super minions pushing through bot side. Queso will even this series up 1 game apiece.
Yep, it's going to be an even series. So we're going into game 3. We said already that this series was going to be an absolute banger, and my God, do we have an absolute banger on our hands. We get into a game 3. We've seen the pocket pick. We've seen the combination of Yuumi with these bruisers, and my God, stress. We're going to a game 3, and I cannot wait.
Vindication for those of you who warned of this heathen champion being added to the game that said this will terrorize competitive. Okay, I may be overselling it a little bit. Fun game from the Yuumi. This is what Yuumi does. Is she basically makes you unkillable in fights. These early fights are a little too early for Yuumi to have this presence, but putting her on an Olaf, putting her on a Garen, and just running through team fights is absolutely what Yuumi wants to be doing. And we saw in the mid game Queso running rampant through it, maybe a little bit too much with some of those fights, but definitely you can see the plan, and Queso playing it very well.
Yeah, you can see the game plan from the start, really, to be honest, and how much extra damage that Yuumi can give Olaf as well. He just built the Trinity Force, which was kind of his really only aggressive item. After that, he just built Steros Gauge. He went for Death Stance. He went for Guardian Angel, which are 3 defensive items, but you can see that Yuumi being able to give the adaptive damage, being able to heal as well, and they tried so hard to build a lot of anti-heal, but you can see in these fights that Andreas is just able to just run across this entire fight. He did die a few times, but that was enough anyway. He did enough damage, he did his job in the end, and you can see that, yeah, I could have watched this all day. It's so funny to watch sometimes, honestly. Just Olaf just running rampant, not being able to get crowd control at all, and Yumi's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna, probably Mephinork had his hands in his pocket this game, I'll be totally honest with you. Just press E a few times, press the third ability a few times.
Joey on a second phone. Like, well, maybe it was Andreas in this game. No, I mean, this game from Game Lord was actually a pretty well played attempt to fight back against a composition like this. Like, they did find openings, but unfortunately, as soon as these team fights started going towards Queso, it's so difficult to get any kind of damage to stick. And you can see 11, 4, and 10 on this game. 1, 1, and 20 on the Yuumi for Mephinork. Yeah, I mean, Yuumi involved in 21 of 24 kills is exactly what you need to know about this game.
Yeah, pretty much. And then also Andreas as well, also involved in 21 of the 24 kills. He can sell the...
Oh my God. What? Are you kidding me? That's higher than
damage.
That's higher than we see Ziggs put up. It's double the Varus damage.
Oh my god, that's nearly Veos and Joey combined. Oh my god, Stress. I've seen it all now. I've seen it all. I mean, you can see by the gold graph that the early game was a little bit in Game Lord's favor because Team Queso, as we mentioned, played a little bit too aggressive, we feel like, for the early game because they have this sort of late game scaling with the Yuumi, with the Olaf. But yeah, you can see that even in the late game as well, it wasn't that much of a gold difference, but it was just a team fight. It was just a Yuumi Olaf combo, and in the end, it was... I can't believe that. 40,000 damage. Stress.
I feel like coming out of draft, Acolyte with the Garen, having Yuumi was just like, yeah, I'm going to carry the game. Acolyte's like, perfect, me. And Andreas is like, no. no. Oh,
this is my time to shine.
It's my time. Yeah, exactly. 40,000 damage is ridiculous. Not even a long game. Like it was a decently length game, and kind of long with the Baron and everything. But yeah, 40k damage on an Olaf. Yeah, if you haven't seen that in solo queue, it's going to be that, but in solo queue, you can do it with the Master Yi if you want. So there's a few hints that'll probably get you to climb a little bit. Very fun game. These games today have been great. We've had 5 great games for different reasons, and we have 1 more still to go. We need to find out what player the game was. There's about 5 fights of Andres running in with Yuumi on him that it could be. I don't know that there's too much more to break down than what we already said, but we'll try.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of 1v3 situation. You can see the Ragnarok, the Ghost, and also the extra movement speed as well. And yeah, Redemption just got 100 to 0s, like in a matter of seconds. The axe on top of it, and you can see Andreas just running around 3 versus 1. He doesn't care at all. And Joey's just like, oh, you need some help there? Yeah, let me just use my piercing arrow for my disgusting damage that I do on Varus. And that was enough at the end, I mean, going into this 3rd draft now, does Game Lord pick up Yuumi? Does Yuumi get banned?
I feel like the
Game Lord have
it.
to do something. Yeah,
I actually think you have to ban it. Like, that's not even me exaggerating. As we head to break, I just want to put out there that, like, we've behind the scenes been talking about eventually when teams pick up Yuumi, how broken she'll be. This is the first time in Europe we've seen it, and I genuinely think that teams will be scrimming this a whole lot more. We're going to step away for 3.5 minutes before we head to our last game of the day. It is going to be Game Lord versus Queso. Only one of these teams can advance to the top 4 of the upper bracket. We'll find out when we come back.
ready?
Welcome back to, I guess in a way it's a bittersweet last game because it means there aren't any more games after this one today, but game 6 of our day, which is perfect for us. It's a 1-on-1 series between Gamelord and Queso. We promised you bangers, we've told you it'll be hype, and we've had everything in this series so far, including Yuumi with an Olaf and a Garen composition. Like, very fun game too. We talked about it just before we went on break. Yuumi surely has to get banned now, right? Like we've seen it happen once, and I don't think that comp's going to happen again.
Unless Gamelord go to blue sides and they first pick it themselves, you know, it could be a possibility, but it's just how high priority is the Yuumi going to be? We saw it as a last pick, so I feel like Yumi's still quite young. You know, she's only been out for 2 or so weeks, so teams haven't practiced a lot. And this screenshot says, I mean, the tweet says it all. Our reactions seeing Yuumi. I mean, we've spoken off stream, and we've spoken to Scoundrel and everyone as well, and this. Our reaction just says it all. It's just absolutely wonderful. But yeah, we finally get to see Yuumi. As always, well, as much as you hate Yuumi, and as much as I can sometimes hate Yuumi as well, it's fun to finally see the cat being wild on Rift. It's
a love-hate relationship for me. I find it really exciting in-game, but then when you think about it on a macro sense and like what she does to the game, I find it really annoying. She is more unique than most champions, so it means you either have to ban her or you have to try and play around this playstyle that has no like secondary or alternative. So that's about like a defined meta. I still think we're building that in Wild Rift, so perhaps there's a little room for Yuumi to work on a slightly more balanced level within the meta than on release with PC. We're actually heading right into picks and bans for our third game of the day. And yeah, I mean, I wonder what we're going to have in this one. Team Queso on the blue side, Gamelord on the red side, as we'll see whether Yuumi finds any kind of priority.
Yeah, Gamelord picking the red side for this final game, 1-1 for the series, and this is it. This is the upper bracket. This is the 2 titans that we expected, and now for us, we got to see, you know, is Yuumi going to be banned? It's going to be Corki being banned out for now, so it's going to be denying redemption away for the Corki, but now you have to look at Gamelord. Do they ban the Yuumi? Do they really want to ban it? I mean, they could all honestly just ban out the Olaf as well. I feel like, you know, you can just use the Olaf Yuumi combo. Obviously, there are other combos as well with Garen, etc., but maybe they haven't practiced it as much. I feel like if you could just give Andreas, I mean, we kind of pinpointed it at the start of the series, Andreas and Zefta, kind of the battle of the junglers. So, Andreas is definitely the star player for Team Queso. If you can give him that carry, if you can give him that kind of, I guess, free way to do what he wants, then, you know, he's going to shine.
Yeah, I think the Olaf is the real key to that composition. So I think you're right. Is like if you take away the Olaf, it's a lot less threatening than you would expect. Oh, we're back to Lee Sin priority. We didn't actually see any Lee Sin really focused in game number 2. I was a little surprised not to see that from Zefta. And it will be banned away. We've talked about how it's a pretty safe rotation. It's Morgana banned away. Where does that leave us? Camille is up if Acolyte wants it, although that's been Gamelord's focus a little bit more. Garen is taken, so that they're taking that first step to building the same composition as last time. That leaves Varus available on the Gamelord side of things, if they want to take it, with then potentially Camille. Gragas is available too. So there are still a lot of options right now for both sides.
It's really, really interesting. Stress the Garen first pick, and they're just going to pick it away. And honestly, it's kind of a game of like, you know, do we pick it? Do we not pick it? Are they going to pick it? Are we not going to pick it? And they just say, you know what?
They just say Garen Yuumi is strong enough.
Yeah, they're not going to let you have. We're not going to let you have Olaf Yuumi. We're just going to pick it ourselves. And oh my god, this is going to be another game, isn't it? This is going to be.
You've got another carry that can. Okay, so Graves is not as potent in this role as Olaf is. Like Graves is limited by reloading, by being a range carry, but still the same principle in that you have a carry to go. we're really defining a new meta. Yeah, we really are. Just hyper carry. Someone's build a hyper carry at this point. So Lulu is kind of like budget Yuumi in this way for Olaf, where you throw on the wild growth and just let Olaf run through. I love how these series metas are panning out. We're finally here. We've arrived at Yuumi being first half of the draft.
We've really reached the low of Wild Rift, haven't we?
We're already on week 3, Stuart.
We've really reached the low already. Oh my god. Yuumi and Lulu with like Olaf and then Yuumi Garen. I mean, I feel like Yuumi Graves doesn't really work too well. I feel like, that might be a situation where Yuumi might sit on the Graves, but like you said, you have the reload. You don't really benefit a lot from attack speed or anything. If I remember, attack speed on Graves reduces the reload time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it's like, you don't really benefit that much. I think it's definitely going to be the Yuumi and the Garen this game. Unless there's some sort of other carry as well. But then on the other side, we have Lulu Olaf. So it's just going to be Yuumi Garen against Olaf Lulu. Everyone else could just stand around and just spectate for the entire game, because that's pretty much what it's going to be.
So to go through the rest of the draft, we've had Ari banned out by the side of Queso. Maybe look towards that Zed as well, as we've seen Ruiz play it a whole bunch out of that middle lane. We've seen mid lane focus as well with the Diana with the Ari taken away from Game Lord. So we've got no bot lane carries so far. I don't think that Lulu's going to Redemption. That was special that did not work in game number 1 of our first series of the day. I think that is much more likely to be Hester on that. Ziggs banned away. I think that makes sense. We've got Orianna left. What else have we got? Brand is up if they want it. Corki is banned, so not available. Varus is up if they just want to take an AD bot laner and then a mage mid lane.
Oh, they're going to go for Vayne Lulu. They're like, okay, you got enough healing. You got the Garen. We're going to counter that with Vayne Lulu. I mean, I'm not really too sure if, I say a counter. I don't really know if this is really a counter to, Garen Yuumi in a way, because the problem is that with this, you kind of have a lot of damage from the Vayne, but then you also have a lot of healing on the other side as well. So it's like, it's kind of I don't know, it's so hard.
I was going to say Ezreal, but because, Ezreal Yuumi is a classic combination in the sense of you never can kill them, basically. You can never get close enough. And I was going to say, Vayne has the advantage of being able to condemn Garen away. And actually, that's the downside of Garen over Olaf, is Olaf hits Ragnarok and nothing stops him. This time it's condemn, Garen gets pushed away. But Ezreal's going to scale into the late game very well. Not as well as Vayne, but that's a Fizz coming through. There's another carry. Now, Fizz has one job in this game, and that is kill Vayne. Land that Chum the Waters, try and kill Vayne, and end the fight before they can ever really get the damage out.
I felt like this was going to actually be Ruiz's pick, so it actually might be a takeaway from Ruiz as well, because there's not really a lot of mid lane mages left, and yet you take Zed, but then at the same time, it's like, what else is it?
Whoa, that's a mid lane Lulu.
Oh my, are we really?
It's happened twice today now. Lulu as a carry. So we're playing a protect the carry composition. Those of you that perhaps haven't seen these too much in Wild Rift, is basically you're saying, okay, let's pick double supports. One of them goes in one of our solo lanes, the other plays from support, and you basically buff up your primary late game carry as much as possible. The good thing for Game Lord is they actually have 2 sources of late game hyper carry. Olaf fulfills the same role as Vayne. On the other side of Team Queso, they have an assassin, they have some frontline, they have not very many ways of getting a fight started, but once it's there, Yumi's going to help them stick.
So now we know that most of the time Yuumi is going to stick on this Ezreal. I think that's most likely what's going to happen. It's most likely not going to be Garen Yuumi, as you said. Yuumi Ezreal, very, very safe combination. Even if Ezreal does get dove on, he can dash away. You also have all the heals and everything that you can offer from Yuumi as well, and you also give Ezreal a lot of damage as well. All of his abilities can do a lot of damage. Obviously, as Yuumi, you can give Ezreal a lot of adaptive damage, and like you said, both sides of the draft and both teams are going for a protect the carry, I guess, in a way. Whereas Game Lord and more have gone for double supports, but Game Lord still have the Yuumi on the side as well to try to protect it. So there's going to be a lot of healing, there's going to be a lot of shielding, which means there's going to be a lot of anti-heal in this game as well.
Yeah, I wonder whether we'll see Ruiz actually build more AP. For the wave clears needed a little bit more out of the Lulu. It may still be the Ardent Center support build. Just depends on what Ruiz wants to do. He's in a Fizz matchup, which means Fizz always has to give some kind of a lane presence over to a ranged matchup, which is why we typically see Fizz in melee matchups. We're onto the Rift for game number 3 of this series between Gamelord and Team K. So we have a Yuumi,
Look at
we
this.
have a Lulu mid, we have a full-on roam through the top side with the Yuumi. They're going to invade and actually force the flash out from Zefta already. This pick really does terrorize the Rift and makes you play in all kinds of different ways.
Yeah, that's flash gone already on the side of Zefta, and now they're going to be able to invade the red buff. Now, this is a bit risky because mid lane as well, you can see Lulu, you can even see Heste as well roaming up as well, and they could be a little bit caught. They're going to try and go for the kill. They're not going to get the kill, but this is danger for Queso.
Might not even get the buff. Okay, they do. Andres gets it. They're just going to try and throw everything and get the first blood. Goes to Garen, and that might be the scariest thing of all, depending on how many people they lose here. Methanaut is trying to get out, but I don't think he can actually link up with Garen. I don't think he can get away. That's 2 kills going over to Gamelord. So first blood to Queso. Gamelord get 2 kills in response.
That was really interesting. I was not expecting I was not expecting a dive. If I'm totally honest with you, I was not expecting a level 2 tower dive with a Yuumi. But I mean, Team Queso obviously had that little bit planned out. You can see they were trying to take the red buff, but you can see the rotations as well. You can see Heste coming up and also Ruiz coming up as well. Because as you mentioned, you know, Ruiz has that mid lane priority early on against the Fizz, so they're able to rotate. So even though they did take red buff in the end, they still do lose 2 kills. You can see that Ruiz was able to use the polymorph. That means that Methanaut cannot jump in. If you don't know with Yuumi, if she gets crowd controlled in any way, if she jumps out, then her second ability where she can jump on allies gets put on a 5-second cooldown. So that's kind of what you need to look at when you're playing Yuumi, when you're playing against Yuumi, is that if you can crowd control the Yuumi when she jumps out, then it just becomes really, really difficult for her to try and survive.
Someone should tell Andres he's in the enemy jungle again. This is a full-on jungle invade from Queso. They just want to go aggressive, and now they're going to try and shut down Redemption. Like, there's no ultimates here from anybody, and just shutting down the vision control onto the Vayne, they're going to balance. Oh,
wait a
without
second.
having the ultimates, actually, it's going to be the first kill going down in this exchange. But look, they've overextended again. Queso are throwing way too much into this. That's 1 kill in exchange for 3. Gamelord are playing so much better around this early game. This has been going pretty badly for Queso so far.
A killing spree by a Lulu mid in 3 minutes. That is something I don't think I would have ever expected to say coming into the WREC for this tournament. But yeah, a little bit of an overextension. Heste here, really great double knock up. You can see Joey trying to escape with his life. But yeah, like you said, these early aggressive plays that you don't really see. I mean, you have a Yuumi that can give you a little bit of extra damage, but that's not really where Yuumi shines. You know, Yuumi shines when it gets to the mid and late game, when you can stack up the healing, when you can do all this damage. And yeah, the moment you can see that the gold leads, the gold leads across the board. Mid lane, Ruiz is actually 1,000 gold up on Veos on the Fizz, and he's not been able to do anything really. To be fair, Veos, he's not been able to rotate around the map, and Ruiz has always been the first one there, which kind of is a kind of a bad side really of Veos and on his Fizz, because he doesn't have the wave clear. He's not able to get the mid lane priority to roam around the map. But you can see Ruiz's itemization going for Rod of Ages. So being a little bit extra tanky and also get a little bit of extra AP as well.
Yeah, wave clear is actually a problem for Queso in general. Ezreal's biggest downfall as a mid lane like pushing champion is you have to use your ultimate to actually push through things. Now he's even going to use it to try and get the dragon at least contested, as he was engaged upon by Hester. There goes the Chuckle Waters onto Zefta, forces the flash, and there's 3 members of Queso. It's actually 4 because the Yuumi is here as well. Dragon resets, so Gamelord are now trying to contest this with not a lot of ultimates. They have the Ragnarok, they have Lonely Kids when they've grouped up, but a lot of the ultimates are still available for the team fight. Acolytes and Methanauts are still there. Everyone's going to disengage, and they're going to try and push out mid.
Yeah, a little bit
There's
of a
an
trade.
exchange, actually. Like, Lonely Kid may be caught here. Hester's going to go in. Joey forced to back themselves away, and it's not going to result in a kill.
Yep, not going to result in the kill. You can see that Yuumi is kind of sitting on Andreas, which we spoke about a little bit in draft. It's not really the ideal, I would say, target for a Yuumi, to be honest with you. I think Garen or Ezreal are definitely better targets to sit on, to be fair. But I guess it's just giving that extra bit of adaptive damage early on just to help him clear around the jungle. But for now, it is going to be a Gamelord now starting up Dragon again. And no team's going for Rift Herald as well, interesting enough. You know, again, it's Queso, the ones that are going to be the aggressors, and they're trying to make these early game plays.
Yeah, I don't know whether they can actually close in on this dragon before it goes down. They'd have to go now if they can. Not quite able to get there in time. Here comes the final chapter as Yuumi is desperately trying to put out as much crowd control as possible. Andre is dropping low, but isn't able to be taken down as Lonely Kid is going to get dropped by Garen. And now the low health bars are just enough for Queso to hold on through this engage. If they can disengage now, they should be able to get away with it. And they're desperately trying with Joey. He's trying. He's overreached into the fight. And Queso, they had already won the fight. Now they're going to give a ton of kills over to Game Lord. It's a double kill for Zephyr, and Redemption got one as well. Queso getting greedy on the back end of that fight.
So many low health bars on the side of Game Lord, but like you said, Queso already, you know, they lost the Dragon, but they already pretty much won the fight. They trained, I believe it was like a 1-0 in the end. But the great thing here was Andreas just not being able to get into the Dragon Pit. Heste with the quickness doing really, really well to make sure Andreas was able to get in. But you can see Yuumi jumping out, getting the passive shield, kept Andreas alive, and they were able to get the kill on Lonely Kid. Now, after this, you just back off if you're Team Queso. You know,
you got to cut your losses here.
Exactly. Like, you have the extra healing, everything from Yuumi, but this is way too over-aggressive. But you can see this is such a close team fight. The knockout from Heste, and then the ultimate comes up as well. Look at Veos in the back line. All the shields and everything as well. And now Game Lord are going to take the Dragon as well. And I mean, the Herald as well. And I feel like this is something that kind of happened in the first game as well. Even though they have the Yuumi available, this was exactly the same as what happened in the first game. It was Team Queso playing a little bit too over-aggressive, and they did get an advantage in the previous game, but unfortunately in this one, they're going to be put behind.
Well, as you can see, we are in a pause. Hopefully we'll get an update on exactly what is going on in the game in a couple of months. That fight could not have been closer from Queso, and you can see why Joey goes in there, right? It's like, if he gets 2 kills, he gets the third, gets the fourth. Like, it's huge for Queso. Then everything works out in their favor. But this time around, it did not go the way Joey was looking for it. And that's been the story of this third game. Game 2 looked so comfortable for Queso that they got ahead, stayed ahead, and kind of like, even when they made mistakes, were just crushing through fights. This time around, they did the dive at level 2. They did the dive at level 4. They've done the dragon fight that's backfired. And 3 things back to back to back have not gone Queso's way. And if they start feeding this Olaf and the Vayne like they have been, it's going to be a difficult game for them to turn back in their favor.
It's going to be a bit difficult. I mean, they're falling behind now. They lost the objectives. They lost everything as well. And I feel like if you're behind as a Yuumi, it is really, really hard to kind of get back into it. But just to update you all, there is a sound bug at the moment for one of the members on the side of Game Lord. So hopefully that's just a quick restart of the phone, restart the game, and then hopefully we can get back into game very shortly. But yeah, I mean, like you said, it's a situation where, you know, if you're a Team Queso fan, then you're kind of hoping that the late game scaling of the Ezreal Yuumi, for example, can come into the situation a lot quicker, you know, a lot sooner rather than later, because at the moment it is Game Lord in full control as well of this game with all the objectives. And there you go.
I was going to say, speaking of sooner than later, we're back into game already. We have got that sorted, and we're back on the Rift. So to recap, Game Lord just took the Rift Child. They already got the first Drake of the game as well. Now they're going to use it top side, and really Game Lord's composition scales very well into the late game. And I think that's the worrying thing for Queso is, yes, Yuumi Ezreal can be strong late game. Yes, Garen Yuumi can be strong in the mid game, but Vayne and Olaf are very difficult to shut down when they start getting gold. And that's where a lot of the gold has gone in this game already for Game Lord.
It's kind of like, who's the better late game scaling? Who's the better hyper carry? You know, is it someone with a Yuumi or is it someone with a Lulu? I guess we'll find out in this game. But yeah, Vayne Lulu is a pretty disgusting combo in itself, and obviously you have Rakan there as well to help you out. And I feel like for the side of Game Lord, though, they are focused a lot on Vayne, and if Vayne can die, or if Vayne does die, then they don't really have a lot of other damage, you know, because you have that Lulu Rakan, you don't really have a lot of damage. You just have a lot of damage from the single target of like the for Redemption. But you see the items at the moment across the board, no real surprises. I feel like across the board, nothing really too crazy. You can see looks like Ruiz is most likely going for probably an Ardent Sensor, second item. So again, just being a little bit tankier with the Rod of Ages, get a little bit of extra mana health and I completely forgot the name, ability power over time, and then go for the Ardent Sensor as second item, which is no surprise. When you have a Vayne and an Olaf, the Ardent Sensor is just such a great item.
Yeah, it really is. It allows you to kind of get extra stats when you're going through the fights, helps Vayne, as you mentioned already. And I think, oh, hang on, we're going aggressive for Hester as they were trying to catch Ezreal in the ultimate. animation. I think one thing that has to play a little bit differently on this game compared to some of his other Rakan games is like the quickness is going to be very influential defensively, where he can prevent people getting to Vayne. Like not only is it an engage tool, but it's also a defensive tool as counter engage. They're going to try and focus out Veos on this bottom lane. Fizz can only survive for so long, but he's going to try and trade his life against Redemption. Chum the Waters is going to hit, nearly trades that 1-for-1, and that's exactly why Fizz is in this game, because he can kind of deny some of the engage and the potency of Vayne in these situations.
They've left the mid lane tower open though, and honestly, this could be the mid lane tower over to Team Queso. They could take it really, really quickly with Ezreal as well. And yeah, that's it. They kind of left the mid lane tower open, Game Lord. Even though they took bot lane tower for it, they forced 4 members down to the bot lane, but that just left the mid lane tower really open. So I feel like a little bit of a misplay by Game Lord there, if I'm totally honest. And with the dragon up and available as well, this looks like Veos is going to quickly try and push down this bot wave as soon as possible. But yeah, they don't really have a lot of wave cleared, to be honest, Game Lord, and now they don't have the mid lane tower as well. And you can see Acolyte just being able to push out this mid wave, and they're grouping up again, and it's going to be interesting to see who Yuumi stays on. It looks like it's going to be Andreas again, but Heste's going in.
Oh, they've got the catch off that first attempt with Rakan, but look at the damage in response. Like already Ezreal has fallen, but Game Lord are going to back themselves away. Zefta very, very low. That dragon attack. Okay, good. There's the shield that comes out. I was a little bit worried that for Zefta. Still touch and go, though, as they're quite low. In goes the Fizz, trying to get it, as that's Veos picking up 1, and Ocean Drake goes over to Game Lord. That's going to make them even stronger as they go through this fight. Redemption has 2 supports on his team, and he's going to be moving forward with that Lulu there to keep him alive, and that's Game Lord utilizing that composition around the Vayne very, very well.
Yep, very, very well indeed. And they did take the dragons. That's 2 dragons now over to the side of Game Lords. And it's just watching these team fights, it's so hard to kind of keep an eye on everything, because there's so many things happening in these team fights. You know, you have to keep your eye on Redemption, but you also have to keep your eye on who Yumi's on as well, to see, you know, who's going to be the main damage source on the side of Queso. And it was Joey Skaggs in the end, as you said, being a little bit caught out there, unfortunately. And I want to see Yuumi on this Ezreal more. You know, I feel like Ezreal Yuumi is just such a safe combo, and even if Joey gets caught out, he can still do a lot of damage. And as you can see, he's already doing a lot of damage anyway with the Tree Shot Barrage as well.
Just complete Trinity Force, so we'll be able to put out more damage down in these team fights. But Zefta's quite tanky in the front line. You can see all this shielding coming through, and Joey this time gets charmed up and gets taken down. And that's exactly why Hester has been picking this Rakan and has looked insanely good on it. Now this Yuumi is not enough to keep everything alive. This Vayne is just running through the backline, as is Zefta. Game Lord, they saw the Yuumi, they downloaded the tech in game 2 as they got crushed, and now they understand how to beat it, and they are really running away with this game.
They're like, you want to play a hypercarry? Yeah, we'll play the same game. We'll play Lulu with Vayne and everything. But you can see the initial engagement by Team Queso trying to use a final chapter didn't work out. And Heste was like, okay, I'm going in. We're going to kill this Ezreal, and there's just nothing else that they can really do about it. Again, I feel like the draft for Team Queso and kind of focusing more on this Graves jungle and their early plays in this game have not really worked out for them. I feel like I said before, when you pick up this Yuumi, you don't really want to make these early game plays. Okay, you can get, you know, a little bit more damage and it can work out for you, but when it doesn't work out for you, it really doesn't work out for you. And you just get into this situation now where Ezreal is now behind against a Vayne, and already that's a difficult situation to be in. Andreas on the Graves is not really doing too much as well. And yeah, like I said, it's just going to be really, really hard now. You can see the gold leads across the board now. Look at the Vayne gold lead as well, like 1,000+ gold lead there. A little bit of a gold lead for the rest of the board. You can see Zefta as well on the Olaf as well. As that's been a pretty big priority pick for this series. I know last game it was kind of Yuumi the reason why, but even in this game as well, just kind of playing the game of you know, do you pick Yuumi? Do we pick Yuumi? I felt like it was kind of a bait really by Game Lord and Draft that's worked out for them.
It's a key takeaway from what Queso were wanting to do. Hats off to Ruiz for saying, I'm playing Lulu, I'm just going to build Locket. Keep everybody else alive. I don't need stasis. Screw that. Doesn't even matter. And now they're going to rush down this Baron. Like Olaf, Vayne, Baron, Oh, they're going to peel back away because in comes the Chum the Waters. Buying time for Camille on the bottom lane to push it out, kind of just balancing back and forth. It does slow down Game Lord a little bit, but they are considerably far ahead in this game. And Lonely Kid, this was what was happening in Game 1, is like Lonely Kid peeling Queso around the map. Is back to form on this Game 3 for Camille.
Yeah, for sure. I think Ruiz is I think like you said as well, Ruiz has been on support duty this game. But I think Ruiz is definitely someone to highlight throughout this series, really. Obviously, he used to be on Team Queso before and went to Horizon Cup. Now on Game Lord. And I feel like ever since Ruiz has been on Game Lord, they've definitely, risen up. I feel like that definitely has allowed them to play a lot better as well. And then you got Heste as well, down in the duo lane as well, which has been a few changes. Even Lonely Kid as well.
Charm lands, and they've actually stopped Joey from getting anywhere near. And this is the problem, is when Yuumi is on Andres, he cannot swap over to save Joey. And now it's all about running through this fight, as it's all Redemption and Zefta picking up the kills. They've got multiple kills and they'll go for Baron, and this will also buy the time for Lonely Kid to push down through the bottom lane. Game Lord are in total control. This is what we expected out of Game Lord. Respect to Queso for throwing them a complete curveball in game number 2 that has been dealt with for game number 3. It's a rampage for Redemption. It's a Baron buff for Game Lord, and they are really starting to get a firm grip on this game.
Yeah, full control for Game Lord now is kind of expected, really, to be fair. Coming into this series, we felt like Game Lord were a little bit of a favourites, but like you said, Team Queso being able to turn it around. But again, it's Joey unfortunately gets caught out, and yeah, I feel like the mispositioning from Joey in this game as well. You can see that Olaf as well just can't get charmed up at all because he's in Ragnarok as well. So even even against Yuumi, sometimes Yuumi can help out Olaf, but at the same time, Olaf can also be a bit of a nuisance for Yuumi at the same time as well. So 3 dragons now, over a 10,000 gold lead for Game Lords, and we spoke a little bit about the duo lane matchup coming into this series. Game 1, it was Redemption getting the first blood as well. Game 2, it was more Methanaut being able to help Andreas, being able to carry with the Olaf. And in this game, unfortunately, is Joey that's the one that's getting caught out. It sounded a little bit the same as game number 1 as well, and him not really being able to do too much as well. As sometimes there's some problem with Yuumi that you don't really... I mean, I would like to see Yuumi on Ezreal a little bit more, but... you more want to be on the junglers for a carry with these bruises, but it hasn't really worked out for Team Queso this game. But yeah, you can see that the engages are happening, and Heste a little bit aggressive, but
has so much mobility around the map here. It's just in and out of the base twice while taking down that middle inhibitor. Top lane went as well. Yeah, the shields are insane. Like, there's so much survivability on the side of Game Lord. Lonely Kid's actually putting damage on the Nexus as Heste jumps in, darts back out, keeps himself safe. 4 members of Game Lord pushing through the bottom lane with the inhibitor still up, but these Baron super minions are going to start dealing work. That's a lot of damage down to begin it, but with the Lulu shields, Zefta's able to get out of there. Heste jumps right into the backline, throws himself at Queso in order for Game Lord to take the win. They're going to put the damage down onto Acolyte, maybe force back for a moment, but Redemption still has all the damage in the tank to unload on the Nexus. They're going to rush it down, and that means Game Lord are maybe not going to be able to do it. They still have a vein, but Team Queso for now. Chum the Waters landed despite the flash, and it's going to be the kill. Minions may still end it, though, as Queso still has to play through the super minion Ruiz. He's like, I just need to get one auto, and he's going to get it. The mid lane Lulu. No, it's not. He got it, okay. That finally, Game Lord managed to put the last autos down. Ruiz manages to secure the game. 2-1 for Game Lord over Team Queso, and that series was everything we wanted it to be and more.
Yeah, everything and more. I think you summed it up perfectly. We got Yuumi, we got a backdoor, I guess you can say, in the end as well. We got... This series had absolutely everything, and what an absolute blast of a series as well. I mean, give us more. I wanted this series to be a best of 5, a best of 7, but I think these are 2 teams, going into this series, we kind of expected them both to be really high contentions for the rest of the tournament. And I'm really excited because these 2 teams could be our finalists as well going into the final couple of stages next month.
Yeah. They could very well be. We started today with bot lane Lulu. I'm like, what a troll pick. We ended today with a backdoor from mid lane Lulu. Like,
oh god,
we have had one hell of a day of Wild Rift games. This game 3 was perhaps a little more one-sided than some of our other games of the day. I think like Game Lord Game Lord took what Queso were doing and played around it very well. Like those early game engages, the early game attempts to go under the tower were just too much from Queso. Like it was just a little too over aggressive, and Game Lord were like, great, we'll take that and we'll come back and win the game quite easily after that.
Yeah, you can see in the replays as well, the highlights, you can see that the over-aggression really happened at level 1, really, with this cheesy invade, which sometimes work out, but then look, again, they just kept trying to make over-aggressive plays again and again and again, and unfortunately, it didn't really work out for them. They were losing trades every single time, and when you've really fallen behind, when you have like a Graves, when you have a Nezreal against a Lulu as well with a Vayne, it's really hard for them to come back into this. And like you said, you know, shout out to Ruiz as well in this game, you know, said to the team, was like, okay, I don't need to play a carry this game. I can play a carry if I really want to, but look, Redemption, you're the one this game. You're going to just get all the shields and everything. You're the one that's going to carry this game. And it just shows that Game Lord has it all, really. You know, if it's, you know, it could be Redemption on a carry. It could be Ruiz on a carry as well if they need to be. Zefter as well in this game. On the Olaf was really good. Lonely Kid as well in the top lane. You know, there's so many strong members on the side of Team Queso. I mean, Game Lord and even Heste as well this game. A really, really big standout performance on the Ricard.
Yeah, I think Lonely Kid's weak side play is the most impressive of all the Baron laners, where there's very little times that Lonely Kid's overextending when the rest of the team are contesting an objective, like trying to bait them in and they're looking for the windows. Ruiz may very well have been playing a support champion in middle lane, but he ended the game. So, you know, I mean, credit where it's due. He did everything he needed to do to carry the game. Yeah, I think Game Lord is so very impressive. I think Queso, if it wasn't for some of the forced early gameplays, I think this could have been a closer game 3. But like, this is why we've been hyping this series up for the first 2 weeks. It's like, these two teams are two of the ones that could be in finals, and we saw exactly everything that they had in this series. I'm so looking forward to seeing Queso advance through the lower bracket and Game Lord's match. Like, Game Lord are going to be playing Viv next. That's a really exciting series as well. Viv looked great in our first series of the day. Yeah, I mean, this has just been an incredible day for me of watching European Wild Rift, and I can't wait for next week. Can we just start that tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll start tomorrow next week. Oh, technically next week is tomorrow. So
someone tell Rix and Navi, like, we're actually going to just play the game today. Like,
why not? I mean, give us more Wild Rift over there. This is what we love about the game. You know, constant action, constant aggression, and just overall great plays by both these teams. You see, Andrea's actually doing the most damage on the entire team, but I thought that's because Yuumi was on Andreas for pretty much the entire game, so he was making like some crazy over aggressive plays. But yeah, Redemption on this Vayne, when you have two supports by your side, Ruiz and Heste, really, really well played by them. And it's going to be Team Queso. I mean, Game Lord, sorry, you know, like you said, advancing to the next round of the upper bracket against Viv Esports, but I think it's going to be a very, very exciting matchup. And I feel like even though Team Queso lost this game, I feel like they're still going to come through on the lower bracket. And you know, it hasn't really, I guess it doesn't really stop there, to be fair. Like you said, we got more games next week as well. We got WREC versus Na'Vi next week as well. Another battle of two titans as well. So if you all enjoyed this one, make sure you tune in next week as well. But yeah, I can come back to this series, but yeah, I mean, it's just been an absolute crazy day overall. And I think just two of the best series that I've watched of Wild Rifts.
Yeah, I think it's been a great day of games. Let's take a look at the play of the game for our sixth game of the day. There are a couple of team fights I think that could be play of the game. This time around, it's not the Yuumi doing the plays of the game. This time it was a lot of the Lulu, Olaf, and Vayne.
Yeah, for sure. I think there was this Heste as well being able to block Andreas out of the fight. And this was just the back and forth team fight as well. And this was where Team Queso, again, you know, overextended a little bit. You can see the low health bars on either side. You can see how close it was. But Heste, look how low he is on health. But Heste's like, you know what, I'm going to jump in anyway. Even if I die, which he didn't even die in the end as well, survived on 1 HP. Veo's trying to jump into the back line as well. And honestly, I'm going to have to watch that replay about like 20 times to actually break it down, because there's so much happening on either side of the you know, either side of the team fights. You know, got low members on the side of Team Queso, low members on the side of Game Lord, and that's maybe a play that I have to break down maybe for next week.
Yeah, I feel like this series, you could just rewatch every single game and learn something new. I feel like this series, I might be overstating it a little bit, but I think it's going to really heavily affect the meta of the rest of our upper bracket series as well, and the next couple of weeks until we have a patch, because I think seeing how strong Olaf Yumi is in that second game, I think is a real indicator of the meta. But we should, however, look at our MVP of this series. It's not going to be the Yumi. I think it might still be the support, though, as I believe MVP is going to be Hester for his Rakan engages.
Yeah, Heste as well, even in the first game with the Nami waves as well. Really solid performance. 11.5 KDA on a support. You don't really see that too often. And we got a support MVP yesterday. We got another support MVP today as well. And it just shows the support priority that we kind of spoke about at the start of the day is kind of run into today's games as well. You know, with the Nami, we even saw Yumi as well. So talking about supports as well. And overall, you know, Heste, a great performance in this play as well. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, so much of it is just about getting the team fight started and like allowing the carries to actually pick up kills. Mid laners and bot lane carries are probably like molding over how much presence like jungle, top, and support get. Because it feels like you get very few like solo carry performances in that regard. Like Sharks got our MVP earlier in the day for the Gragas performance, but so much of that was like about dealing crowd control as opposed to actually carrying the game. Whereas like Hester's there jumping in and out on this Rakan, doing a lot of work to set up the rest of Game Lord. I think Hester is one of the supports that, you know, we've been talking about a lot about how strong he is, but Hester, absolutely a player to watch from Game Lord.
100%. I mean, even speaking before the tournament as well, I think you talk about like Heste, Methanor, you talk about Shao as well, and Crew. You know, these are all support players that can actually, you know, do something, especially because the meta at the moment is all about these aggressive supports. Okay, we saw Yumi today, we've seen a lot of Thresh, we've seen a lot of Rakan as well. It's all about just making them plays and playing aggressive as well, and it just shows that supports sometimes can make a difference. Sometimes it's not always the bruisers that we talk about so often. Sometimes it is them engaged supports that can really help out.
Yeah, I mean, we had double support comps twice today. That's the insane thing. Everybody wants to be a support at this point. Well, there's a lot to take stock from Week 3's games. We've said goodbye to 4 teams already from the bracket. We have now got our first 2 of the top 4 teams in the upper bracket locked in, and we've still got 4 more Titans to see next week. So we basically have the rest of this playoffs picture starting to take shape. So Viv, Esports, and Game Lord advanced today in 2 incredibly tight series. WREC versus Navi it's going to be another banger series on Friday. Formulation against Team Dark is going to be a great series as well. Meanwhile, on the lower bracket, we saw 4 teams advance to the point where that they could be in round 2, and unfortunately for Team Queso and Zero Zone, they have fallen down to the lower bracket now into their lower bracket. Single elimination status for them. It's win or go home, and those are 2 big names that may eventually be fighting off against each other in the subsequent round if they can make their way past blows and control. Here's our schedule for next week. You can see it's WREC versus Navi and Formulation versus Team Dark. Looks like then we're going to the Weigers and Felion game the following day. So maybe a bit of a quick turnaround for whoever was to lose on day 1 of next week's games. WREC versus Navi, quick prediction from you, Stuart, on that series?
I think WREC will come out on top, but it's another game that everyone has to make sure they tune in. You know, Friday next week, make sure you're here. You know, same time, same place. It's going to be an insane matchup. Like I said, even Team Dark against Formulation after that. And it looks like the next day, the losers of them games have to come back thick and fast because they're going to be playing off against Weigers and Aphelion. So it's insane.
That is a quick turnaround for next week's games. Stuart, I think we actually have an interview that you're going to be doing with Ruiz in a moment or so. So I'm looking forward to hearing what Ruiz has to say about that series where they just took down Ruiz's former team of Team Queso. It's Ruiz from Game Lord. So why don't you take away a chat and find out about that series?
Again, Ruiz, congratulations. What an insane series. I mean, coming into it, we knew that this series was going to be completely insane. How do you and the team feel about that victory?
Actually, I was so excited, and so like for me, it was a really big motivation winning Queso because they was my last team. But yeah, it feels so good because always win and win good teams feels always so nice.
Awesome stuff. And I can't do this interview without mentioning one champion, Yuumi. Was you expecting the Yuumi to come out from Team Queso, or was it a surprise for you?
I don't know, like we knew their key player was Ace Andreset, so we banned like the Fiora, Jax, like because I think Queso playstyle is mostly Andreset farming jungle AFK with some support pillar, like killing him. And we didn't expect about the Olaf Yuumi. Like we know we could pick Olaf in the second rotation in our draft, but we said okay, we go by it. But they surprised with the Yuumi pick and Olaf. They really played very good macro game in terms of macro pick. Like they were invading us. They were just like a struggle our jungle. And yeah, after that we said okay. I think we just normally beat them better, like as a team, like 5 versus 5. I know, like we know they always need to win us, like doing tricky things like that, or like secret things like that, like late invading us, playing for Andres with Yuumi, stuff like that. So yeah, we fixed it in the third game, like doing the Lulu pick mid lane and what we have, and getting the Olaf from them. But we didn't expect the Yuumi pick. Actually, I don't know, was a surprise for us.
I was surprised for everyone. I don't think no one was expecting Yuumi in the end. But yeah, for yourself as well, you already mentioned, you know, you played against your old team, Team Queso, and you were the one actually on Lulu in the end. You know, the Lulu mid lane pick, you were the one that actually took down the Nexus and was able to defeat it. Was that kind of a plan? Because we saw the Olaf pick, so we felt like, you know, we was like, okay, are you gonna pick Yuumi now to stop us taking Yuumi? You know, was that kind of a game plan coming into game 3? As you said, you kind of fixed it yourself as well for game 3.
Yeah, basically we said okay, we don't want to just play Yuumi. We prefer play Lulu. The Lulu was not for me in the first of all, but after the draft, okay, Direction wanted to just play Vayne, and I said okay, Lulu mid. Actually, I was Lulu mid versus Fizz, so first levels I feel really comfortable to play against that. And yeah, basically we said, okay, we go this versus this, Lulu versus Yuumi, the epic battle. At least I could finish. The Nexus was 40 SP and the minion taking it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good ending for them by me.
It was an awesome series to watch, and it was a pleasure casting with it. And you will be playing off against Viv Esports next week. Just quickly, what do you think about that matchup? What do you think of Viv Esports?
I think they are really good in terms of macro games, and they know how they need to play and when they need to be aggressive and when they need to respect. I think they're a really good team, but I think like right now in Game Lore, like my team, my friends, we are like kinda, if we play together, if we play as we know, I think no one can beat us. But I really
awesome.
we'll respect every team, but I think we will win them.
Yeah, definitely. Again, congratulations, Ruiz, and good luck on the next round. And we're going to head back to myself and Stress to wrap up the day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Stuart passing back to himself. That's an esports first.
What else am I supposed to do?
Thank you very much, Stuart, for the great interview. I honestly, I could listen to Rubies talk about the teams all day. You know, a healthy amount of respect while also understanding their strengths. The download was complete after game 2 of that Yuumi. Surprised by Queso, and that is the thing. A team like Queso still have a little bit of bite left, even when game 1 didn't go their way. And the second game where we're like, well, it's a Lulu, and who knows? So yeah, interesting to hear from Ruiz. Their macro play is so strong for Game Lord that I think that matchup with Viv is that next level again. We're like, oh yes, Queso Game Lord is going to be great. Now Viv Game Lord, I'm hyped for that series when it comes about. I think we're about 2 weeks away from that series.
Yeah, I think we've got a little while till then, and there might be some changes in that since then as well. There could be a completely different meta by then as well, because you've seen that, in both these series, we didn't see a lot of Jace, we didn't see a lot of Set as well, and we're kind of moving away from the Jace and Set priority and now moving towards, support priorities and focusing more on, Camille, Gragas and things like that as well. So the meta is really, really shaping up, and we don't have long to wait for our next game, Stress, as well. So it's going to be really, really exciting.
No, we're going to be back on Friday at the same time we were back this week on Friday. So lots of Wild Rift to keep you posted between now and, the Icons Global Championship, which is later on in the year. We still have to figure out which teams are going to go to our finals in Barcelona. We have so many more games to play. And if they're anything like today's games, we have a lot of exciting Wild Rift still to play out. Stuart, I'm quite tired after 6 games of amazing Wild Rift action. So we're going to rest up. We're going to get ourselves restocked back for next week. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Those are some banger games. We've got more coming next week. We'll catch you on Friday for more from the Wild Rift EMEA Championships.